All right, shalom everybody. I hope my voice is coming good and clear. Look like a change in time doesn't make any difference, I don't know. Not too many people in Saturday here. Maybe Saturday is not a good day for us to do come online. We will see. And some people they say, why you care for numbers? Numbers mean a human. We are not insect. We are not ants. So the more number mean more human, more people, more living being are listening and learning. The less number, that means less human. This is not about, we are not counting dollars here. As you see, I don't get money from more people because I have no super chat, no commercial, nothing. So when we say we want more people, we are talking about we want really more people, not more commercial and more anything else. So numbers mean how many people learn today something, and how many people will teach something about Islam in the future. The less we are, the less we are successful. As you see in the screen, this is a thumb I created. Muhammad on the eyes of Muslims, Christians, Hindus, etc. You will see the Muslims in the left image. This is how they draw Muhammad. There is something funny about the way they picture their own Muhammad. Always he give a finger to Allah, and always he have eyeliner as if he's a homosexual. Yet he have a beard, and he's very white, and his eyes so big, which is not really how the Arab are. Arab don't have big eyes. For sure, you might find some, but Arab are not the one who have really huge eyes. But anyway, they want to picture Muhammad in a he's very pretty. He's very pretty. Then if we go and check how the Christians and how the Hindus and how the Zoroastrian and how all the other beliefs who suffer because of Muhammad, how they see Muhammad. They see Muhammad as a zombie, as a criminal, as bones, as death. So we want to see who is right. The Christian, the Muslims, the Hindus, who is right about the way he see Muhammad. If we have any Muslim would like to join us, please feel free. We would like to see your opinion. Why you Muslims are capturing Muhammad image in such a way? Is it a truthful image? And why the Muslims, they have in their books a lot of writing about how Muhammad looked like. Why it's so important that in the description of the Muslims to Muhammad that he is very white. He is sexy and you know it. What is this? Oh, okay. He is sexy and he is so handsome, and no one look like Muhammad. He is the best looking ever. Women they fight over him. His penis is the best, as all Muslim reference claim. He can even have sex with all his wife non-stop in less than 20 minutes. I mean, even a rabbit cannot do that, But looked like Muhammad maybe was a rabbit. Do we have any Muslim would like to join us? Naveed, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim, Naveed? You are a submitter? What does that mean? You want to submit to me? Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace be upon you. You made a video about me. Are you forgetting me already?
I make videos a lot of stupid people, so remind me of yourself.
No. I wasn't stupid. You actually called me intelligent. You used me against the Muslims when I was telling the Muslims their Shahada is wrong.
Ah, okay. Sorry then. I made a mistake. So introduce yourself, please. Remind me of
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm a submitter. I do follow the Quran, but I don't worship Muhammad like the Muslims.
So what do you mean? You are a submitter? You are not?
I'm
You,
not affiliated with the Muslims. They don't want me and I don't want them. But I'm part of the submission movement. We're submitters. We're helping people come to the religion of Abraham and the worship of God alone.
well, let us find Abraham first in your book. So you said you follow the Quran?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay. Abraham in your Quran, do he worship the suns and the moon?
No.
No?
He's making a rhetorical point for the idol worshippers and basically showing them that only God
Are you sure
can is
are you
God.
sure you know your book?
Yes, very well.
So who is the one who said هذا ربي هذا أكبر?
Yeah. Do you know rhetoric? Do you understand like
What
speech and debate or
what
rhetoric?
you know, I
Yeah,
suspect
Abraham's
you
using.
said I said that
You
you
want me to
are
read the
smart.
verses for you?
I said I made a video about you saying you are smart. I doubt that. This is a chapter 6
That's
verse number
okay.
this is a chapter 6 verse number 78. Can you read it for me?
Yeah, let me get it.
The red
678?
the redirect, huh?
Yeah, let me read it for you. I see God you got for say the rejected.
Uh-huh.
Let's start earlier.
What do you want?
74. Abraham debates with the idol worshippers. Recall that Abraham said to his father
Uh,
Azhar, how could you it's
uh,
verse 74. How could you
74.
worship
Uh,
yeah. How could you worship statues as gods? I
mhm.
see that you and your people have gone far astray. So you see he's debating with them.
What are you reading?
Chapter 6, verse 74
It
of the
doesn't
Quran.
it doesn't say what you're saying.
Yes, it does.
Read it.
Brother, you're using a really bad translation. I'm not using your
What
translation.
what are you reading?
Yeah, I'm reading a correct translation. What is this trash
You are
translation
reading
they're using?
what?
I'm reading a good translation.
What is that good translation? Is that a book name
By
called
yeah, by Dr. Rashad Khalifa.
Rashad Khalifa good translation? Okay, listen.
Yes.
As long you said you are reading Rashad Khalifa translation. Does it say here when Abraham he said to his father Azar?
Yes.
So
I'm
so
reading it for
so
you.
why you skip it? No, I did not hear you saying that.
Yeah, I did. I said, recall that Abraham said to his father Azar.
Okay,
How could
is the father of Abraham? His name is Azar,
yes, sir.
according to who?
According to the Quran, which is the most accurate history. Do you have a
Quran.
history? Do you have a
The
history?
word Azar is a word mean foolish in the Aramaic. So Abraham
That's
is
fine.
saying to his father, stupid, you are worshiping idol. So you stupid Muslims and Rashad Khalifa, you took the word Azar, which means foolish, to be the name of the father of Abraham.
Mm, yeah, so
This
that's
is how
false. So
foolish.
Abraham didn't speak.
Listen. You said that you are smarter than the Muslim, and Rashad Khalifa is better, but both of you are a bunch of idiot. You took the word
Hey,
foolish
let's be
to be the
respectful. Let's
name.
be
You
respectful.
took the
Let's
word
be
foolish
respectful.
to be the name of the father of
No,
Abraham.
no,
Everybody,
that's a wrong
anyone,
translation.
you can go right now
Let's
to
be
Google.
respectful.
You can go right.
Let's be respectful.
I don't respect liars. I respect foolish people.
I never lied to you.
Shut up, Azar. You just
Hey,
said,
hey, hey, hey,
you
hey,
just
hey,
said
hey, be
Azar.
respectful. Be respectful.
You just said Azar is the name of the father of Abraham. I ask
Abraham
you,
didn't speak Aramaic. He
according
didn't
to
speak
who?
Aramaic. Why
According
are
to
you
who?
translating?
Listen,
Why
can
whoa,
you
whoa, whoa,
show me
whoa, whoa,
one
whoa.
reference in the
Why are you
world?
getting so rowdy?
Can
Yeah,
you
let me
show me
answer.
one reference in the
Yeah,
world says
let
that
me
the father
answer.
of Abraham, his name is Azar?
Yeah, let me speak.
Hmm. Give me a reference.
Why are you getting so rowdy?
I'm getting you
Calm
busted.
down.
I'm getting you
You know, I
busted.
said, yeah, that's fine. Just calm down. Just
I'm
calm
laughing,
down, man.
Mr.
Just
Calm
calm down.
down. I'm
All
laughing.
right, just
So
let's
can you
go.
show me a
That's fine.
reference
Just calm
proof
down.
the
Yeah,
Quran,
yeah, yeah. You made a lot. Yeah,
The
you made a.
most accurate book?
Yeah, let me.
Can you
Yeah,
prove to
let me. It's
me how
fine.
you know that the Quran is
No,
the
let me
most accurate
answer.
book? How
Yeah,
you
yeah, I
know?
can answer that too.
Listen, potato. How you know the Quran is the most accurate book if there is no reference exist in the whole world that Abraham, his father name is Azar? Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I need you to calm down. All right, just settle
First of
down. You
all,
made a
don't waste my
lot of
time. You see,
false assumptions.
don't speak like a
You're wasting
homo.
my time.
Speak like a man.
All
Give me
right.
the reference.
Hey,
Go
hey,
ahead.
hey.
Speak
All right.
like a
So
man. Give me the reference.
number one, you didn't give a reference claiming that Abraham spoke Aramaic. That was a fake claim. Then you
Okay,
translated
hold
a
on.
word in the
What is the
Quran
language?
from
What is the
Arabic.
language? Potato. Here we go. This is how stupid you are. What is the ethnic of Abraham?
It's Proto-Semitic. If you want, I can give you.
No, no,
Let me
he
show
have an
you.
ethnic potato. He have an ethnic. What the Semitic? What does that mean? A
Let me.
potato. What is the ethnic of
Settle
Abraham? What his
down.
nation name? What his nation
This.
name? Which city
Are
he
you
was born?
Christian?
Potato.
Are you Christian?
Which
Are
is
you Christian?
which? Don't ask
Settle
me stupid
down.
question. Don't
Settle
ask me
down.
stupid
Settle
question.
down.
Listen. What
What's
is the
wrong with
nation?
you?
What
What's
is the
wrong with you?
nation he is born of?
Yeah, let me show you. I'm gonna put an image in the chat.
Give me
Oh,
the
you don't
name
let me
of the
put
nation.
images?
Give me the name, Mr. Image. Don't take a picture of your bum.
Yeah,
Give me the
yeah.
name of the
What's
nation
wrong
of
with
Abraham.
you? Have you taken your meds today? You're out
Yeah,
of
I took
control.
my media. You know,
Settle down. Settle. Yeah,
I
so settle
spank
down.
Allah.
Settle down.
Don't
So
force me.
why are you
You
talking like
said
a
I made
dog?
a
Why are you
video
talking
about you
like a
and said you are
dog?
smart. You
Yeah,
are
yeah,
dummy.
yeah, yeah.
Now give
All
me the
right.
name of the nation of Abraham.
I don't need to. You already made a
You
false
have
assumption. You
to.
claimed you
Okay,
spoke
what is the
Aramaic.
language
No,
of
you didn't.
Abraham? Okay, hold on.
You can't.
What is the language of Abraham?
Proto-Semitic, not Aramaic. Why did you
Can you
claim you
show
spoke
me? Hold
Aramaic?
on. Porosama.
What can you? Yeah,
I never heard of
yeah.
such a thing.
I know because you're ignorant. I'm trying to educate you. Stop
Mr.
talking. Stop
Stupid,
talking. You're ignorant.
what is
You're
the
ignorant.
name
Stop
of the
talking.
nation
Stop.
of Abraham?
I'm
Is it
I'm
true?
trying to help
Is it
you. I'm trying
true?
to
Okay,
help you.
what
I'm trying to
city?
help you.
What
Stop
city,
talking.
Mister? Help
Stop
me.
talking.
What city,
Yeah, stop
Abraham?
talking so I can help you.
What city he is born of?
Stop talking so I can help you,
What
man.
is the
What's
name
wrong
of
with
the
you?
city where Abraham he was born?
The city is irrelevant. You claimed you
No,
spoke
the
Aramaic.
city
Give
is
the
relevant
citation.
because if Muhammad
Give.
born in Japan, he speak Japanese. If he is born in Arabia, he speak Arabic. So you are donkey
No,
again.
that's not.
So
No,
now,
no,
where
that's not
Abraham
how it
was
works.
born, Rashad Khalifa boy,
Yeah.
the one you said to me, the Quran is the most accurate. Rashad Khalifa
It
himself did not
is. It
agree.
is.
He took verses
Well,
from the
I agree.
Quran. He took
You fake
verses from the
verses that
Quran. Potato, the
what fake
submitter. Listen,
verses?
submit to me. Listen,
Fake,
submit. Submit.
I always
Otherwise,
submit to
you
God.
have
I
to
always submit to God. I always submit to
give me
God. I
the
always submit to
ethnic
God.
of Abraham.
I
What
submit to
Abraham
God.
mean?
Why are you
Abraham,
so
what is
vile?
the word Abraham
Why?
mean?
Hey, why are you so vile? What's wrong
What
with
is the
you?
word
Settle down.
Abraham mean?
Settle down.
So,
Doesn't matter.
in
You're getting
order to
off topic. Let me give my
understand who is
verdict.
Abraham,
Why
let
do you
us see
keep?
what Abraham, the
Why do you
name
keep changing the
represent,
topic?
no,
Hey,
the name represent the language. What is the word Abraham
no,
mean?
it doesn't. No, no, it
What the,
doesn't. Why are you
get
making
out
up
of
stuff? Why
here.
are you making up stuff?
Just,
Why are you making up stuff?
just a stupid idiot. I have no time for donkeys. No, nothing, that doesn't. Look what happened. I don't have time for such a stupid people like you donkey idiot. The word Ibrahim is mentioned in the Quran here. Prove that Muhammad is a donkey because there is no such a name. This is wrong name. Never exist. In fact, the Quran, one place he says Abraham, one place he says Ibrahim. Number two, the word Azhar is an Aramaic word mean foolish. So Muhammad he learned from the Jews that Abraham in their stories, he said to his father, you are foolish worshipping idols. But look how stupid the story is. So Abraham he don't want to worship idols, so he decided to worship stars. Read with me. Allah he showed Ibrahim the kingdom of heaven. Okay. What that have an effect on Muhammad? As soon Allah he showed him the kingdom of heaven, Abraham he start worshiping stars. When the night covered him over the darkness, he saw a star. He said, this is my Lord. And this has happened after Allah he showed him his kingdom. So Allah now he guided Abraham, who his father his name is foolish. And according to the donkey, Abraham he don't speak Aramaic. So what is the language of Abraham? He will not tell me, you know. A prismatic, what does that mean? And I made a video about him saying he is smart. That is hilarious. So listen carefully. Uh, I can put him again in the stage, but as you see, he will never answer any question. You know, he's just a kid. He's not a man. I say to you, what is the ethnic? Give me the ethnic. Everybody have an ethnic. According to your religion, everybody have an ethnic. According to the stupid Quran, your stupid Quran says we never send a messenger except speaking the tongue of his people. So he belonged to people who have their own language, not mixed language. Why he was a Sadiq? How are you doing, Sadiq? My room is dark, so I cannot see. All right. In chapter 14 of Ibrahim itself, the chapter of Ibrahim, we sent not a messenger except with the language of his people. So what is the people of Abraham and what is their language? Every single authentic historic book says that Abraham is born of the Chaldean nation and they speak Aramaic. And you are an idiot. Do we have any smart Muslim? So after Allah guide him, Abraham start worshipping stars. Then he worshipped the moon. When he saw the moon rising up, he said, this is my God. When he saw the sun, he liked the sun more. He said, this is Akbar, not a greater. Akbar. Akbar is the name of the sun for the Arab. This is why the Muslim, they say Allahu Akbar. Muhammad, he unite. This is why the Muslim believe in Tawheed. Tawheed mean unification, not monotheism. Tawheed does not mean monotheism. Those are donkeys, don't know Arabic. Even the Arab who come with the word Tawheed does not even exist in their books. The word Tawheed does not exist. So he said, this is my God, this is Akbar. فَلَمَّا رَأَى الشَّمْسَ بَازِغَةً قَالَ هَذَا رَبِّي هَذَا أَكْبَرُ. What هَذَا Akbar mean? This is bigger.
This is bigger.
Do you see it? And remember, this is happening after Allah, he guided Abraham. Allah, he showed Abraham his kingdom. After Allah, he showed Abraham his kingdom, Abraham is worshipping the moon, the star, the sun. Who is left? And then, why Abraham, he stopped believing in those stars? What the reason? Oh, because they don't stay up. What? So when Abraham, he saw the star, this is star, he called him my Lord, he worshipped him, he bowed down to him. But when it set, he said, I don't like those who set. What? Is that the reason why Abraham, he never knew? He never saw that the stars don't stay always on the sky? He just saw that. And then the same thing happened again. He saw the moon up. He said, this is my God. All right. But when the moon set, he said, I don't like the one who set. Huh? But you know already the moon set. You just left worshipping the star before it because it set. So why you jump to the moon? Don't you know that the moon set too? I mean, do you see how silly, stupid the story? Why he stopped worshipping the moon? Because the moon set. But did Abraham see his God? According to Islam, no. So Abraham, he will not worship something is invisible or disappear. Correct? This is the Quran. But based on this, Abraham, he will never worship Allah. because nobody saw Allah according to Islam. Do you see how stupid Muhammad is? And this guy is submitter. And then the same, he saw the sun, he said, this is my God, this is Akbar. Okay. Then the son said, he said, you know what? I don't like the one who said. Again? Again? So based in the Quran, Abraham is a stupid fool. He is a donkey. He have a repeated pattern of worshipping things, and just he denied him for the same reason of the previous one. But he knew all those three objects, they said already. Like Abraham, he never saw a star before disappearing in the daytime. Hold on, there is some stars, they stay in day and night. We can see them in the daytime and the nighttime. Do we have any Muhammadan? Peace be upon him. Submitter, huh? You sound like a San Francisco boy.
Hey, CP. So I talked to Naveed. He said that he would rejoin. He would debate you again, but he just wanted you to stay calm and not like freak out.
Oh, I'm the one who freaking out.
I'll be honest. You were getting like really rowdy. You wouldn't really let him speak.
No, I'm letting him speak. No, you see, for me, if somebody want to debate me, he cannot jump my question. I'm not like others. Others, you can jump their question. So anyone want to come to the stage. If I say to you what the ethnic of Abraham, you have to give me the ethnic. You don't say you don't understand. You don't tell me I will explain to you. No, I don't want the explanation. Give me the answer first.
Okay. Well, I think you should let him come back so he can.
I can let him, but don't school me who come back who's not. I'm asking you, do you like the one who ask a question but he don't get the answer?
No, of course not. But
So all what I asked him,
sure that's what he
I
did,
repeated the question. How many times I need to repeat the question to get the answer?
Right, when you were repeating the question and you were expecting the answer, he was trying to answer you, but you kept
No,
on
he did
speaking
not.
over.
No, he
That's
did
why he
not.
got upset.
No, you are lying.
I'm not lying.
You are lying. Okay, I will put him in the stage and we will repeat the same question. Is that deal?
I'll ask him. Yeah.
All right.
Also, I sent you the link
Listen,
to.
if he starts saying to me, I will explain, that means he is a liar and you are following him. You are fooled by him, because either he knew what the language of Abraham, he can give me the answer and then he can give me the proof. Either he knew what is the ethnic of Abraham. I asked him which city Abraham was born. He said this is irrelevant. No, it is relevant because we know where he is born. And where he is born, we know what they are talking, what language it is. So I will invite him back and you sit down and listen. Come back. Just give me a break. Anyone here, I am not like those people, you can get away with the questions. There's many Christians, they don't know how to debate. I grab you from your tail and you have no way to go. I say what is the ethnic, you give me the ethnic. Abraham is a very well-known person. Is not nobody. So don't tell me this is irrelevant. And don't tell me Abraham don't speak Aramaic. As long you know he don't speak Aramaic, that means you know what language he speak. Correct, guys? If somebody says to you he don't speak Aramaic, that means he knew what language he speak. Because you just deny a language, confirming that he don't speak it. So right away we have to know what language he speak. Where is the guy? Did he leave? Put your hand up, submitter. Put your hand up. You don't want to come back. Potato. Yeah. I'm not letting him speak. No, I repeat the question tens of times.
All right, he's coming back. Also, I sent you the link to submitters in your DMs.
I don't care about his links. He is more stupid than his link. If the person in person is so stupid, his link would be smarter. Anyway, invite him back.
All right, he's coming.
All right. Are you a,
He said.
are
He
you
just
a,
said
are you a
don't.
submitter too? Are you a submitter too?
I'm considering it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good for you. What is the language of Abraham?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about the history.
So you are considering what to join something you do not know?
Well, that's why I'm looking into it. I'm looking into a lot of arguments from
Okay. No,
Christians,
no,
from
you see,
submitters,
a person who
Muslims.
considers something and he do not know what is he's considering, he is a fool.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I am a fool in this
Yeah, you don't
topic.
consider something like I'm considering to buy this car, but I do not know what this car.
Yeah. Well, he said he'd come back, but just don't speak over him, or else he's gonna probably
No,
leave
I will
already.
speak over everybody. He have to give me an answer. I'm not his.
He will give you an answer, but he
Let
just
us
I don't want
see.
you to speak
So,
over
Hey,
so
you gotta be respectful. Let's set the ground
submitter,
rules. No name calling.
I respect no foolish people. So now,
Doesn't
what
matter.
what is
You
the
have to
ethnic?
accept ground rules. You
What
have
is
to
the
accept
ethnic?
ground rules.
What is the
You have
ethnic of
You just
Abraham? I'm not going to repeat
you
my
speak.
question 1,000
no,
times.
I'm just asking for ground rules for the debate. Is that
What
wrong? I'm
is the
asking for ground
ethnic of?
rules.
Give me the ethnic of Abraham. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, we're not there yet.
CP just one at a time, please.
See, he
Yeah,
will not answer.
he,
What is the
I'll answer
ethnic?
God willing.
What is the
I'll
ethnicity
answer
of
God willing.
Abraham?
I'll answer God willing. No
Go ahead.
problem. I
Go
wanna
ahead.
agree to ground rules.
There's no rules here. It's
No
a
name
free
calling.
boxing match. Go ahead.
Doesn't matter.
What
Doesn't
is the
matter.
ethnic of
No
Abraham?
matter.
Where he is born? The mic is
Listen,
yours.
man.
Where
You
he's
gotta be
born? What his
respectful.
ethnic?
You
The
gotta
mic.
be.
Shut
I'm
up.
not
Naveed,
calling.
Don't waste my
Naveed,
time. You are wasting my
answer his
time. You're not
question.
being a man.
Answer his question.
I repeated the question 1,000 times already. So
Yeah, but
go
you
ahead.
need to learn how to
Where he
speak
is
with people.
born? Where he is born? And what his language and what his ethnic? Go ahead.
Unverifiable and irrelevant.
Get out of here. So what do you know about Abraham there? Just a guy, his name is Abraham? He don't know. You see the coward? He denied that Abraham speaks Aramaic. That means you know his language. When you deny it, it's mean you are sure that cannot be the language he speaks. So you know the language. But you're a coward potato. You're just a kid. You think you can avoid my question so you can avoid the embarrassment. I am not like those who open channels without mentioning their names. The Muslim, he come and speak to them, debate them. He got away with everything. You cannot do that with me. I will grab you from your tail. You are just like a hamster in my stage. Everybody knows that Abraham is born in Iraq. Iraq have two ethnic groups, Chaldean and Assyrian, and both of them they speak Aramaic. The Bible and many other books confirm that he is born of the Chaldean nation in the city of Ur. So stupid you say to me it's irrelevant, that because you are yourself irrelevant to the topic. In fact, even sorry, my voice. You see, they make me lose my voice. Even your stupid religion confirm what I am saying. Your stupid books. Submitter, huh? A bunch of donkeys. Let us put a ground rules. Rules for what? If you go check every Islamic source about Abraham, they are saying exactly what the Jews and the Christians they say about Abraham. That he is built, you know, he's born in Haran, according to Muslim, you know, in Iraq, and he is a Chaldean. And what is the language of the Chaldean? Aramaic. Yeah, peace be upon everyone. Yeah, you can join us. Yeah. Potato idiot. Irrelevant. Satan have many names. In fact, when the Quran keep using the Aramaic language as an example, the Quran says that Abraham is a Hanif. Hanif is an Aramaic word mean kafir. Pagan. So the stupid Muhammad, he says that Abraham, he is a Hanif. Your stupid religion confirmed that Abraham is a Hanif. This is how ignorant Muhammad is. He do not know that Hanif mean that he is a pagan. Hold on. Oh boy. All of this speaking about Abraham is being Hanif. And Muhammad, because he's an idiot, he do not know what this Aramaic word mean. He think it's a good word. In fact, Hanif mean that he is a person who denied the true God. He's a pagan. Look how many times repeated. You see it? Look how many times. In one verse in the Quran, you will see how stupid Muslim is, how stupid Muhammad is when he says, Abraham was neither a Jew or a Christian. Can you believe it? Can you believe it how stupid Muhammad is? How Abraham will be a Jew if he is the father of the Jews? Do even Muhammad knew what Jews mean? Are you with me? He is not a Jew. He is not, huh? Who is a brave Muslim would like to join us, who will tell us it is not irrelevant? Irrelevant people. I don't respect anyone. Respect is something you earn, not something you get for granted. Either you speak like a man, I will talk to you as a man, or you are just a kid. Then go play with kids. We have a guy, his name is Sajjad. He is asking people to come to his stage to debate him. He don't dare to dance in our stage. He's terrified. All of them are the same. If you cannot make it here, you cannot make it in your stage. Do we have any brave Muhammadan would like to join us? Anyone? They are scared. You know, if you remember, there's a guy, his name Perfect Dawah. You know Perfect Dawah? Perfect Dawah is the same style like this potato. He go and he debate with apostate prophet, with David Word, etc. There he can function fine. Here we take off all his screws. What the difference between me and them? There, a Muslim, he can get away with every lie he say, because nobody force him to prove what he say. Here you say something, you have to prove it. As simple as that. Is that fair? If you say Abraham is not Aramaic, then you tell me what he is. That's all. I'm not asking you for much. Show us your knowledge. When you say it's irrelevant, that means you have no answer. You don't even know what you are talking about. You are an imposter claiming to have knowledge, but you have none. Stop lying, CP. It is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the father of the Jews, not Abraham. What? I mean, those people, they are really hilarious. There's a guy in Discord, he said to me, stop lying, CP. Abraham and Isaac, Jacob, the fathers of the Jews, not Abraham. Stop, you stupid. No, it's Abraham, the father of the Jews. Potato. Because Isaac and Jacob is born of who, you donkey? No, it's not Abraham. Stop lying. It's not Abraham. Who is a Mohammed, and he have the courage and the knowledge to come to the stage? If you want to play like a kid, go to the kid channels. There's many Christian kids. They will be happy to have fun with you. Here you are a rat until you prove that you are a lion or a cat. Any Muhammadan? Any Muhammadan would like to join us? You see, this is the mistake many Christians or even atheists, they do when they debate Muslims. A Muslim, he says something, they don't go after him to prove what he just said. He got away with it. They get away with anything they say because those Christians do not know how to debate. So I'm teaching everybody how to debate. When somebody says something to you, including me, tell me, give me the reference. Is that fair? Otherwise, where do you get this from? When the Quran itself says, we never send a messenger except in the tongue of his people, that means Abraham, he have a people. Is not international man, hippie, with multicultural interfaith garbage. He belonged to a nation. He is born of a family. Those people, they have a language, they have a land, they have ethnic. Any Muhammadan. Somebody saying Christian Prince has lost a half of hairline. I don't know. I am full of hair. You know, even they kicked me out from the swimming pool. They thought I'm wearing a fur. However, as long you are the one who have the whole hair, how come you are losing war everywhere? You lose war in debate. You lose war above the ground. You lose the war even inside the tunnel. Not only you lose your hair, you lose your panties. Like what happened to Saddam Hussein. Al-Qaddafi, they raped him. Saddam Hussein, he lost his head. Am I lying? Osama bin Laden, they fed him to the shark. Your prophet died because of poison. And by the way, he lost his hair. Debate is not the outcome of for a religion. Outcome of religion is belief. Christianity is losing believers. That's false. According to your prophet Muhammad himself, Christianity is going to be the biggest belief in the day of judgment. So you are saying that your prophet is a liar again. Is that correct, guys? Is it Muhammad, he said that you will fight the Roman, and according to Muslim, the Roman mean the Christians, and they will be the majority of all mankind. So you see, when you try to defend, you Muslims are dead. When we say Muslims are growing, which Muslims are growing? Islam is dying everywhere. In Saudi Arabia finished Islam. Algeria fighting Islam, Morocco fighting Islam, Jordan fighting Islam, even Turkey fighting Islam, Erdogan fighting Islam. All what they want is a political Islam. They don't want Islam as a religion. In fact, I challenge you to come to the stage and tell me which country. And remember, Islam is a government. Islam is not just a religion. So if there is no government, there is no religion. So how many Islamic government we have in the world? None. Even Taliban is not Islamic. You have no religion, you have no God, you have no cities, you have no countries. If you go to the main page in my channel, you will see how your prophet, he said, Islam will go back like a snake inside its hole. So, do you dare to come to the stage and tell me that your prophet, he lied? Let me invite you. Maybe you have the courage to get your prophet busted. Come to the stage. Be the man, come on. Did your prophet lie when he says Islam will shrink like a snake, like a serpent, going back to its hole? Yes or no? Look what he said in this court. Maybe Islam will recede one day. What one day? What one day? What are you talking about? Islam is dead since your prophet died. Bani Umayyah took over Islam and they killed Muhammad family one by one. All the caliphate was killed by Muslims. What is Islam? They fought over the Quran. They burned the Quran. They killed Uthman. They killed Umar. They killed everybody. Aisha, the whole Aisha, she took an army of 10,000 men to kill Ali. Islam is gone since Muhammad time. What kind of religion? The very close people to Muhammad, they are killing each other. Imagine, guys, Paul, he take an army to kill John. And John, he took an army to kill Peter. What Islam? You don't have an Islam. Oh boy. Sons of Muta. Do we have any Muslim have the courage? The bully nation? Bully. You cannot bully us. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, debate is over for sure. Is it because Islam is good in the time of Muhammad himself the Muslims are fighting? Shall I show you the first war between Muslims? It was or it's done by shoes? By shoes? You know, in America, they say this country is by the people for the people. According to this story, by the shoes for the shoes. The Prophet and his companion, they are throwing shoes at each other. Is that true? You go and watch the videos of the Shia making fun of the Muslim Sunni, making videos about Ma'arakatul Qandara. What Qandara mean? The fight of sandals and shoes. A companion of Prophet Muhammad, he accused him that he smelled worse than his donkey. Is that true? Debate would not save your dying religion. According to Al Jazeera TV, 16,000 Muslims leave Islam a day convert to Christianity. Am I lying? Search right now. 16,000 a day for Al Jazeera TV. 6 million a year. Not only they are leaving Islam, they are converted to Christianity, and the Sheikh was crying. Not to forget to mention that the biggest Islamic country in the world, Indonesia, right now there is more than 12% to 13% Christians. So in 20 years, 30 years, what will happen? Just wait, we are coming to town. Do we have any Muhammad and have courage? So look what happened. Muhammad himself, even the Quran, by the way, even the Quran confirm that everybody in the day of judgment will follow Jesus. Even the stupid Muhammad confirm that everybody will believe in Jesus before Jesus died. When is that going to happen? The victory of Jesus is coming. This is your stupid Quran. And look what the Muslims, they add to their Quran. Look at those. Oh, look at this. Look at this. All those between two brackets is not there. All a human being, they will believe in the Messiah. Do you see it? On the Messiah, not on Muhammad. It's in the front of you. And the judge in the judgment day is the Messiah in your stupid book. Not even Allah. And then we ask ourselves a question. If the Messiah is the judge in the judgment day, the hadith confirm that the Messiah will come. I'm trying to find the hadith for you. The Messiah will come to you in the day of judgment as a just ruler. And then you ask yourself, how the Messiah can be just? Hakaman. He will judge between mankind. You know, one of the names of Allah is the judge, or just, sorry. Read this hadith. Even the liar Muhammad, he could not deny who is Jesus. The one will judge between mankind in the day of judgment is Jesus. He will rule the whole universe. It's in the front of you. And one of the funny things about Jesus in the day of judgment, according to Muhammad, he will kill the pig. But as we know, Muhammad already dead. How you can kill a pig twice? However, Jesus can do it. He can resurrect him and kill him again. Do we have any Muslim? You know, this Discord keep losing screen. I think they make limited time for how long you can share the screen. Do you see it? And by the way, this hadith proved Muhammad to be a false prophet. Anyone knows why? Anyone knows why? This hadith proved that Muhammad, hadith mean a statement, a speech Muhammad he said. Anyone notice how we know from this hadith that Muhammad is a big fat liar? Who can help me? Okay. Do you see here in the beginning of the hadith, here it says, by him, Muhammad swearing, saying, by him is whose hand my soul, whose hand my soul is. The son of Mary, between two brackets, Jesus, shortly will descend among you. Muhammad was making a prophecy that Jesus will descend between the Muslims in the front of him. In Arabic it says liyushikna, not only shortly, it's almost here. This is not only shortly. So he claimed that he will come between you soon, speaking to the people in front of him. Did that happen? Muslims, did this prophecy happen? No. Muhammad is a fraud. Any Muhammadan? Anyone from those who follow the endless penis God would like to join us? I don't like to have an endless penis, sorry. 16 foot is fine for me. Any Abdul? Who's Abdul? All the Abduls are not to exist no more. They become a rare currency. Right?
Hey,
Yes, Abdul, go ahead.
yeah. Just wanted to let you know I'm a Muslim, first of all.
All right.
Okay. Been following a lot of what you and I was watching, for example, Sam Shimon, and there is another gentleman by name of God Logic. And at the same time, I'm watching a lot of content from other people like Muslims, I don't know, Central Dawah or any one of those one. something that I just want to bring up to your attention is that as a Muslim, when you're born, you are a Muslim. What is going to end up happening is that, for example, for a person like me, you go through your whole life, if you're born in an Islamic country, surrounded by all Muslim, you go through your life for 20, 30, 40 years with everything thrown at you based on every Islamic text, books, Qur'ans, everything, hadith, everything. And you have no way of doing your own research. Then you're going to end up with a lot of people like me who have doubts, who start questioning. But because it has been in my bones, it has been infused with my blood. And this is going to be for majority of the Muslim as well. That is going to be really hard for us to understand what is true and what is not true. Majority of the Muslim, I strongly believe that when you start having conversation with them, they are going to be thinking about the fact that whether what you are saying or everyone else is saying is it true or not, but because it's become innate in our body, in our vein, in our bone and skin, we are going to say, okay, gone through this one for I don't know how long in my life. Is it worth for me to start searching, or is it not just going to follow the same thing and I'm going to see what is going to happen to me after life? That is one. The second that I want to give you, the fact that I just was listening to what you mentioned regarding what happened in Islam. 100% I agree with you. Is the fact that the moment that Prophet Muhammad passed away, you see that what happened. There was a lot of differences with what happened in Islam and who's supposed to come after that. Group of people were saying that Ali is supposed to be, and then they send him to go and then bury Prophet Muhammad, and then the other side of it, Abu Bakr, Umar, Usman, and everyone else came and said, okay, who's the next person? And Abu Bakr took over. And then you saw that what happened for 25 years, there were 3 people. And then when after Usman was killed by the same hand of Muslim, everyone else went after Ali. And then when they brought Ali, even Ali was killed by the same hand of Muslim, and the same thing that is going to happen. So what I'm trying to say here is the fact that when you see that Islam got conquered, everything that happens from the onset of Islam, everything was for the first 3 years with everything that happened, and then the exile, everything was peaceful. The moment that the power came into the hand in order to expand Islam,
when Islam was peaceful, when Islam was peaceful?
At the first 3 years, basically when Prophet Muhammad, for example, was anointed by Gabriel and then came down from the Hira and says 40 years.
Yeah, but
hey,
at that time,
I
Muhammad, he have no men to fight. He have nobody, I mean, Muhammad, peaceful, not because he's peaceful, because simply he have nobody.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So for example, when you see that, and I give you that, is the fact that when you see that at the beginning of it, because he had no one, and then basically they exiled him, and then he left. Everything was
no, they did not
peaceful.
exile him. This is a lie written in many Islamic books, because you see, if the tribe of Muhammad want to kill you, the second they say you are dead, you are dead. He have nobody, as you said. He have a small number of believers. Most of them even his servants. The one who migrate with him, 70. Most of them, they are the slaves who they are owned by those white Arab. So they have no choice to be Muslim or not Muslims. So if his tribe really want to kill him as Muslim they claim, he will be dead in 2 seconds.
Yep. So I'll give you that one, and maybe it was just like a bad part of my saying that, but after that, when he got the power and everything, as soon as you find out where he got the power, he come back, and then yes, again there is a story that when Mecca was conquered, he said that if you're at your home, no one is gonna touch you. But again, what happened after that? That is one. The second one, the Islam is scattered by the sword. Whoever is telling us or telling everyone else that didn't happen is not true. We know that. we have been boast about it when growing up, but the Sheikh, Imam, and everything that we killed that one. We get after that one. The Khaybar. One of the things that happened is that, for example, Imam Ali. There is a story that the Khaybar, he was the one who jumped into the, basically there is a hadith, or there is a story that he grabbed the door, put him on over his head, and then the army of Islam went into there. There is a lot of things. So when you look at it, the concurrence of Islam was based on the sword. Everything happened even after Muhammad passed away. Everything happened when with not Abu Bakr as much, but when Omar comes in, that was when Omar was the one who went to Iran, and then during Osman, and then Ali, and then so on and so forth. So where I'm going with this is the fact that when we are being told that Islam is the religion of peace, yes, it is a religion of peace until they don't have the power, until we don't have the power. The moment that the power is getting to our hand, or we realize that we have the number, it is going to turn around. And then everyone is going to go after those surahs of Quran that talks about the concurrence, that talks about the fact that now we have to go and everyone has to change into Islam, or give us the jizya. So that is another thing. The
Yeah, but
other
you
part that
notice
I
here,
wanted
you
to
notice with, I don't know if you notice with me, that what kind of a quality of Muhammad companion they are, to the point they are fighting like wild dogs, biting each other.
yeah,
You see,
agreed,
Jesus, he
because
have companions, but we never heard
oh,
that Paul wanna kill Peter and Peter wanna kill John. We
yeah,
never heard of somebody taking gang and using violence against someone because he didn't agree with him. But we see how Muhammad, even his wife, his young
yep,
wife,
Aisha, yep,
she took an
exactly.
army
There
of
was during
10,000 men to kill Ali. So,
yeah, 100% agree
but
with
but
you.
but the
Again,
question
these
will
are
be,
if I'm
the question will be for you: what kind of people who Muhammad and his people are around? They are gang. Those are
they
not.
are
They are not
this was
normal people. They are pirate. They are criminals.
they were tribe. Basically, every tribe thought that they are better than each other. But again, another thing,
No, no, no. That's
I
not
just
true.
want
Hold
to no,
on.
no,
This is
no.
not the case. This is not the case because remember, all the names we are talking, they are killing each other. They are all from one tribe.
That's what I was going with that one. Is the fact that, and then I just wanted to go on the record. By the way, probably there would be a lot of things here is that I'm Shia as well, so I just wanted to let you know. So again, from that side of it, and I'm gonna tell you these are the things that we have heard until I don't know. Maybe I was in my 30s. I had no idea that there is even relationship between all these the so-called Khalifa. So that's another thing as well. When we're telling us the story, we never knew that, for example, there was a relationship between all the Khalifa with each other. Even for example, Muawiyah and then Ali. These are all the things that they were hidden from us. And the beauty of what we are seeing right now, having access to all the internet, all the research, is the fact that if someone wants to go and start researching it, they could find out. Until I would say maybe 30 years ago, or even if you're in right now in Islamic country, you're not going to have access, or you if unless you want to do research, and then you're limited to that as well. And going back to that part of it, again, there are different hadiths. There are hadiths that they say when Qadhi happened, which was the final pilgrimage of Muhammad. He stopped everyone and he says, "Hey, just wanted to let everyone know, after me, Ali is going to be the next one after me." And then that is what the Shia believe. And then that is where the Shia and Sunni started, was the fact that Prophet Muhammad passed away. And then
But
that they
here,
said, no,
but
no
here you
one, no
notice,
one talked
but
about it.
here you notice, Islam is not about God. Islam is about who
No,
wanna take over and who wanna
who
rule.
has the power?
Yeah,
Yeah, who has the power? Exactly.
and
Exactly. We
The
say,
Muslims are like ants, supporting one queen against other queen.
yep,
So
yep,
it's not about God. It's about who is going to take over the business. It's a business. Is it
yep,
Ali and Hassan and Hussein and Fatima, or it
yep.
is Muawiyah, Yazid? You know,
Is it-
the Khamenei, the supreme leader
Yeah,
of Iran, just a few days ago,
yep,
and I posted
yep,
that in Patreon. He said in Arabic that the war between the follower of Ali and the follower of Yazid will continue until the day of judgment.
But here is the case though. He is actually the follower of Yazid. That is where there is an issue here. Is the fact that we say that Imam Hussein basically rose against Yazid. And then the only reason that he rise up against Yazid because he was saying that you are not a legitimate leader of Islamic nation at that time. And then he was basically, he moved his family from one city to another based on the invitation from
Yeah,
the
you
other
know, you
city.
see, this is
Which
not
was,
important. This is not important. The details of how those criminals kill each other, it's not important. The important is that Islam is not a religion. Islam is a business. Muhammad he established
again,
Muhammad established a business, a source of income based on war, raping, killing, stealing money of the neighbors, and then dividing the money between the leaders, and then those small ones they get their shares, little shares.
yeah,
So Muhammad he got the biggest share. The fifth of the booty go to Muhammad
yep.
and the family
So,
of
but
Muhammad. We know that
that's the case.
when
Go
Muhammad
ahead.
he died, Umar he stripped Fatima from a city she owned.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
Fatima she owned it? Where she got the money from? The Muslim they lie to us. They say when Muhammad died, he borrowed money from the Jews. What Jews? He killed all the Jews there. What Jews he
Yeah,
borrow? Muhammad he borrow money.
agree.
So they lie. If his daughter, which is not even his daughter. Now I know you are a Shia. You think she is his daughter, but Muhammad he have no children. This is the daughter of Khadija, but because she was the youngest between the daughters of Khadija, she called Muhammad daddy because she grew up in the house and she was very young. So she is
Yeah,
not his daughter yet. She owned a city with the people in it, which means everybody inside is a slave
yeah,
to Fatima.
yeah.
So
So
so what Islam is about? Islam is about, we are fighting about what? We are fighting about who want to control the business and then who is going to take the shares. The Shia, they want to follow Ali to control the business and take the share to themselves. The Sunni, they want to control the business and take the share for themselves. However, both of them, they believe in killing their neighbors so they can take their money and convert it into shares.
yeah.
Criminal religion.
But the other thing that I wanted to, and that the Shia and Sunni didn't happen until the because when you look at it after the Muhammad passed away, even Ali didn't have any opposition regarding the fact that, look, he said, you know what, if that is the case, because I don't want to like make this two different people, I'm just gonna go and then I will sit on my home. And then until Uthman was killed, and then Ali came into place. And then Shiaism wasn't happening until Omar went to Iran, and then the Iran attack happened. And then Iranian basically, because they didn't want to, because Iranian were not Muslim whatsoever, were because Zoroastrian. And then because they couldn't bear to deal with these guys, getting them killed and raping their families, they said, you know what we're going to do in order to come up with something, we're just going to say we agree with you, but we're going to create a situation where now we're going to have our own sect, which is Shiism. And then that is what is happening. The other thing is, that's what you see, is the fact that there's so many hadiths or the book of anything that none of them is matching with each other. We have our own set of hadiths as a Shia, and then the Sunnis have their own set of hadiths as well. And when you cross them over, majority of them not going to match with each other. The picture that they are showing from the hadith in Shia is completely different than the Shias, the Sunnis hadith. The most worse than that is the fact that, what type of a book am I having? First of all, I have to translate it. Even when they were translating to my language, it was really hard for me to understand, because they at one point they were translating word by word. So either I have to start learning Arabic, or if I'm gonna go and then translate word by word, majority of the time that it doesn't make sense. But worse than that is the fact that if this is supposed to be the final revelation, and it's supposed to bring in the end of the communication from God to human, it is supposed to be as clear and concise. So not couple of 100 years ago, some people start coming up with these hadiths, who is a telephone game, that someone says that his father heard from his grandfather, who was sleeping with another person, who told someone 500 years ago, when someone passed through this one, saw, for example, Prophet Muhammad say hello to a door, and now that everyone passing through a door has to say hello to the door. So these are all the things. Is the fact that when you look at it, there are so much difficulties in the religion of Islam per se, as I can see, as someone who has born and then who is still in the practice of Islam. I still do my prayer, I still do my fasting, and I still for example, don't drink, no pork, nothing. But what I'm trying to say is the fact that I appreciate what you and everyone else is doing, is the fact that sometimes there is people that they come here and you try to convince them. It's really hard to convince people who have been born with this mentality, who have been fed by their government, by their parents, by their tribes, by their family, that this is the truth, this is what we want, and this. And then the other thing that I wanted to say, they said that is the fastest growing religion. It's the fastest growing religion is because every Muslim, they have like 10, 12 kids. That is the only reason. It's not a fastest growing religion because all of a sudden people decided to convert. You want to see the point? Look at the Western countries, Caucasian, everyone that is living, they have 1 or 2 kids. Go to the Muslim country, they are not living, having the proper living standard, yet all of them, they have 5, 6, 7,
Yeah, even but
7 kids.
even that does not make Islam grow.
No, I know,
because
but that's
because you know
this is what.
I am from a Middle East. Listen to me carefully.
Yeah.
Uh, everyone around me, most of the majority are Muslims, and I notice that Muslims don't believe in Islam, so they are big in numbers, right? But
Yeah.
they don't believe in Islam. The first time
Exactly.
when I was a teenage, a Muslim guy, he's a Sunni, he said to me, "We have faith, what we don't have religion. You have religion, but you don't have faith." I do not understand what he's saying. You know, look like he
Yeah, that's
look like he himself learned it from somebody. And then by time I understood what he's saying. He's saying that we the Christians, we have a true religion, we have a true God, but we don't follow the faith. But he is the Muslim, he have faith blindly, but he don't have religion. So
yep.
and then I notice how Muslim they are making fun of Islam day and night, even Muslim women. So in the appearance, Islamic countries are Islamic countries. But the second you go inside the Islamic countries, you will see that there is no Islam in Islam. Like which country is Islamic country? None. None.
I wouldn't say again. It's another thing is the fact that if there would be a Muslim who is just gonna say I'm not a Muslim, you know that what is gonna happen to that person if that person is living
Even that is a
in
changing.
Islamic.
Even this
Yeah.
is a changing so fast. As an example,
Yeah.
now in Algeria, in Tunisia, in Morocco, most of North Africa, the apostasy is in a very extreme high rate. Even in
Yeah.
Iran, the Shia country, where it's ruled by a very aggressive regime, there's tens of thousands of Iranian Shia are leaving Islam and converting to Christianity specifically. So
Yeah.
apostasy in Islam is big, massive. If
Yeah.
we go to Turkey,
Agreed.
if we
No,
go to
agreed.
Turkey,
Agreed.
we will find that the one who live in villages mostly is the only one we can call them Muslims. Those who live in cities, most of them they are already apostate. So
The other thing is that when you look at it again as a like the whole implementation of the rule of Islam is not even the same across all major Islamic countries as well. You have countries that there is no way that you would be able to find, for example, alcoholic drink on a normal basis in anywhere unless you go underground. But there is in other countries, Muslim country fully, and then they are Sunnis as well, where they have the best nightclubs, and then you would be able to buy the most expensive alcoholic drink. Yet, however, they're going to consider themselves as the Muslim country. There is a bikini at the beach. Here there is another country that is a Muslim country, then and you can't even bring a female to a TV. These are all the contradiction that in my belief that comes. And then in my belief, if there is a religion that is supposed to be the final revelation of God, and everyone is supposed to be turning into that in order to have a final, the best of, let's say, afterlife, that shouldn't have happened to Islam, because of the fact that we believe that the miracle of Prophet Muhammad is actually Quran. Because that, as everyone knows, unless you're looking at those hadiths, which it doesn't make any sense, Prophet Muhammad didn't have any other miracles except the Quran.
Yeah, but
Even in
the
Quran, it says that it's
But the Quran, which
even
is you are saying it's a miracle, is the most stupid book ever.
no. What I'm saying, what I'm going with this is the fact that if that is supposed to be the case,
Yeah.
that shouldn't have that many division. I don't know. There's like, what is it? I know that the other religion, they have their own fraction as well. But if that was the case, and if this was supposed to be the final revelation, revelation of the um um to the humanity, they shouldn't have like almost 70 different sects as well, which everyone not believing in each other as well, and then everyone has their own set of rules. The biggest one, Shias and Sunnis, just looking at that aspect of it. All I'm trying to say, and then I know that I took too much of your time. I was looking at a couple of the comments here. Yeah, like the from Iran. Yes, that is exactly what it is. I saw some of the comments here. But when you look at, when I mentioned regarding the number of the kids, yeah, the Mormon could have it, but look at the number of the Mormons versus the number of the in the whole globe, and then look at the number of the Muslims, and then see if a family of a Mormon who's like, let's say, I don't know, 5 million, they have like 10 kids, versus a family of Muslims that is like 1 billion people, they have 10 kids, which is going to have the higher rate of growth in that regard. But I'm just going to wrap it up. I appreciate the fact that you actually allowed me to have this conversation. I just wanted to say is the fact that it is going to be really hard for Muslim to come out and then basically have all these have all the challenge, the normal narrative, have everything set the way that it is, because specifically if you are from those part of the world, you don't have access to a lot of information free at hand, and then you are not supported, or you are not guaranteed the human rights. You're going to grow up with all these knowledge that they are feeding to you, and then you have no way of changing your belief. Specifically, it's going to be really hard. I'm not going to say no, but it's going to be really hard for someone 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, especially the older generation. There is no way that they are going to now all of a sudden, majority of them, I would say 90%, maybe there would be 10% that they would do that. So it's really hard. I appreciate the guy, like what the conversation that you have. At least I see that you are bringing a lot of
I will
things
tell you,
into light.
Abd, I will tell you a story. This is a long time when I was like very young in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I went to visit a castle, old castle, and in the front of the castle there is a person. He is holding, masbaha. You know masbaha?
Yeah.
Masbaha is the same as the rosary.
Yeah, exactly.
But he is a sheikh. He's a Muslim sheikh. He's an old man. So I sat next to him to talk to him. So I said, I said to him, "What are you doing, sheikh?" He said, "What?" He said, "What are you doing with your hand? What is this?" He said, "Oh, this is masbaha." I said, "What do you do with it?" He said, "We praise God." He said, "But this is what the Christians do. You are copying the Christians. Do you know?"
Yeah.
He said,
I know. Like,
he said,
okay.
"No." He said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Yes. And even the rosary in your hand have 33 stones. Is that correct?" He said,
Yeah.
"Yes." He said, "Isn't this is the age of Jesus on earth?"
Ages.
He said, "Yes." He said, "You are praising Jesus when you are praising the Masbah. So your God is Jesus, not Allah." The guy,
No.
he starts shaking. He didn't know what to say, you know. He said, "But I'm not doing that." He said, "But this is the Masbah. You are holding in your hand. You are praising Jesus. The three stones in the top is the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit."
And there you go. And then that as a result of that, what do you call, you say masbaha, we sell tasbih. As a result of that, they started adding a lot of stone to that. So now, for example, you would see the 110, which is going to be, for example, an abjad number,
It's the
which
same. It's
it's
the same. They are just
I
multiplying.
know, but what I'm saying
They
is
are
that these are
multiplying.
the things. And
They
then
are
the other thing that I
multiplying
wanted to
the 33 numbers. So they make it 99. You know, like even the
yeah,
99 names of Allah. What are
Allah,
they?
yeah.
They are the multiply of number 33.
33. No, what I'm saying is that, like, these are the things. It's just the fact that when you see people, they are digging themselves and try to convince everyone that you are wrong or whatever you're saying doesn't make any sense. This is the case. Is the fact that they don't want to start thinking, or their whole idea of this situation is completely brainwashed. At one point, like, even if they believe in Quran, there is a part that it says la ikraha fid din. I don't know if you could translate that properly to the team. Is the fact that there, like, you have to go and start searching. And it's when you look at the tafsir, it actually says that you as a human have to go and start searching to believe, to find the final resolution for
No, no,
yourself
this is
to
not.
believe
No,
in
you
what
are
is the correct
mistaken.
one.
No, no, you are mistaken.
So there you go.
La ikraha fi din. You know, this is not about not forcing people to convert to Islam. This is the opposite.
No, 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 no.
So
It's you having the freedom of
no,
understanding
no,
the
no, there's
religion.
no freedom. No, in fact, it's the opposite.
Okay.
So
So
the
there you go.
Jews and the Christians, they are teaching their kids not to convert to Islam. So Muhammad, he says, La ikraha fi din, which means force not your kids not to convert to Islam. The Muslim, they manipulate the meaning of it and they make it the opposite. So suddenly, because
There you go.
either the Quran then is true or the Quran is false, because the Quran says, fight those who don't believe in Allah, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so if there is no la ikraha bid-din, which means there's nobody can force somebody to believe, then the Quran is wrong. Because the Quran says, fight those who don't believe, not fight those who fight you, no. Fight those who don't believe from the people of the book. So what the reason to fight them and kill them?
There you go. There you go. So that's another thing. Like, for example, there you go. That's another way of looking at it, because that was the one that we have been told. The one thing that I wanted to say, and then I know that this is where it might, in terms of me believing that the Prophet Jesus was crucified and then was resurrected on the third day and then now is with God. I 100% believe in that. I strongly believe what it says in Quran, it might not be the accurate representation of what has happened, and then this is the case. And we didn't know that until, again, these are the information I wasn't aware of, the fact that the Quran that we have was actually gathered during the Uthman and then the burning of the other one. And then when I learned about that, that is when it actually led me to believe that this is not an actual representation of the actual Quran that was passed as well. So that's the case. I just wanted to make that comment. The second one you mentioned regarding this, there is similarity between Judaism and Islam. That is, this is unbelievable, that I still don't understand. That how is it possible that for example, the Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, Judaism and Christianity, Islam has the most common in terms of, for example, drinking, or in terms of the circumcision and all those, and even like looking at
You see,
that the law.
just hold on here.
Go ahead.
Muhammad, because he's a thief, he don't have religion. He was copying everybody around him, and because he lived in the city of Yathrib, which is a Jewish city,
That was Jewish city, yeah.
so he was copying everything from them, and the Jews accuse him to be copying them. And
And then he was traveling as well, because during the Hijab, he was one of the one that
yeah, this
were
is story.
basically.
This story does not make sense about traveling.
Okay.
There's many reasons, because if Muhammad did not know how to write, how to read, and then he was doing trade, that's impossible, because a person who do trade, he need to learn how to do mathematics, how to write, because simply he's working for someone. He have to write down what he have with him. He have to write down what he sold, Well, he have to write down what is damaged, what is stolen. You know, it's a business. A business
And
have
then
need record. A person
and
who is
that's what I don't
illiterate.
believe, that he was illiterate. There is no way. If their story is telling us that because he was a great business person, he was really a Sadiq or Amin that we called him, and then that the Khadija
Well, this
basically
is
chose
absolutely
him
false,
to run.
because if you know the story how Muhammad married from Khadija, then you will know that he is not trustworthy. He and Khadija, they made the father of Khadija drunk, and then when he got drunk, they took off his clothing and he make him wear his suit, which is usually he wear for wedding or an occasion. And then when he woke up, Khadija told him, yesterday you married. He said to her, why I'm wearing this clothes? She said, oh, you forgot? Yesterday when you were drunk, you married me to Muhammad. He said, me? I will never marry you to Muhammad over my dead body. And he took his sword to go and kill Muhammad, because Muhammad is a trashy person, very bad person. So the man, he refused to marry his daughter. Even his daughter, she is married to two men before Muhammad. Still he is not even accepting Muhammad to be a husband, for he is from a bad family. In fact, he have no family, nobody knows his father. So in the top of that, Khadija and Muhammad, who they are supposedly the decent people of Islam, the first step of Islam accomplished, it was by alcohol.
Yeah, there we go.
Do you
So
know this, do you know the story?
no, again, that's what I'm saying. Like there is a lot that, and then that's where there was a reason that I called with this one, is the fact that I when I don't know, I'm not gonna even challenge you on that, because if you have been running this channel and you have all these people that they are here, and I see that you showing all these hadiths and everything, I don't understand why people they start coming and challenging and try to make sense of a lot of things that it doesn't make any sense. Like, it is in front of you, it says that, why are you challenging it? If you don't know, just take a step back and say, I have no idea, let me go do my research. But I'm not going to argue with you, try to make you, for example, the bad person or who don't know anything, as opposed to saying that, yeah, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. Either the whole story is fabricated, or if it's not, maybe I have to look into thinking of maybe this is not the best source of the knowledge that I should have regarding, for example, the belief that I have. Is all what I'm saying is the fact that it is, first of all, again, I appreciate it. I know that I took too much of your time. Thank you very much. But it's been it's been like me watching all these videos and everything and trying to make sense of it. Sometimes it actually it strikes me as to how um, the dialogue could actually happen in a way that it is going to continue in a more constructive way, not become too heated on, and then people trying to dig their heel in the fact that, no, I know better than you, and then you have no idea, and Islam is the top of the line. Whereas when you look at all these stories, you cannot say that is the top of the line. The second one, again, is the fact that I believe that what we have, it's not a true representation. And then the hadith and everything, I could care less. I would never ever look at any hadith, because I strongly believe that none of them are actually true representation of whatsoever, considering the fact the majority of them was, like, I don't know, 200, 300 years after the whole thing has happened, and it's just based on the story of people that they're hearing from here and then over there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless you, and God bless everyone else on your channel as well. And have a great one.
Thank you. And this is the reference in front of you, if you like
Yeah,
to know more. This is Musnad
yeah,
Imam Ahmed, and the hadith
yeah.
number 2846.
Thanks.
And
Okay.
you can use the translation in English if you don't know Arabic. You can,
Yeah, I don't know Arabic.
yeah, you can use your phone or
Yeah,
Google
yeah. No,
browser.
I actually I could see that. I'm gonna do a
Yeah.
screenshot of this.
So she made her father drunk. She changed his clothing. She invited many people to have a party, get drunk, all of them. And then
Yeah,
when he woke up in the morning, she told him, you married me to Muhammad. The man, he said, no, I did not. She said, she blackmailed him. She said, do you want me to tell the people of Quraysh so they will laugh at you that you married me to Muhammad when you are drunk? The story in front of you. She blackmailed her father. She made him drunk in purpose to get Muhammad in her bed. What kind of a woman she is, what kind of... So when they say Muhammad was the trustworthy, if this is the behavior of a trustworthy, so what is the behavior of a scumbag?
Yeah, there you go. So again, as I mentioned, like I don't even look at it. Like I don't even look at any hadith. What I have always had my source was basically the Quran, and then that's what I had was the translation of Quran that I had in my own language. Other than that, again, majority of these people that they are on YouTube, I don't know, is like the dude from UK. There's like two of them. There's a tall guy and there's a short guy who has like a really ladylike voice. I don't even know
Ali Dawah?
what. Yeah, and then there's a taller guy that he was
Mimi
on.
Hijab. Mimi Hijab. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Like when I look at what they say and how they act, and I just laugh and I said, look at it. This is exactly what is wrong with Islam. Is group of ignorant that they have no idea what to do, how to say, what to say, how to come up with the rationale. They just learn to go and start saying things out of their own stupid level of knowledge of the religion. Yet all the people that they spend time in order to learn the religion, everyone is basically in for example, the school that they are studying. None of them are going on any YouTube channel to challenge anyone or explain anything, because they still know that they have to go on and learn as much as they can in order to be able to defend anything, because it's so vast. And then every single one of those ayahs or anything has a lot of meanings, has a lot of translation, has a lot of hadith associated with that no one would be able to. That's why they spend, I don't know, 50, 60, 70, 80 years in a school just to study the religion. And it's not just only Islam. All the major religion is because of the fact that every single one of them has so many nuance in it that it can. But yet these guys, they come and try to with their own ignorance level try to defend something based on their limited knowledge of what they have. Other than that, again, I appreciate it. Like you go through a lot of hadith, you know, your Arabic, you challenge a lot of people the way that they try to act, which is I'm really glad that you actually called him out. I have no problem with that. If someone is acting as an ignorant, if someone is coming in and try to challenge you, they better be ready to either challenge you properly, or if they don't know how to behave, might as well just behave the same way as them, because that is who they are. This is how they are. As I mentioned, as long as they are weak, they are always going to be apologetic. As soon as they have the upper hand, they're gonna go after everyone. So good for you for sticking to your gun. Good for you for standing up for Christianity. And then, to be honest, because I know Christians tends to take a step back and then like the other cheek. I'm glad that you and then Sam is the one. That guy is a firebomb as well. So I'm glad at least you are the one, and then it's another guy, David, whatever it is. You
Yeah.
at
Well,
least
anyway,
you're not turning the other cheek. I'm
yeah,
glad that you're not doing that.
turning the other cheek in Christianity is not about letting somebody beating me. This is
I
Jesus
know.
was teaching people, in the society. It's not try to be evil. However, when it's come to war or to come to faith, you don't turn the other cheek. The Bible commands us to expose evil and to take no part of it. It's a command, It's not even an advice. It's a command. Take no part of it. So we as a Christians, if there is somebody, he say, well, I'm a Christian, I love, Jesus told me I love everybody. This is not really what Christ taught us. Christ, he never taught the Christians to love the wicked ones
Okay.
and to love their
Okay.
wickedness. Jesus,
Yeah.
he commanded us to fight wickedness, and even God, he said, peace for those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked man, the Lord said. So we have no peace with wicked. So when somebody come to me with his wickedness, trying to play games of Satan, either you are here to share the truth, or I am here to demolish you. And either
There you
way,
go.
you will be demolished because your truth is false. I have the evidence of it. This is why the Muslim, they avoid debating me. They might go to those names you mentioned because they let them go. They can say
Yeah,
something, they can get away with it. What with me, the second I ask a question, or you ask me a question, no problem. You have, if I say to you something, I have to come with the proof. Otherwise, talk is cheap. I can say
exactly.
Muhammad was a wonderful man. Okay, you said that, prove it to me. Then we
Yeah,
go into details of reference. If you can prove it, then you are the man. If you cannot, that means you are a liar. So the
yeah,
Muslims, they make statement, each one of them is in the size of a truck. But the second you
yeah.
ask them what is the reference, they become in the size of a needle.
Yeah, it's because of the fact, as I mentioned, these are the things that we have been told. These are the things that has been they have been fed to us from the moment that we are open our eyes by every means of communication. So of course none of us, I'm not gonna say none of us because that would be stupid. Of course a lot of us take everything for the face value. Don't go for the to do research. And if you want to go for research, you're not going to have as much of it information if you are living within those countries. I'm not saying that if you're outside of those countries, you will have, and then you could go and then you could do your research. But if you are living in Islamic countries, majority of the time you will take everything as granted, or you will believe in everything. So that's why when they're coming here and they start questioning, and I'm laughing, pardon my French, I apologize to everyone, my hiney's off, is because of the fact that I know that they don't know even what you're talking about. Because the type of questioning that you ask, you could actually see from the writing is on the wall that you're trying to get them to where you want them to get, but they don't understand what is the reason behind it, because they have no idea what you have them in your disposal. Yet what I don't still understand is the fact that when they are getting those information, they could easily take it back and then say, let me go do research and come back and have a conversation. They dig themselves into another bigger hole, and then they start disrespecting, which I've never heard you disrespect anyone again until they start doing that. If these people that they're coming here, they're trying to do a service to Muslims and Islamic nation, they should be able to have a better way of communicating with yourself. So not only you or people that they are on this channel, this video is going to go to YouTube, at least understand where the Muslims are coming from or what are the source. They
My, my,
don't know.
my
They
friend,
have
my
no
friend,
idea.
to make it simple for you, Muslims do not know even what the word Allah means. They do not
There,
know.
yeah, I've heard that one that you mentioned, because I was watching it, and I know that you have questioned that. They still don't know. Yes,
They
I
don't
agree
know.
with you.
Nobody can tell us.
Yeah,
The smartest one of them, he will say to you, is a word diverted from the word God. So
yeah.
what you
There
say,
you
it's a
go.
name. So is your God doesn't have a name? So in one hand, they say to us, Allah is a unique name. And then the second we ask them, okay, what Allah mean? They don't know.
Yeah, there
They
you go.
say it's word
That's what, like,
coming from the word God. Is it a name or the word coming from God? And then not only that, they go and they say it's coming from the Aramaic language. But hold on. So Allah, when He chose to name Himself, He named Himself by Aramaic, pagan people of Abraham. He could not
yeah,
find. Isn't it you Muslim? You say that Allah, when He wrote in His throne, He wrote in Arabic. There's no God but Allah, and Muhammad is a prophet. So
yeah.
why He named
That
Himself
that
in Aramaic? What? Okay,
there you go.
what is Gabriel mean? You know. So Allah, His name is not Arabic. Gabriel is not an Arabic.
Arabic.
Mikael is not an Arabic. Azrael is not an Arabic. So
Yeah,
who's Arabic?
there you go.
You know?
So that's where I'm going with this. All of these one, and that's
And they don't know
it's the
because
no,
they
and
stole
that, like, you don't
those
know.
names. They do not know. They do not know even what Isa mean. They do not know what
No,
Abraham mean. They do not know what Israel mean. They do not know what Mikael mean. Gabriel
yeah,
mean. Ishmael mean. Why? Because it's a theft.
because as I mentioned, it's one is a theft, but the second one is the fact that, again, this is what they have been told, and then no one questioned. When we question, like, even when, for example, said, don't, like, if you don't, you shouldn't question, because you're not going to understand. And these are the things, is the fact that not questioning, taking everything as at face value, result in becoming people just following blindly of something that they might. I'm being hypocrite right now here. Like, I'm saying that, like, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Shia, and I'm still doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing. And even with the Shia, I still follow, like, for example, probably the Ashura, and then, like, the everything during the Ramadan, like, at night, like the whole thing. Like, I'm still doing that. But I'm, at least I do have the guts to come and say, first of all, I don't know. Second of all, I believe that the hadiths are not accurate representation. And the third one is that, based on what I know, is that if the Quran were burned, and then these people, they actually gathered Quran, regathered the Quran, or whatever it is, 20-25 years after the death of Prophet Muhammad, which in that case, I don't believe anyone would have had that much of level of IQ to be able to memorize Quran from the first to the last, or different one, that they had so many Quran. It means that the Quran that we have is not the final revelation that was passed to Prophet Muhammad. So if that is the case, why are we digging deep into the fact that, no, this is what it is, and then everyone is wrong, and then Christianity is wrong, and then we question the Bible in terms of the fact that, oh, it's been corrupted, and it's like there is no there is no standing on any of those one. If you don't know, still you don't know. If you have been fed something, at least go do through your research. At least come and do your research.
I want
So
to
if
show
you're
you
gonna go
something.
and
I want to show you
go ahead,
something, and then we
go
will
ahead.
give the question for the Muslims who they are waiting. We have two Muslims, Abdi
Oh,
and Shafi'i. If you go to chapter 3, it mentioned the word Islam. If you go
yeah,
chapter 3, verse number 19, chapter 3, verse number 85. But in chapter 5, verse number 3, it says, today I completed your religion for you,
yeah.
accepted Islam as religion for you, completed my favor upon you. But this is a chapter 5, verse number 3. This verse, in order to be accurate, it should be the
And
last
be the
verse in the
final
Quran.
verse. Yeah,
At the end
yeah,
of the movie, you say the end. So it mentioned that it is today. It mentioned it's completed, right?
yeah.
And today I accepted Islam for you. All right. So how all of this happened, and who is the one behind such a perjury in the Quran, claiming that Quran today is completed, and this is in the first few pages of the Quran.
Yeah. No, agreed.
Based on
Agreed.
this,
The,
every verse after this verse is a fraud.
that doesn't. And I know that we have a story about that, and we said these are Mekkis and then Madanis, and then there is a the Shia Quran, which the whole chapters are a bit different. Like, I know, all those ones. And there is someone in the chat box said he's a hypocrite. I said I'm a hypocrite. Like, you don't need to mention that I'm a hypocrite. I'm actually saying that what I'm saying is a hypocrisy from me, what I'm trying to do. Like, there is no need for someone to say that, something that I acknowledge that. But what I'm trying to mention, and again, I think hopefully this is going to be the last time that I'm going to say these to end it, because I think it's like a fourth time or fifth time that I said I'm just going to wrap it up, because I respect everyone else to join in as well. I took too much of your time and your audience time. Is the fact that it is going to be really hard. It is going to be really hard, first of all, to understand um, where majority of the Muslim come from, especially if they were born in Islamic countries, if they're born in the Muslim family, and they have lived in Islamic countries for majority of their life. It is going to be really hard for Muslim, as a result of that, to start questioning or start having a proper debate regarding the fact that whether this something is legitimate or it's not legitimate. And the last thing that I want to say is the fact that majority of the people that they come here and start picking a fight, or any other channel, they start picking a fight and trying to dig their heel deep into the sand, are not doing the proper researches, or not having the courtesy to say, I don't know, or I don't understand, or I haven't know that, or let me go and try to educate myself, to come back, have a proper debate with you, as opposed to getting into name calling is and everything, or disconnecting your question or your comment. That's all I wanted to say. Again,
All right.
appreciate the fact you allowed me to join on this one. God bless you. God bless everyone who's on the chat, and then have a great day.
Thank you very much, Abdul.
Thank you.
Good to have you. Abdi, go ahead, Abdi. You are next.
Hello. Yes, you can call me Abdi or Abdullah, whichever you prefer.
All right.
I've got a question to ask regarding the free will concept in Islam.
All right.
So I noticed, well, basically, I saw you through a video that my coworker, who's basically turned into a devout Christian, recommended to me, and it was you. I think it was you arguing against somebody else about the free will in Islam.
All right.
Now I've been through like a personal circumstance which has made me like question the whole. Well, okay, so to give you background, I'm not really Muslim, but I do come from like a Muslim family, so therefore like I'm just indoctrinated with like the cultural stuff that happens around here, right? Eid, Ramadan, Jummah, everything, but I don't believe in it. I'm not saying I'm being a sheep, because my parents, my family know that I'm not doing my namaz or whatever. I don't have faith in Islam, so they don't even bother to ask me to go to Jummah anymore, stuff like that, right? But there are still people around me, say people I can't really tell that I'm not a Muslim anymore. Say, for example, my boss, my Asian devout Muslim boss. So to put things into context, I was basically, how do I explain it? I was basically in a car crash, right? And this crash, it wasn't my fault whatsoever, but my license is still getting taken away because of the fact that I had THC in my blood. Pretty unlucky. I was just trying to drive home that night. I was driving safe, I guess. I can't remember anything from that night, but all I know is I got hit. Not my fault. I'm getting my license taken away from me. So I was sort of complaining about that, thinking, well, if this Allah has written everything down in, you know, my will, like before I was born till the time I died, why would he plan such an unfortunate thing? And, you know, why is this got to happen if he's written it all down? And I don't know where I'm getting with this. Basically, I started whining about the whole concept of free will. My boss tells me Allah's made like barriers. Okay, he says you do have free will. I have written it down in, you know, on your hand, whatever it is. And how do I explain it? And you're not supposed to go past these barriers. You go past these barriers, I'm still giving you free will, but it's still written down. It makes me really confused, if that makes sense.
You know, when your boss, he said that to you, did you ask him to give you a reference?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, what reference?
Yeah, sorry, he did. He gave me a
share with me?
reference of like, like an Islamic reference.
Yeah, like what? Because
Or
this is not true. There is no such a thing. You know what he's saying? You see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, the Quran says, and this is Allah talking, that not a kind of a calamity can occur except by the leave of Allah, correct?
Right.
So now you have an accident. Is this accident happened by the free will of the driver who hit you, or it was the will of Allah based on the Quran?
Based on the Quran, Allah made it happen.
Exactly.
Like,
so when you say there's a barrier, I mean, this is a simple thing. This is just an accident. It's not someone trying to kill somebody, correct?
Yeah, it's not. It's
Okay.
just an unfortunate thing that happened.
Yeah,
I could have died from
so
it.
even the unfortunate, even simple things is by the will of Allah. So if things which is not even, I mean, a crime or anything, any movement you do in your life is by the will of Allah. So what is left? Where is the freedom?
I think that too, and I think about you know the horrible shit happening in the world, just, you know, bad people everywhere being run by evil, and I question that to him as well. And it always goes back to the it's a test card. You know what I mean?
How it can be a test? How it can be a test if the result is decided by Allah, not by you?
Exactly. From before you were born till you're dead. But you're
Like
still somehow supposed to live it.
in Christianity, you know, Jesus, he chosen disciple.
Mm.
The Bible used the word destiny too. But we notice that in the Bible, the word destiny, that God, he destined for you a mission, but still you can refuse it, as what happened with Judah. Judah, he betrayed Jesus, even though he was
Yeah.
chosen by Jesus to be a disciple. In Islam, no. In Islam, Allah, he chosen for you to be a Muslim, you stay a Muslim, you die a Muslim. If Allah, he chosen for you that in the last time, last day of your life, you become a kafir, you will become a kafir. And you know, as long you said you saw videos of me, that means you saw a lot of reference I provide about this issue, correct?
Yeah.
But there's not even one reference in Islam says you have a free will. As an example, even a child who is a baby, infant, an infant, did he do any sin? No.
No, he's just there, a kid, not doing
I don't
anything.
even know what sin is. What sin? You know, it's just a baby. So the condition for us, if God is just, I should be judged by what I know, not by what I don't. So even if I am a grown man, but I'm crazy, you know, my brain is not functioning. Shall I be judged like an adult or judged like a child? I should be judged like a child because I'm just a child. For I have a brain of a child. I don't know what is wrong. I don't know what is right. So when Muhammad says even an infant, he went with Aisha. I'm trying to show you the website, but taking time to load.
Yeah, that's okay.
Aisha, she went with Muhammad to a funeral. The funeral for an infant who is just, you know, pass away, and he is a Muslim. According to Muhammad, actually, every child born is a Muslim.
Yeah,
Every
supposedly.
child. All right. So now the child is born as a Muslim, so he's a Muslim. We do not even need to convert. By birth, he's a Muslim. And he died. And then Aisha, she said, well, glad news for this little bird. He will be a bird in heaven. Muhammad, he says, but don't be stupid, Aisha. It might be the other way. She said, how come? He said, because Allah, he wrote the destiny of everyone who will go to hell or to heaven when they are in the backbone of their parents. So even a child who is an infant, he might end in hell. So where is the barrier, and where is the stages, and where is the test? Where is the test here?
Is there a reason why that child would end up in hell, despite, you know, it just being a child doing nothing
There's
wrong?
no
Or is that
reason
just
except
because Allah's
destiny.
randomly decided?
There's no reason
Really?
except destiny. It's destiny.
It's just written down before they're born that
Allah, before
just
he
get put out
created
here for
him,
hell.
when he was inside his mother womb, or here actually it says when he is in the father backbone, Allah, he wrote where he will be. So he's saying to Aisha, nobody knows. But the logic of Aisha is right. He is a child. He did not commit sin, even she said. He did not even reach the age of committing sin. To make it more clear, you know, the person, he did not reach that age where a person he can commit sin. Muhammad, he make it clear that is not important. What is important is that Allah, he wrote it for him. Doesn't matter if he reached the age of evil or not. Allah wrote it for him. If Allah wrote for him, he will go to heaven. He will go to heaven. If Allah wrote for him, he will go to hell. Well, he will go to hell. Then you need to ask yourself, why even you want to believe in anything? Because at the end of the day, it's what Allah wrote for you. If Allah wrote for you where you are in your father backbone, as a semen, to go to heaven, yeah, you are going to go to heaven, no matter what you do. If He wrote for you, you will go to hell. You will go to hell no matter what you do. So how Islam even can be a religion?
That's awful. Yeah, now that I think about it more, man.
Even
Oh, shit,
Muhammad, even Muhammad, he made it clear more. He said, when you are a semen, Allah, when you enter the women womb, Allah He sent an angel, and this angel he write down your destiny. You will be bad or good. You will be poor or wealthy. You will be a trustworthy, a bad person, evil, or a person of good deeds. All of this will be written for you. However, Muhammad, he swear, continue saying, after the angel he write for you and you are born, one of you, which means each one of you, will be living the life of a believer. He would perform the action of doer of Jannah, which means heaven, until there's only a cubit between him and the Jannah. And then what is foreordained by Allah would come to pass, and he would go and do the action of people of hell, and he enter hell. How that is fair? This guy, he is performing the action of people of Jannah. He joined ISIS, he killed the Christians, he killed Jews, he killed Hindus, he raped the enemy. So he did all the action of a good Muslim. But now, almost he have one meter distance between him and the door of heaven. And then what Allah wrote for him when he was in his mother womb will pass and will take action, and then he start acting as the people of hell, and he enter hell. So I feel sorry for this Muslim. Look, he did everything the Muslim should do all his life. Then what written by Allah is the one will take over. And Muhammad, he mentioned the opposite. One of you will do the opposite. He will perform the action of people of hell, and then there's one cubit between him and hell, and then what is foreordained will take over, and he perform the act of people of heaven, and he enter heaven. So you might be a person who do everything according to Islam, instead you go to hell because it's destiny. And you might do a person, you might be a person, it might be me, insulting Allah every day, right?
And
making fun of Muhammad every day, and then there's 1 meter between me and hell, and then what Allah wrote for me will take over, and I go to heaven.
Invite you into heaven.
So imagine you and your parents and your family who pray to Allah, you might go to hell. A Christian prince who laugh at Muhammad 24 hours, 7 days a week, he might go to heaven.
That's stupid, man. That's stupid as fuck.
Exactly. This is more than stupid. This is just dumb. This is so dumb. This is just silly. I mean, so who in the world would believe in such a garbage?
I've got a question regarding Christianity and the idea of going to heaven or hell, and if that's okay with you.
Sure.
So say you have family members, friends who are devout Muslims, and you kind of just accept internally that there's nothing you can do to sway them the other way because they're just so backwards indoctrinated. No, I'm not leaving Islam. Allah's the one true God. Blah blah blah. Shahada. Yeah. And if you're a Christian, is it possible for them to also make it into the gates of paradise or heaven?
No.
No, not at all. Like 0%.
No. Because simply, you see, in Christianity, it's all about you and God, not you and your family. So every one of your family is an individual, and this individual, he will be judged by God. You see, we were talking about justice, right?
Yeah, justice.
So justice should not be based on destiny. So now what you are saying, if you believe in Christianity, now the destiny of those people change and they go to heaven. That's not right. You understand? If you refuse destiny, then we should refuse that just because just one, he decide to follow God, then we change the direction of where those people will go to a direction where they don't deserve to be. That means we believe in destiny. We don't believe in freedom of will. So they have to be, by their own will, invited to go to heaven of God, and they accept.
Right.
If they go to heaven because you made decision for them, that means there's no free will in Christianity too.
But there is free will in Christianity? I thought
Absolutely. All of
so.
Christianity is about the free will. I just mentioned you the disciple of Jesus himself. He decided to betray Jesus. Why? Because there's a free will. Free will.
Yeah.
He can be a follower. He can be even a disciple, not just a follower. And he can be an enemy. He can betray Jesus. So in Christianity and the Messiah, he said it clearly, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. So you do the will of the Father, you go to heaven. So there's two will. There's your own will and the will of the Father. My will, you know, as a man, I like to, you know, men, they like women, correct? All of us, we like women. And we like to have many if we can, if we could, you know, nobody will say no. This is the will of the man. This is the desire of the animal. The animal, he never have enough, right? So you will see, an animal,
so.
if he is a beast, if he is a strong, he even steal what is not belong to him. So this is the will of the man in his inner. In his inner, he want to take more. In his inner, he wish to take what other neighbor have. He wish to take what other people have because he get jealous. He have you know, envy. He hate. He can kill. He can steal. This is the will of the man. So if the man live by his own will, not by the will of God, what is the will of God? Don't murder, don't kill, don't steal, don't, and then believe in me. And believe in me as what? As the Christ, he taught us, you know, that I am the way, I am the only way. So to go to heaven, you have to believe in the Messiah and obey the Messiah. Not only saying I believe in the Messiah, because if I say I believe in the Messiah, and then I refuse him by disobeying him, because there's two kind of way to expose a liar. So I say, sir, I obey you, and I say I believe in you. If I believe in you, then I should obey you. If I obey you but I don't believe in you, still doesn't work, because I obey you maybe because you are scary. But if I believe in you, if I believe in you and I obey you because I believe in you, that means all of it is a free will. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, so that's how Islam contradicts.
Like there is a king, I maybe obey him because I'm afraid of him, but I don't believe in him. But I'm afraid he might kill me. So I call him sir. I call him your majesty because he's scary. But if I believe in him and then I obey him because I believe in him, that means I am doing it based on a free will. And that's what Christianity is about. You believe in God and you obey God by your own free will.
Yeah.
Then you belong to the table of the Lord. So when the Messiah is, when they have the Last Supper, he made it clear that not everyone have the honor to sit in his table unless he is a true believer. So it is your own invitation. You are invited. All of us, we are invited to the table of the Lord. All of us. But in order to be in his table, there's conditions. You have to be noble. You have to be decent. You have to be loving. You have to be giving. You have to be forgiven. You have to be what the Lord asks you to be. You choose to do that, then you are welcome to sit in his table. You choose not, then you are going to be under the table.
Yes. Can I ask something? So to be invited to the table, you have to meet all these qualifications, right?
Yes.
But you also, is it compulsory to fully believe in Christ, or I'm not sure where I'm getting with this, but the picture I'm trying to paint is somebody who has been, like, you know, bouncing between religions, not knowing where to stand, but he's trying to follow the best teachings from, you know, each religion. There's something that promotes, like, goodness, basically. He ignores all the violence that's in a teaching, aka, you know, the Quran. But he's also a bit doubtful about stepping over the edge into Christianity. Now, just sort of judging just by your voice, really, I can kind of guess that you might have been in the same position, maybe. And you are now a devout Christian. I get that. But if I've been jumping back and forth like my whole life, but I'm still trying to be, the best version of myself, somebody an all-loving God would happily invite into paradise, but he doesn't know which one to, believe. What would happen at the end? Would I be invited into paradise? Would I not? Or I don't know. Say for example, I'm just trying to be a good person. Really, I guess that could go for, I don't know, maybe atheists as well, or agnostics who are just trying to be good people. I'm not sure where I'm getting with this, but I hope you can see where I'm coming from.
Have you ever drunk a water which is warm?
Yes.
But isn't it feel disgusting?
Depends,
Warm water, not hot water.
Yeah, water, but it's disgusting.
It doesn't even it's water, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we get
it
thirsty.
tastes off.
You go inside your car, and then the bottle of your water is so warm, almost, and you drink it. It tastes so bad.
Yeah.
Why it tastes so bad? Because it doesn't have a taste. It's not right. So if you are not cold, neither hot, who you are between. It doesn't taste good. So either you are with or you are against. There's no so. So I'm trying to be good. Okay, what does that mean? Because the word good is very flexible.
It is.
It's very flexible. I can see, like you said to me now. I say that you are devoted Christian. That for me, I see this is a very big compliment I don't deserve, because the Bible make it clear that there is no one is good but God. However, if we follow the teaching of the Messiah, we are going to change a lot of things in our life. We will not be good. No human can be good. It's impossible to be good. However, it's a project you work on to be holy like your Father. But can you be holy like Father? No. So you work on yourself day by day, and the Lord is watching, because He knew you. He knew how much effort you are doing to change yourself. Based on that, He will judge you. But if you are a person who is, okay, I am agnostic. But what agnostic is? I don't know. I believe there's God, but I don't know who is this God. But still, that did not make you change. You just believe in any energy, any power, to be a supreme. And there's many of them. But you don't believe in me. So if I am God, and you say I believe in a God, well, you don't believe in me. You believe in my enemies too. You believe in Satan, because Satan is God. Sex is God. Money is God. There's many gods. All of them, they are claiming to be God, and actually, in fact, they are real. They have authority over you. They conquer you. They destroy you. They control your life. So drugs is God. So depend who you are. Who's your master? If your master is money, this is your God. If your master is sex, this is your God. If your master is a position, is to be high in people like praise you, this is your God. You worship yourself. So in order to be saved, in Christianity is so clear. The Messiah, He says, I am the way and there's no other way. So you have to believe in the Messiah, and you follow His teaching, and then and only then you are saved. Not by saying I'm agnostic, or saying I'm trying to be good, because good have no meaning really if we don't follow what God. The good God is the only one who can tell us what is good. As an example, what to prevent someone, he's an agnostic, from having sex with his sister?
What if you think, well, I'd say morals, because, you'd be thinking to yourself, oh, what the fuck am I doing? Or why would I, it's moral.
Where is the moral coming from? What does moral mean? She's your sister, she like it, maybe. Okay, so you did not rape her. You did not force her. She like it, you like it. Okay, are you doing bad? Based in you being agnostic, no. Because,
okay.
Yeah, because you don't have rules to say this is wrong. You see, I have degree in law, all right? So based on what we learn about law, If there is no law to prevent something, it means it's allowed. So if there is no law says don't cross the street when the light is red, then that means you can cross the street when the law is red, when the light is red. But if there is a law, then we have to obey the law. Before, as an example, the children of Adam, they have sex with their sisters, correct? Okay. Why? Because there is no law. It was not considered as an incest, as a big sin. But then later, in the beginning, there is necessity. This is the only children they have. There's no other human being. But later, this necessity is over. So you cannot have sex with your sister. So now we have a law. So, but for you, if you are an agnostic or an atheist, such a law is your own decision. You decide what is moral. You decide what is okay. So if a person want to have sex with his mother, he can. Okay, she agree, he agree. There's no crime committed based in his moral.
Yes.
So if we say I am trying to be good, and you agree with me that this is will be very flexible. It's like, you know, a pant with rubber, and this pant expand when we gain weight and shrink when we lose weight. So that is not really, yeah, this is not the way to live. Either you accept what is considered to be moral according to Christ, or you live what you think it's moral according to you. And trust me, according to man, everything is moral, because I can justify anything. I can rape a woman. I say she should seduce me. I'm a victim, in fact. I can rob a bank. I says, well, I'm poor, they are rich. Here we go. I mean, come on, this is not fair. I can attack a rich man. Says, well, this is not fair. Why he's rich? I am poor. Why he have a Ferrari and I have a bicycle? A man always, he can come with his own moral to justify every bad thing he do. Right. And this is the danger, because the society itself, each one of them, he have his own law. That will destroy the society, because the society don't have agreement about what is right and what's wrong. So for me as a Christian, it is not right for me to look at your wife. But for you, if you are not a believer, what will make it not wrong for you, not right for you to look at my wife? Nothing.
She's as a person, it would just be my, as me, it'd be my morals. Obviously, if it was
I know,
somebody else in my position,
I'm not saying you would do that. I'm saying it is up to you to make it fit with your idea of what is moral. So a different person who is agnostic or he is an atheist, he will say there's nothing wrong. She like me. What's my problem?
I see your point. I see your point.
But for me as a Christian, even if she like me or not, I will never do it, because I know this is wrong. So I'll prevent myself from doing it. You know, everything is in the brain, is not in action. Action is only when the brain make you make an action. And to make it simple for you, if you have a daughter, she is 20 years old. She is so beautiful. And let us say you are 60, 70 years old. And then you open the door on your daughter, you know, suddenly you open the door to talk to her, and she just came from the bathroom. She is so naked, wearing nothing, and she is so beautiful. Are you going to think about her in a sexual way?
No, you're gonna think, fuck it, close the door, let her do
But why you will not? Why you will not?
Because I don't want to use the word good, because again that's flexible, but common sense and morally it's not.
No, you
it's
see,
not something
I just told you.
On your daughter.
I just told you all is in the brain. So your brain will block the idea immediately.
Yeah.
So your brain is the one decide what is right and what is wrong. So if your brain said, oh, she is beautiful, oh, she is sexy, look at her body, then you will go for it. So it is not the nakedness you see. It is not if a woman walking in the street naked or she is dressing. It is how you think about a naked person. If you think about a naked person in a sexual way, then whatever it is, that person is sexual object, even if it's a cat. We hear about people, they have sex with animals. Is that correct?
Camels, yes.
Why they have sex with animals? Because they thought about it in a sexual way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the idea is so stupid and so disgusting. But it's disgusting in my brain. It's not in his brain.
Mm.
And here we go. If we are going to say it's up to me, then we see that every one of us have different way of thinking. A woman, she might have no problem to have sex with a dog. A man, he might have no problem to have sex with the goat. A man maybe have no problem to rape his daughter, because each one of them, he have his own law, his own morality, and he justify whatever he do. But if we believe in the true God who brought the best for us, you see, when the Messiah, he says Sabbath was made for the man, not the man was made for Sabbath. The Messiah, he taught us that the law made for your benefit, not for the benefit of God. God got nothing out of you if you rape children or not. Nothing happened to him. If you get sick or get healthy, if you get AIDS because you are a lousy person or you stay healthy, this is your business. It's not going to harm God. So in Christianity, when God gave you command and orders, it was for your benefit, not for the benefit of God. So if we understand that, then I understand that I'm going to follow God and love his command, because I know that his command is for my benefit, not for his own.
Mm.
I don't know if
See.
I explained what I wanted to say.
No, no, you did. Well, you did mostly. I understood it.
So
It's
this is why we need the Messiah and his teaching, so we can understand what God is about and what he wants us to do, and we can live in a comfortable. I will not be confused about, okay, where this one stand. Am I right in this one? Am I wrong? Which one is correct? So if I leave it to myself, then I will be so confused, even if I'm trying to be the best man ever you can imagine.
mm. So just try and follow the laws that has been set by the
Abdi,
Messiah.
did you decide to leave Islam, my friend?
I had doubts about it since I was a kid. Basically, I jumped back and forth between Saudi and Pakistan in like the first half of my life now, yeah. And when I came to England, obviously I started learning things about things not Islamic, you know, just venturing out into the world. And then it was more or less the intimidation of Islam that put me off it to begin with as a kid. Violence here and there, being threatened, you know, the whole Dajjal shit, right? So just all of that, just like fear, kind of just being pushed into you as a kid. Oh, bad things are gonna happen to you if you do this. You're gonna go to Jahannam for this and that. And also the ironic thing is, when the last speaker was on, Abdul 10 whatever, at one point you talked about how there's a lot of Muslims who don't have faith, but they just practice it for the sake of, you know, them being Muslims. They don't know their own religion. Like me, I don't know my own religion or whatever, whatever's left of it. It's just made me pretty confused, and seeing everyone around me just, you know, properly doing Islam, my parents especially, like they're very Islamic. I've got nothing against it. They know that I've, you know, lost my iman, my faith, but they're not. I don't know. They've accepted. They've accepted that this sounds like in a weird lost place, but they still, you know, encourage me to try going to Jummah, this and that, in the hopes that, you know, some kind of Allah will bring magical faith back in. But I feel bad for them because I'm not doing that. And secondly, if I do, you know, convert to Christianity, I can never tell them just for the sake of like not wanting to hurt them. And then that makes it even worse because I'd want them beside me in heaven. Should I become a Christian? And then that will, you know, it's just a whole bunch of moral thoughts that kind of get me spiraling, and it just makes me stray further away from Islam. And it's hard to as well when I'm in a community where everybody around me is a Muslim, or co-workers. Basically the town I'm in is just very Islamic based. So everyone just assumes I'm a devout Muslim whenever they see me, and it's a bit, you know, just walking into a room saying and seeing somebody and them saying assalamu alaikum, and then you having to say wa alaikum salam, but something in your brain's like tickling you saying, you know, you didn't enjoy saying that, just stuff like that.
You know, first of all,
Yeah.
assalamu alaikum is not Islamic. This is stolen from the Bible. You see, when according to Muslims, when Muhammad he came, when Gabriel he came to Muhammad, he did not say to him assalamu alaikum, correct?
No, he just like
He squeezed him.
threatened him
Yeah,
literally. Yeah, he squeezed him, and
yeah.
yeah.
But when the
whole
when the angels came to Mary, the angel said to Mary, "Shalom into you, Mary. Shalom, salamu alaikum." You know, so this is a Christian greed, is not Islamic. Muhammad he stole it from us, and it doesn't fit in Islam, because a Muslim he would love to kill a Muslim if he doesn't agree with him. So what salamu alaikum? A religion, the greeting of it is a peace, but it's not religion of peace. So obviously it's a theft. In a Christianity, it's fit perfectly to say salamu alaikum, shalom to you, Mary, blessed you are between the women, the angels of the Lord is said to her, because simply they brought in peace. The Bible says that when the Messiah will come to this earth, peace on earth. Even the Quran said that when the Messiah born, he said, peace on me the day I am born, the day I die, and the day I am resurrected, correct? That is what Christianity is about. Salamun alayya yawma wulidtu wa yawma amutu wa yawma ub'athu hayya. So all of this is about Jesus. Where is salam about Muhammad? There is no salam.
Everything here is related to Isa, Jesus here.
So feel free to say salamu alaikum, brother, or salamu alaikum to anyone, for this is a Christian greeting, have nothing to do with Islam.
Understandable. That's actually made it feel better for me. It's just saying that, but in a different language.
Yeah, you can check every video of me when I go. Guys, what is the first word I say to you? Shalom to you. Shalom is just the word salam, like the word in the Hebrew, the letter S becomes shin, sha. So like the word hain, ha, sorry, letter ha became kha. So it's just the language, the letter changed, but it's the same word. So this is not even an Arabic word. This is not an Arabic. This is an Aramaic word used in Hebrew and used in Arabic. However, the origin of it is the Bible. So each time you say Salamu Alaikum, you are doing the greeting of Christ, the greeting of the angels of God, the greeting of God people, which is Christians, not Islam. You know?
It's just a paganized version of it, I guess, which makes, well, yeah, it makes me understand that Islam is
And you
more
notice
pagan
here,
than pagan.
if you notice with me, in the chapter of Maryam, Jesus said, peace is on me the day I was born. How Jesus can give peace on himself? Nobody can give peace to you unless you're God. I mean, only God can provide peace, because peace is an ultimate security. It's an absolute security. So if I say peace to you, this is temporarily. We might fight 2 minutes after, right?
Yes.
But when I say peace is on me the day I was born, not peace given to me, peace on me, he is giving order. The day I die, even in the day I die, there is peace. You know, the day of death in Islam is the day of terror. Even Muhammad, he taught Muslims that there is a penalty and torment of the grave, correct? So this is not a peace, but when it's come to Jesus, even death is peace. Why? For he is the Lord of peace. He give peace to others. How come he will never have peace? He is the Lord of peace. So peace on me the day I'm born, peace on me the day I shall die, the peace on me the day I will raise up. So every step of Jesus' life is peace. Who can show me anything about Muhammad have to do with peace?
And this is literally written in the Quran that everything in Jesus's life has been peaceful, but I've seen. Well, obviously everyone knows Muhammad's just a violent man, right? A rapist, murderer, whatever you want to put on him. But Muslims refuse to like accept that. Say it was
No, they
normal
accept
back in the
that.
day.
They accept, but they give it just a different title.
They say something
You
like it
see,
was different back in
when
the
I
day.
talked to you, when I told you about like how flexible we are in morality, you know.
Yeah.
So you ask a Muslim, it says that if the Prophet eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her, so the Prophet can f her. He will
Can
say
have
to you,
can have a
yeah.
round with
He
her.
will say to you, oh, I will be honored if the Prophet do that. Huh? He will be honored. I mean, they become pimps. The second you say Muhammad, they go flat in the ground. The guy you want to F your wife, she's your wife. So what
You
if
see
he's a
what you
prophet?
said just then.
Yeah, but,
What
but,
you
but
said
here
just
you
then,
see
and
how the morality is so flexible.
yeah.
Because of fear, Muhammad the terrorist. So now suddenly the man who have a big beard, long mustache, the one who will make his wife wear burqa, cover herself so nobody can see at her, look at her. But the second you say to him, the prophet, when if your wife, he says, I will be honored. You see the the hypocrisy?
And you're supposed to live your life like him as well as a Muslim, you know. So
Yeah, he will be
some
honored. He will be honored, brother. The prophet will put his ding ding in the hole of my wife. That's an honor. Both of us, we will put it there. Wow, that's so beautiful. So the guy who claimed that he is wife, nobody, he closed the door. He go to the beach, his wife wearing burqa. Everybody is wearing swimming clothes except his wife in burqa, and she go in the water with the burqa. And then when she come from the water, the burqa stuck in her boobs and her vagina and her ass. Everybody see every single details, which is way more exposing than the bikini itself.
No,
But
exactly. You actually
remember, he
double
is
on.
so conservative. I am a Muslim conservative. I will never allow my wife to shake her hand with the foreigner, but he can do breastfeeding for adult with her. You know? What the heck is this? Breastfeeding for adult?
So
You know?
yeah, it's incredibly self-contradictory.
Yeah,
And
brother, I am
and
so conservative. What are you talking about? My wife, she don't shake hands with people. But people, they can suck her boobs. Brother, we are very conservative. And my wife is so protected. So if I divorce her 3 times, she have to F other man so she can get. You see how conservative this religion is?
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. You know,
Um,
in Islamic countries, they have an office called the Office of Mujahish. I don't know if you know Arabic.
no, I don't, sorry.
Mujahish is the word Jahsh means donkey. Like Zainab, her last name is Jahsh. So Zainab, the daughter of the donkey, the wife of Muhammad. So
So, you know, the
Mujahish is the one who do boom boom to your wife when you divorce her 3 times. So like when you divorce your wife, you cannot take her back. So what do? You call the office of the Mujahish. You say to him, please, can you provide me a husband for my wife to F her for a night or two and divorce her after that, guarantee, so she can come back to me? You say, sure. Let us discuss the contract and how much you will pay. So imagine you pay somebody to F your wife.
wait, so in order to get divorced, you have to get cocked. Is that what you're
No,
explaining?
no. If you divorce your wife 3 times,
Yeah.
you cannot have your wife back unless she go and have sex with another man. There's a movie. I don't know if you can find a subtitle for it. Anyone remember the name? I think it's called Al-Muhallil for
Brother,
Adil Imam.
this is the first time I've heard this. Is this where's the source for this? Obviously, I believe you, but
Oh no, this is official. This is in the Quran. You know, like this is from the Quran and the Hadith. Here we go.
let me know the chapter number and verse number. I'd like to ask my boss about that.
You see my screen?
Yeah, I do.
All right. حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. Chapter 2, verse number 230. All right.
So
So the women who you divorce them 3 times, she cannot come back to her husband unless she remarry. If in fact doesn't say marry, it says to if another man, and then she can come back to the previous man.
Aye.
Yeah, and this is in the hadith too. You know, the hadith. You see, the Muslim, they say it is forbidden to do to hire a man to sleep with your wife if you divorce her 3 times. That is false, because simply the Prophet make it clear. The story, we find it here about a man. He did beat his wife. Why he did beat her? Because she didn't want to sleep with him. Why she didn't want to sleep with him? This woman, she married him hoping that by just marrying him without sleeping, refusing to sleep, he would divorce her so she can go back to the previous husband. Muhammad, he made it clear for her, and he said to her, listen carefully, if that is your intention, which means to go back to your previous husband, you should know then that it's unlawful for you to remarry Rifa. Rifa is the previous husband, unless Abdul Rahman is the current husband, had, here the translation says has sexual intercourse. In fact, no. It says he tastes your juice and you taste his juice, which means orgasm.
Well, what the fuck?
But that's not to use bad language, please. So
Sorry. I apologize.
in Arabic, here we go. It says حتى يذوق من عسيلتك وتذوقي من عسيلته. عسيلة is the orgasm. In the translation here, so until he tastes your sweet orgasm. Let us try again.
Oh, boy. So Muhammad's telling this woman, no, you can't go back to your ex.
Yeah, for some reason it's not.
Your
it's
new
not,
man.
Until he tastes of your honey.
Until he tastes your honey.
Until he tastes of your honey.
You know, it's funny. I imagine what the hadith writers back in the day were like thinking of.
Yeah. So here you see Muhammad saying to the women, okay, hold on. You want to get back to your previous husband? Let the guy taste your juice, taste your orgasm, and you taste his orgasm, and then you can go back. It's in front of you. And this is authentic. This is not a joke. This is Al-Bukhari. Yeah.
Books. Book 77, hadith 42.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just writing that down.
Yeah, here we go. I will give you the link. This is the link. Here we go.
Oh.
You can save it. So, what kind of religion this religion is? Where is dignity? Where is what is the point of this? So now, am I punishing the husband or I'm punishing the women? The women, she got divorced. It's not her who divorced the husband. So what about
Because
I say to the husband, you cannot get back unless somebody if you. But what I'm doing, I'm forcing the women to go and sleep around with the strangers. Just this poor woman, she can get back. Mostly, she don't care for the husband. She care to go back to her kids, to her family. You know, yeah. This is how stupid Islam is, and how this is how pervert Muhammad is, because this is not from God. That a woman, she cannot go back to her husband because the husband divorced. Why you allow him to divorce her anyway? Say you cannot divorce her. Make it so hard, but Muhammad make it so easy. All what you need to do is just say you are divorced, and that's it. What about you say you cannot divorce your wife unless there is, she commit fornication, like as Jesus said. Unless she left you, maybe. Unless she betray you, maybe. I mean, make conditions to make it hard for people, but in Islam it's so easy. In fact, in Islam you can divorce your wife by text message. In the phone. Yeah, you can search it right now. It's approved in all Islamic countries.
Is that immediate and that easy?
No, they approve it for a reason.
Yeah.
Muslim women, they can turn very violent, and Muslim men mostly are Abdul, who they are coward. So they don't dare to go to her face and say you are divorced, because then she will put her nails in his neck and she might grab his balls and make a shish kebab. So
Yes.
because he's a coward, he go and he texts a message. He says, listen, you are divorced. And then he changed his number.
Mm.
Yeah.
I guess back in the day, they just sent letters over to the wives. You're divorced. See you.
Yeah, he don't
They never
actually.
found.
Even Muhammad actually, he warned Muslim men, you don't go to your house if you are traveling. I don't know if you know this.
I don't.
If a Muslim is traveling, let's say you went to different city, different town, different country, you are not allowed to come to your house at night. Do you know that?
Well, like return back to it.
You cannot go to your like. So let us say you arrive in the airport at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
By 8 p.m. you can be home. You cannot do that. You have to send a messenger. Now you can do maybe make a phone call to your wife that I am coming home. And either you go the second day, or like in the time of Muhammad, there's no way you can get an answer if it's okay to come or not. And then when we ask why, we find that what if the wife, she have a boyfriend there? So the Prophet of Allah is saving your ass from embarrassment. So you send her a message, says, I will be there tomorrow, according to Muhammad, so she can clean her private part. Imagine that you cannot go home because your wife's private part or hair need to be combed. No, this is not a reason. They ask a sheikh right on TV, and they ask him what is the purpose of this. He says, by the mercy of Allah, Allah even having mercy on you, what if you go home and you find your wife in the bed with somebody else? So what the Prophet saying to you, before you go home, send her a message, says, I am coming tomorrow. Go sleep different place. So she will know that you are coming and she will not be taken into surprise.
Or she can plan around it as well, just so that the embarrassment of you walking in
And the
and
Muslim man, he
realizing.
can lie to his wife about he's sleeping around too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is Islam, very good religion. So what do you
And
think,
it's
my
just,
friend? Did you decide to leave Islam or?
I did. It's just very hard to express that when I'm around so many Muslim
All right.
people.
Well, I'm happy
I'm
for
going
you.
to my.
Trust
I
me,
appreciate that.
you made the right decision. This is very stupid garbage cult. It's not even honorable to be a Muslim, as you see. There's no honor. Sex with kids, breastfeeding for adult. Your wife, she have to sleep with somebody else if you divorce her 3 times. Then she can come back to you. You can lie to your wife. The wife, she can lie to you. What kind of society we have? The basic reasoning for a man and women to be together is gone. Because I lied to her, she lied to me. So why we are together? If I have a permission to lie to my wife, and the wife, she have a permission to lie to me. So who we are? What is the relation between us? The relation is I lie to you, you lie to me. Which means in Islam, even the family is a big failure. This is why Islamic families is the biggest failure ever. If you go in the Middle East, you will see how many Muslim kids in the street cleaning shoes, cleaning the windows of cars. You will not find a single Christian boy doing that in the street. Even though Christians can be poor. They are not born rich. No. But because Islamic society is doomed, the man, he don't care. The man, his life, because he's a Muslim, his life is about marrying more women. As soon as he save more money, he kick the previous wife, he bring a new, brand new wife. She is young. She's fresh. She have nicer skin. So Islam turned marriage into sex pleasure.
Yeah, just like a sex free for all.
There's nothing. No, it's not for
to
you
like
pay for
guys
it. You
get
pay
away.
for it. You have to pay for it.
Oh.
However,
Yeah.
however, it's nothing but prostitution. There's no family. I remember when I was a kid, I went with a kid in my age to his house. In his house, he said the F word to his brother, to his mother. He said, F your mom. I said, why you say that, you stupid? Isn't your mom his mom? He said, no. I said, what? For me, as a Christian kid, I never saw such a thing. Because in the family, there's only one mother. He said to me, no, his mother is not my mother. This is the first time I noticed how bad Islamic family is. To the point, brothers, they are effing the mother of each other, even though they are brothers from the same family. So Islam, by having a polygamy, destroy the family too, because kids, they hate each other.
Yeah.
Each wife, she wanna collect more money behind the back of her husband, because she don't know, he might divorce her tomorrow. He might get a new wife, because already he have a new wife. So if today she is a new wife, tomorrow she will be an old wife. They don't trust him. So they start collecting money in his bag. They try their best to keep him poor, because they don't trust tomorrow. There's no tomorrow for them. Tomorrow is the money they can save. The children, they will be fighting, and even sometimes murders happen just because they are children of one man but different mothers. Each mother, she teach her kids to hate the other brothers from the mother. The family is divided from the beginning. The dad even don't remember who is the kid. I remember a kid in my age. I went to with him. We went from the school. He said, "Hold on, I need to ask my dad for some money to buy ice cream." I said, "Okay." I went with him. His father, he owned a store. He is sitting in front of the store next to his house. The store is next to his house. He said to him, "Dad, give me money." He said, "Who are you?" He don't even know who's guy. He don't know his son. You know, he said, "Who are you?" I said, "Yeah." He don't. You know, he's asking him, "You are the son of who?" He knew that he is his son, but he's asking him, he is a son of which wife? He don't remember.
Mother, yeah.
Yeah, he's an old man. He's very old. So he's asking his son, "You are the son of who?" You know. So he told him the name of his mother. He put his hand in his pocket and he gave him some change. This is Islam.
Wow.
Who is your mother?
Literally just because, I assume through his dad's upbringings, he, followed the literal rule and got as many wives as he could because Muhammad said it's okay to.
No, Muhammad, he said, "I'm going to be proud about you between nations. So multiply." So Muhammad, he don't care for the quality, he care for the quantity. Yeah, you know, he is going
That's
to
terrible, man.
yeah, he is going to be proud about how many you are. But as we see, like now you see people in Gaza,
I wanted to ask
a
about that as well.
family, a guy, he is refugee. He have 27 kids. What do you do for a living, mister? I don't have a job. Oh, because of the war? No, even before, I don't have a job. So who's going to pay for those kids? How you can have all those kids? Oh, the UNRWA, you know, the UNRWA. They give us a free food, canned food, bread, milk. You know, yeah. So Islamic society is very, very doomed. The man, he don't care for what kids will be. They will be trashy. They will be drug dealers. They will be criminals. In fact, they make more babies, so the babies later will serve the father. He send them in the street. If every one of them he make few dollars a day, and then he collect the money in his pocket, he will live just having sex, staying home, drinking coffee and tea. Yeah.
That's awful.
So what do you think about Christianity, my friend?
I think it's ironic because Islam promotes being the religion of peace, but I'd say it's ironic because Christianity seems way more peaceful than Islam does.
It's not only about peaceful, it's about quality of life too.
Yeah,
you know,
quality of life, what rules to follow, what rules not to follow. And I still gotta study both Islam and Christianity more, but I'm definitely not studying Islam for the sake of trying to, have points looking into it, more or less like against it. Rather, if somebody questions me in the future, why don't you believe in Islam? I want to sort of be like you and point out, you know, little flaws here and there that just add up to them not being able to explain it. But yeah, like I said, I need to definitely put time into studying the two. But I wanted to let you know that tomorrow, well, today technically, 11 a.m. I've got Sunday service that my friend from work invited me to. The devout Christian I told you about earlier.
All right.
So yeah, it's gonna be the first time I'm going. I don't really know what to expect, but just go with the flow and see what Christianity has to offer, really.
All right. Well, I will be happy to hear from you good news. Anytime you are feel free, you can join us. And if you have a question about Christianity, I will be happy to answer you.
Definitely. I've got one sort of open-ended question. You mentioned Gaza a little bit. I'm not too educated on that either, but just from like an outside perspective, I see a lot of people supporting, you know, Israel, a lot of people supporting Palestine. But from your perspective, historically, what's it meant to be? Are the Israelis, like, do they have a fair point for attacking Palestine, or has it been going on for such a long amount of time?
The Israelis are not attacking anybody. It is the opposite. It's the opposite. It is the Muslims. You know the Caliphate Omar is the one who came and invaded this land. Before that day, not a single Arab belonged there, and I am an Arab. So if you go in chapter 5, verse number 21, it says, even the Quran admit that this land is the land of the Jews. So when Moses, he left the land of Egypt, Allah said to him, remember Moses when he said to his people, O my people, call the remembrance of the favor of Allah upon you. He made prophet among you. All right. And he made them even the favorite of mankind. And then he said, O my people, enter the holy land which Allah has assigned into you. Do you see it? So even the Quran, the book of the devil, admit that this is the land of the Jews. So why Muslims don't follow and agree that they are thieves taking the land of the Jews and it's time for them to give it back? So the Jews are not the ones attacking. It is the Muslims who they are Arab. If you ask those who call themselves Palestinian, are you an Arab? They say yes. You cannot be an Arab and Palestinian. Palestinian are not Arab. Since when? You know? So, and there's no Palestinian left. There's nobody Palestinian. This is a big fat lie. So those people are not. Sorry?
It's just Arabs over there at the moment.
They are Arab. They are mixed, actually. They are a mix of many, you know. Like some, they are from Egypt, Bedouin from Egypt, some from Arabia. This is why everyone look different. If you go to Gaza, you will find someone who's black. You will find someone have blue eyes. You will find someone. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. If you look at the leaders of Hamas, most of them, they are white. Very white, right? Okay. How they are those people? So is the Arab are really blonde? So you know, here you ask yourself, who are those people? They are just a mix of many ethnic groups. Remember, this area been occupied by the Roman, occupied by the Arab, occupied by. So they are a mix of people. But if you ask them, they say we are Arab. In fact, even if they are Palestinian, that means they are not from there. Do you know what Palestinian mean?
No,
Foreigners, migrant.
Oh, it's kind of ironic in the name then.
Yeah, so if you say I'm Palestinian, that means you are saying I'm not from here. This is what you can go right now. You can go right now and search it in Google. This is what Palestinian mean. So when he say I'm a Palestinian, he is saying I am not from here. Kick me out.
I'm a foreigner. Kick me out. But I mean, where do you think the line behind this conflict draws? Because you said that Israel never attacked, right? So what's actually happening? What did Hamas do? What did
my friend?
Yeah.
What is ruling this issue is not about the land. Muslims are not defending a land. Muslims are fighting a religious fight. Just because they are Jews, that's the whole idea. When the Ottoman, they took all over the Middle East, not a single Muslim complained. But what the Ottoman had to do with the Arab? Nothing. Nothing. Egypt have a ruler. He is an Albanian. Albanian.
Hmm.
Nobody complain. Why? Because he's a Muslim. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So all the problem is that those are not Muslims. If the one controlling the land, if Netanyahu, his name is Abdul Mohammed Hassan, he's okay. Saddam Hussein, he killed tens of thousands of Kurdish. Kurdish are Muslims. Saddam Hussein is Muslim. Nobody complain. He's a
Yeah.
Muslim. So all the problem is that they are not Muslims. If they are Muslims, they are fine. They are okay.
Yes,
They can rule them. They can control them.
yes, yes.
We have a guy.
Well,
His name is
I
Foral. Foral,
agree.
you are a Muslim, Foral?
We believe. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Ah, that's good. What Alhamdulillah mean?
It
I did not hear you. What?
means all grace be to Allah.
Did Allah
It
say?
means
Who is the
all
first?
grace
Who
be
is
to
who
God.
is, okay? Who is the first one who said that?
The Prophet,
No,
peace and blessings be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
no, it's not him.
Yes,
No.
yes.
Okay, can you prove it to me?
Show me.
Can you prove it to me?
It is first said in the hadith,
No.
and
The hadith. Okay.
yes, it is first said in
Okay.
the hadith.
What is the
Yes,
first?
yes.
What is the first thing Muhammad he received? He received hadith from Allah or he received Quran?
He received Quran, but
Thank you. So who is
listen,
the
my
one who
friend,
said?
it does not have to be
Who
in
is the
Quran
first one who
for
said
it to be in
Alhamdulillah?
the.
Who is the first one? He said Alhamdulillah. Allah or Muhammad?
The Prophet peace and blessings be upon him, man.
No,
Oh my
no,
goodness,
no,
man.
man, no. It's in front of
Of
you.
course, you cannot
Chapter
understand the
1,
basic
chapter 1, verse number 2.
basic
Read it.
Islam, man.
Chapter 1, verse number 2. Who is talking?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, who is talking?
Yes, man. But who recite it, man?
Who is
recite it?
talking?
It is Allah.
Thank you. So the first one who said Alhamdulillah is Allah. Why Allah will say Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah if He is Allah? So imagine I'm a Christian prince. I say, in the name of a Christian prince, praise be to Christian prince. Don't you think this is weird and stupid? I'm a Christian prince. How I say in the name of...
Listen, man, we don't question the Quran.
you don't
We say,
question.
listen, man. I know you are a Christian, you are a polytheist, you are worshipful. I know all of this.
I'm a
You cannot
polytheist.
run,
I'm a
you cannot hide,
polytheist. What
you cannot
polytheist
joke
mean?
with this.
Hold on. What polytheist mean?
Yes, you are a polytheist.
You lost. Okay, what is polytheist mean?
Polytheist, it mean, yes, man, it mean, huh? What you say?
You know, when you say something, you have to prove it. Can you show me one verse in the Bible says we worship many gods? Just one verse.
The Trinity.
But the
Where
Trinity,
does
you
Jesus
see,
say,
I
I'm
just
God
said to you,
Where does
can you
Jesus
show me,
say,
hold on,
I'm God worshiper?
can you show me one verse in the Bible says we believe in many gods? Can you show me or you cannot?
The Bible is corrupted, my friend.
Bible corrupted, brother. So you see, I ask you, where in the Bible says we believe in many gods? You have no answer because you're a potato. Secondly, you just said the Bible is... Hold on. You just said, hold on. You just said the Bible is corrupt. So why Allah says it's not?
Where? No, Allah says it is corrupt.
Read for me.
Allah.
Read for me. Chapter 2, verse number 41. Chapter 2, verse number 89. Chapter 2, verse number 91. Chapter 2, 97. Chapter 2, 101. Chapter 2, 177. Chapter, hold on. That says I'm not done yet. I'm not done. So all those verses saying that our book never changed. Are you making fun of the book of Allah? Shame on you.
No, man, listen, man. he was speaking of when it was given to the Prophet Isa sallallahu alaihi wasallam and
No,
the
it
Prophet
says
Musa sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
confirming what is with them.
It is just you cannot understand the Prophet, my friend, not the people, not the Christian. The
Listen,
Prophet.
no, the Christian in the time of Muhammad, there's no Jesus there, no more. 600 years after Jesus, the Quran saying, confirming what is with them. Listen, listen,
We say
confirming
Allahu Alam, my friend.
what Allah
My
Alam.
friend, we do
Don't
not
tell me
question the
Allah
Quran, my
Alam.
friend.
Allah
We
Alam
do not
nothing.
question the
Listen,
Quran.
don't run away from the topic. Confirming what is with them in the time of
I am
Muhammad.
not running.
600 years
I am
after
saying
Jesus, Allah confirming the book with us. Yes or no?
Allahu Alam.
Allah knows best. Well, Allah told you, this is Quran, you are insulting Allah. Allah told you, I confirm what is with them. How you answer me? You says, a second ago, look how potato you are. A second ago, you said my Bible is corrupted. A second after, Allahu Alam.
Okay, listen, man. Listen, man.
Are you a
I
male?
know
Oh,
you
listen,
are
listen.
kafir, you worship
Are
God.
you a
You have
male? Are you a male or a female?
I am male.
Allahu
Alhamdulillah.
Alam. Prove it. If I show you a verse from the Quran, confirm that you
What do
are a
you
male.
mean, man?
If I show you a verse from the Quran, confirm that you are a male, what you will say to me? Allahu Alam. Allah knows best. So are
No,
you
man.
male
You
or a
want me to
female?
turn on my camera?
Are you
and tell
male?
how I am
Are
male?
you male or a female?
I am male.
So how come your voice is the voice of a
Listen, man.
girl?
I don't know what your problem is, man.
How
You are
come your
very like,
voice is a voice of a girl?
excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse
Yo,
me?
fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. You're a woman, man. You're a woman.
You
I'm
must
not
be
woman.
a
You are
you
the
must be
woman.
a good
Kiss
Muslim.
Ummah.
Why you are using filthy language? I thought a second ago you are a believer. You believe in
Kiss
Allah.
Ummah. Kiss Ummah.
He's saying my mother vagina. You are very clean, like your prophet. Is that true?
Listen, man.
For all. You see, you insulted my
I
mother.
don't know what to tell you.
I'm not going to insult your mother.
Yes, man.
I'm not like you. I'm not trashy. Listen, and I laugh at you. It's okay. I forgive you. So now I'm asking you. The Quran saying confirm the
May
books.
Allah listen, my friend. Listen, my friend. I'm telling you, Christian Prince. Christian Prince. Christian Prince.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
the Hadith, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him,
Uh-huh.
he says that on Judgment Day, you will take my sin. You will
Ah.
go to Jahannam. And on that day, I will be there with Allah. And I will laugh at you, Christian Prince. I will laugh at you for denying Allah's word and running from Allah's word.
Okay, everybody heard you saying that in the day of judgment, I will take your sin. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, that means Muhammad is a fraud. Why? Because Muhammad in the Quran said that nobody will take the sin of other person. And this is the verse in front of you. Don't tell me now Allahu Alam. People will laugh at you. This is the Quran, all of those verses. Chapter 6, verse 164. Chapter 17, verse 115. Chapter 15, verse 15. Chapter 35, verse number... Shut up. Chapter 39, verse number 7. Chapter 5, verse number 38. So, according to your prophet, nobody will take the sin of anyone else. Everyone will bear his own sin. So, are you saying to me that your prophet became an apostate from Islam and he don't believe in the Quran?
No, listen.
What did listen? What listen? The Quran says nobody will carry the sin of other person. A second ago you said everybody heard you.
Man.
Everybody heard you. Everybody heard you. You said the Prophet Muhammad saying, Prophet Muhammad said, I will carry your sin. And by the way, what is your sin? Tell me. As long as I will carry it, here we go. Confess to me. Go ahead. Did you sleep with your mama? If you sleep with your mama, and your
Very weird, man.
and your God will give you give me your
Very weird.
sin, that means I will be the one who slept with your mama. You said that, correct, guys? Allah will put his sin on me. So he sleep with his mama, then Allah will put the sin of him sleeping on his mama on me. That means
Why?
I am the
Okay,
one who was sleeping with his mama. You insulted my mother, I just spank you back. Potato. Allahu alam.
Christian Prince. There's a guy who wants to use me as a vice. Basically trying to convert me back into Islam on the chat if you haven't seen.
All right, we have Shafi'i. Go ahead,
I'll have
Shafi'i.
a look at it. Drama, nothing. Anyways, I'll let you do your thing.
किधर है उधर है क्या
What?
किधर है
Your voice is not clear. What?
I don't think he knows he's on here right now. Is my prediction.
He's sitting the keyboard maybe, and the mic is working. Okay, let me mute him. Are you there, Shafi?
Ah, yes, very nice, sir. How are you?
How are you? How are you? How are you? How about you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what do you like to tell us about Islam, brother?
No, that day before yesterday, you are showing that one ayah, I think so, 23, ayat number 14.
Chapter
Right.
23? Chapter 23?
Ayat number, I think so, 14.
Okay, what about it? Go ahead.
No, that day you told that Alka means blood, what you say, science not prove that, such a statement you given that day.
It's not true that the alaqa is a dead blood? Is not true?
No, you say by science prove such a way, right?
Yeah, is so according to your science, is the dead blood to grow and become a baby?
So you tell me, according to science, how Jesus born without father?
God is a miracle. The same as Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, I will go with you. The same as Jesus, according to science, how Jesus can resurrect somebody from death. You're a prophet, he said. That, hold on, you guys, listen. We are talking about how the baby is made. This is science. When we talk about miracle of God, it's against science. So when your prophet says that Jesus, he command the sand, and then Sam, the son of Noah, he come from the ground thousands of years ago. There's no science can explain that. Explain it to me, go ahead. How Jesus can command Noah or his son to come from the sand as a man. How he can resurrect someone? He died thousands of years ago. Tell me.
No, tell me, this is Quran is not book of the science.
Yes, because this is here about the baby. This is about the baby. This is not about a miracle. This is not about a miracle. This is about the baby. The semen, this is not about Adam. You see, science does not approve the story of Adam. The story of Adam is God, he made mud. God, he made mud. He fashioned the mud. He breathed into the mud. Then we have a man. But this is not what science says. What we say then, we say this is a miracle of God. But here we have a man having sex with the women. This is not miracle. This is sex. Pure sex. So according to your religion, a man having sex with the women, he have a sperm. The sperm become a dead blood. The dead blood become a baby. Do you agree with that?
Okay, whatever we are that ayah we are take important that we are reborn again, day of the judgment. I want to say you only you are comparing with science. So regarding science, I want to ask you how Jesus born, Isa Mashiach born without father.
That is because he's God. That's a miracle. You see, you are mixing between. You are mixing. You see, you are being hypocrite. You are mixing between. You are mixing between the power of God, of Jesus, and the power of a man. This is the power of a man. Man, in the Quran. You see, you are ignorant in your religion. Isn't it the Quran says, وَجَعَلْنَاهُ نَسَبًا وَصَهْرًا? So, according to the Quran, is saying that after Adam, we made it as a lineage by sex. So this is pure sex now, pure reproduction. This is the Quran, chapter 25, verse 54. But because you are ignorant and you're trying to avoid the problem.
One minute.
So isn't it the Quran says that everyone after Adam, hold on, everyone, do you agree? Do you agree with the Quran that every person after Adam is born of sexual relationship? Yes or no?
Yes, but 1 minute.
Hold
you
on.
are only giving
Guys, did he say yes? Did he say yes?
Hold on,
did he
sir.
say
You
yes?
hold on.
Did he say
You
yes?
hold
Yes, he
on.
said yes. Hold on. Look what you just did.
Hold
I ask you.
sir. You hold on.
Let me repeat the question. Let me repeat the question. I want you to be careful.
No.
Do you agree?
Only
Do you
are giving
agree?
lecture.
Do
We
you
are not
do
giving
you
lecture.
hold on? Do you agree that everyone after Adam and Eve is born of sexual relationship?
Okay, just let me
Do you
explain
agree?
more.
Do you
Why
agree?
you no give me chance to
I
more
am giving you
explain.
a
Only
chance.
you
I'm
are
repeating my
explaining.
question. Do you agree that everyone after Adam and Eve is born of sexual relationship? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. But you just said a second ago, how you explain to me that Jesus is born of a virgin? You said that. So the Quran is wrong. Not everyone after Adam and Eve is born of sexual relationship, because the Quran make it clear that Jesus is not
Because
born of
the
sexual
1 minute,
relationship.
hold on.
So the Quran is wrong again.
Hold on.
Holding, I'm holding, I'm
Hold on,
holding.
sir.
Okay, I'm holding, I'm holding.
Holding.
Okay,
Okay.
brother, okay, brother.
Quran
Okay.
say, Quran said,
All right.
kun fayakun. I made Adam have no mother, father, and Isa Messiah, Jesus having father, and Eve.
Listen,
There is
listen, 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 listen.
no.
You are a
No,
potato.
sir,
You are a
please.
potato. You are a you are a potato. You are a potato. You are a potato. I want you to
No.
show
1
me.
minute,
Hold
sir.
on. I want you to show me the verse where Allah says, I made Adam without
No,
father and mother. Show me the verse.
it's mean what? So mean what? Mean Allah, it's mean what?
A
If
second ago you said the Quran said, a second ago you said, a second ago you said the Quran said,
1 minute,
the
1 minute,
Quran,
one minute, sir.
do you have a new Quran?
Oh,
Do you have a new Quran or an old Quran? Look like you are making new Quran. Can you show me the verse?
please
Can you show me the verse where
don't.
Allah he said Allah made Adam without father and mother? Can you show me the verse?
Or common sense also uncommon. Allah made by sand. It's been no mother, father.
Where it says that in the Quran?
Common
Show
sense
me.
also
Okay,
uncommon.
show me where it says that.
In the Quran, Allah made by this by sand. Then you know understand all over the entire Quran. Lot of
Show me the
place
verse.
mentioned.
Listen. Show me the verse where Allah says, I made
With
Adam
what?
with no mother and no father. Don't give me a speech.
Hold. Shaitan no speak. You made Adam by sand and you made me by I am greater than Adam.
Brother, can you show me the verse where it
Brother,
says Allah make Adam without no mother and no father? Can you show me the verse? Otherwise, you are fabricating the verse. You just fabricated the verse.
You are just,
Did you fabricate a new
no,
Quran? Did you fabricate a new Quran? Same time, you said to me, Allah, He said, be, and it was.
Allah.
Okay, hold on. Did Allah create Adam by saying be, or by using his hands? How He created him?
Adam
By saying be or
created
using
by
his hands?
you tell me who is the first man in the world? How from which Allah made from this? Who is the first man
The
in the
first
world?
man in the world, according to Islam, is Muhammad.
Goodbye, sir. I don't want to continue with you. Thank you. Next time.
When next time? I have a proof.
That was funny as hell to listen to.
Great and breath. First of all, you are ignorant. I am thinking my head because I'm from India, and I'm going to get you busted. Zakir Naik, hold on. I mean, everything you say is wrong. I have a proof in front of me. It says the opposite. Great and breath. It doesn't matter. If it did the opposite or did the opposite, still I don't agree with you. Like Abdul, listen carefully. I have reference, I have evidence, I can show you verses, numbers. Everything you say is going to be used against you in the court of law. Great and breath. First of all, I never called you because you are a lawyer. I called you because supposedly I'm going to debate you about Allah. Why you switch your voice? You became like Dawah now. Get some breath. I forgot to take my hormone and now I'm going to go back. So thank you very much. I will come back to you. What the heck?
Okay, sir. Goodbye. I've got some guy called Draman who wants to. I don't know how to explain. He wants me to use. He wants to use me as a puppet to ask you more questions about free will in Islam. But
He's not. He's a Muslim.
I assume so. Yes.
Why he don't
He's in
come to
the
the
chat.
stage? Why he don't come to the stage? He do not need to
That's
ask
what
him.
I'm wondering.
He can come to the stage. Why is that? Is a you know?
All right.
Yeah, this guy from Senegal.
Run now. If you run, Abdi will be right.
Listen.
He just reverted to.
Listen. Who is the father of Muhammad?
So every question, I will prove to him that free will is in Islam.
Who is the father of Muhammad?
Let him be the judge. That's not about.
Okay, no problem. We will go there. Who is the father? Who is the father of Muhammad?
Running.
I asked you a question.
He's running, Abdi.
I asked you a question 20 centuries ago.
What does it have to do? What does the father of Muhammad have to do with it?
Because it's destiny.
Hadith say that is Abdullah.
Okay.
So what?
Isn't it your Quran? Hold on. Isn't it your Quran? Isn't it your Quran says? Isn't it your Quran says? "Id'uhum bi asma'i abaihim." The Quran says, "Call them in the name of their father." What is the name of the father of Muhammad?
You said if you don't know their fathers, call them as your, take them as your brothers. I don't know. I take them as my brother. See?
I'm not asking you to take them. I'm asking you to call them. How you call them? How you call them? How you call them? How you call Muhammad?
I answered your question.
How you call? No, you did not. How you call Muhammad? How you call Muhammad?
I said Muhammad. That's his name. That's it.
No, you have to call him.
Just like Moses, just like Abraham.
You have to call him. You have to call him. How you call him?
Bro, you said there's no free will in Islam.
Yes, there's no free will. I'm asking you now. This is why. Because there's no free will. There's no free will. Allah decide the name of your father. Allah decide. So what is the name of the father of Muhammad?
No, Allah taught all the names to Adam before he came down. Chapter 2, verse 29.
Exactly. So who is the one who named the names? Allah. It's not Adam. So okay. So who is the one? Who is the one who named? Who is the one who named Muhammad? Muhammad.
Abdul said, if you win
who is the one who named Muhammad? Muhammad.
Abdul running, brother.
Who is the one? Listen, who is the one who named Muhammad? Muhammad. Who is the one who named Muhammad? Okay, you are the one who said to me, Allah taught Adam all the names. So I'm asking you, who is the one who called? You said to me his name is Muhammad. I'm asking you, who gave him the name?
His parents gave him the name.
What is the? Who is his parents?
You said what?
Who is his parents?
Whoever the parents, his parents are. He was an
orphan. Okay, guys, in front of you. He said his parents, they gave him the name. Give me the proof.
The proof is every kid is taking the name given by his parents.
No, not necessarily.
Bro,
okay, hold on. No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. The Messiah, hold on, you're a potato. The Messiah was called the Messiah by Allah. He was called the Isa. Hold on, shut up. He was called the Isa. He was called the Isa by Allah. The Messiah was called Messiah by Allah.
Yes.
So now I'm asking you, who you said the parents of Muhammad is the one who gave him the name. How you can be sure?
Yes. That's because Allah did not say that he gave the name to Muhammad.
So,
Allah never spoke to the parents.
Hold on. Hold on. Where in the Quran? Hold on, guys. He says because Allah did not say. So anything Allah did not say, it is not from Allah. Do we agree?
Oh, no name is from Allah.
I'm asking you, if Allah did not say that name is not from Allah, hold on. If Allah did not say the name, listen. If Allah did not say,
you got a Muslim guy that reverted to Christianity.
You see, here we go. So is it free will? Let me make it simple.
To prove the free will to you and to him.
No problem. We are talking about free will. Is it destiny for Muhammad to be his name Muhammad, or it was a choice of his parents to be called Muhammad?
It's a choice. Exactly. You can call your son a donkey or a monkey.
All right. So guys, okay, hold on. You can call your son a donkey or a monkey. What is the name of Muhammad mean? Is it donkey or a monkey?
You see that? I said his name is Mohammed. He said, what is the name of Mohammed? Are you slow?
Yeah, I'm
Who does
asking
that? What
you.
is the
You
name of
said you can call
Muhammad?
him a donkey or a
You
monkey.
said, what is the
Is
name of
Muhammad as a
Muhammad? You
word?
said his
Is
name
a
is
Muhammad
it's
as a
like a,
word?
what
Is
what
Muhammad
is
as a
your
word?
name, Draman? What is the name of Draman? That's
What is
Draman. Bro, let's go back,
what
man.
the
You're
meaning of
acting like a retard,
what
man.
the
You got a
meaning
Muslim guy.
what the
I'm
meaning of the word
what are
Muhammad?
you running away from the free will for? Let me
I'm
prove
talking
it to
about
you.
free will. We are talking about free will. I'm proving to everybody
That's not free
that there's
will.
no
What is the
free
name
will
of Muhammad? It's not free
because
will.
your God, He called you to call Muhammad by the father of Muhammad, but you don't know the name of the father.
Where?
In the Quran,
And Allah
chapter
said, if you
33,
do not know their
chapter
fathers,
33,
call them,
chapter
take them as your
33.
brother in religion and as
Listen,
your allies.
you
I do
cannot
that.
call him by a brother. You have to call him by the name, last name. You have to give him a name.
Give
Brother
me the
is not a
verse,
name.
chapter 33,
Brother,
verse 5.
brother is
Chapter
not a
33, verse
name.
5.
Potato. Brother
Let me
is
read for
not a
you.
name.
It's relying on Islam.
Listen,
I'm going to debunk you first on
brother,
that.
don't change the topic. Brother is not a name.
Let me read.
So the
No, I'm not
Quran
changing topic.
command you
I'm talking
to
about the
call
verse you're
them by
talking
the
about.
names
33,
of
verse
their
7. No, verse
father.
5.
What is the name of the father of Muhammad?
Chapter 33, verse 5. Let me read it.
Read it.
All right? That's what you call it. 4 and 5.
What?
Chapter 33, verse 4 and 5. That's what he called it. Listen, Allah did not give you, did not give two names to any, did not put two hearts. Allah did not put two hearts in the chest of the any man. Nor did he turn your wives, you strange, into your mothers as your mothers. Nor did he turn your adopted sons into your genetic son. All these are mere utterances that came out your filthy mouth. Yes, I did the filthy. God speaks the truth and he guides to the truth. You shall give them, you have given the name of their, the name that preserved their relationship with their genetic parents.
What?
This is more
Where
equitable in the
you are
sight of
reading?
Allah. Let
What?
me
Give
finish.
them what? Give them
Let me
what?
finish.
Give them
If
what?
you
Give them.
do not
Hold on.
know,
What are you
if
reading?
you do
Hold
not know
on.
their parents,
Give them what?
which I said, no, if you do not know their parents,
Go back.
then as your brother
Guys,
in religion
this guy
or
is
as
adding.
your
This
as your
guy is
friend.
making a new Quran. Read for me,
I
verse
don't
number 5.
know. So if
Read
my
for
brother
me.
in religion is my
Read for
messenger,
me,
bro,
potato.
let's
Don't make
go
me
to
lose
the
my
free
voice.
will, man.
Annoying Abdul.
You're running like a little coward,
Read
CP.
for me,
You
verse
can
number 5.
prove that there's
Read
free
for
will
me. Read for
already
me.
done
Read verse number 5.
4 years ago in the
Don't force me
same
to kick
thing.
you out. I'm losing my
You will
voice.
kick me out.
So
I
now
told him.
read for me verse number 5.
Let's
You are
talk
adding
about
things. You
the
fabricated
Abdi want us
Quran.
to talk about free will.
Read verse number
Is
5.
there free will in
This is
Islam,
the
yes
free
or no?
will. This is the free will. Here we go.
Okay.
Muhammad have to be called by the name of his father, not a free will. There's no free will. So what
Abdi,
is the
see that?
name? What
I'm
is the
ready
name of
to
his father?
I'm
What is
ready
the
to
name of
prove
his
to you
father? What is the name of his
that you
father?
got free will. You decide to be a Muslim or not to be a Muslim. And once you're Muslim, I will prove to you, you decide to worship God alone or to associate partners with God. You decide to pray, you're free to pray or not to pray, to fast or not to fast, to pick any religion. I will prove it. And CP is running away from me.
So are you going to tell me now the name of the father of Muhammad or not?
I said that got nothing to do with free will, brother.
It is because
Free will.
Allah,
You're running, bro.
no, Allah, He
Bro, you're
decides for
believing
you.
yourself in
If
front
you
of a
have a free
newly
will, if you have a free will,
Christian,
if you
man.
have a free will, you can adopt a child. If you have a free
Abdul, you know
will,
what to do,
if
man.
you
I
have,
send you,
can you
I send you a
adopt?
friend request.
Can you adopt?
Accept my
Can you
friend request.
adopt a
We will
child?
talk. I swear by Allah,
Adopt
I
a
will prove
child?
to you that
Can
there
you
is no more free
can
will.
you
Any book, any constitution of any country,
adopt a child?
in any
Can you adopt a
between the book
child?
and in the Quran.
You see why I kick you out? I have to repeat the question.
You will kick me
This is
out
my
because you're
warning.
running
This is
away.
my warning
You
for you.
will.
If I repeat the
I send
question
you a
3
request,
times,
bro.
if I repeat the question 3 times, I will kick you out. So now, can you adopt a child? Yes or no?
Islam, there is no adoption and prohibited.
All right. That means there's no free will. Because this is not your will. This is the will of Allah. Secondly, can you call somebody?
Yes.
Can you call somebody by the name? Can you call someone by the name of his uncle or his cousin or his friend, or you have to call him by the name of his father?
Allah said, you got to give them the name that link them with their biological fathers.
What link them?
If
What
my
link them?
name is-
Where is the word link them?
What?
Where is the word link them? You said link.
Yes.
Okay, where it says the word link? Where can I find the word link?
Listen.
Uh-huh.
Bring the verse up. Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Let's read it.
Verse number 4, it says link them?
Yes. Allah, okay. No, don't move it there. No, bring the thing.
Okay, read it.
Allah has not made for any man two hearts in his body.
Okay.
Nor has he made your wife, whom you divorced by Zihar, your mother. Nor does he does he make your adopted son as your sons. Such
what is
such
what?
Such is, but your speech is a lot of parentheses. Such is only manner of, I don't like to read parentheses. Such is just speech coming out of your mouth.
Listen, you're repeating yourself, Potato. I'm asking you, Potato.
And he knows.
I'm asking you.
And he knows.
Listen, Potato. Where it says link them to you said link them to their parents. No, it says call them by the names of their father.
Yes,
you have to call them. So now you cannot call Muhammad. You cannot call Muhammad. You cannot call Muhammad only. You have to call him Muhammad, the son of etc. No, you cannot. You cannot.
You know.
Guys,
if you know,
okay,
you cannot.
Hold on.
If you don't know,
let me make it simple for you. Every Muslim he say Muhammad father his father name is Abdullah. Why you don't accept that father Muhammad, the father of Muhammad is Abdullah? Why you don't accept? Why you don't accept that Muhammad father is Abdullah?
I said, I don't care. I don't know.
No. You see, I'm asking you why you don't accept. Don't tell me I don't care. You don't care the name of your prophet. Just get out of here. Okay, listen. Before I kick you out, give me the verse about. Give me the verses about proving that there is free will in Islam. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll prove to you that there's free will in Islam.
Go ahead.
Allah said, I threw out the Quran. Throughout the Quran. فَمَنْ شَاءَ فَلْيَغْفُرُ فَمَنْ شَاءَ فَلْيُؤْمِنْ.
Is that Arabic?
Anyone believe? You ask me, you can let me give me at least 2 minutes. At least 2. That's all I can ask for. You cannot give me less than 2. If you ask me, prove me free will, you want to cut me after 10 seconds.
Okay.
That's how chicken you are.
There's a see with the chicken, Abdul. Potato.
Yes, see. You ask me a question.
All right.
I'm asking no more than 2 minutes to make a point.
First of all, you don't even know how to read. You do not know how to read. You do not know how to read the verse. Stop reading the Latin words in your language, trying to claim that you speak Arabic. Read with me the verse.
What verse you want?
The verse you just quote for me.
I didn't quote that verse. There are so many in the Quran.
You just quote this verse.
I quoted just part of this, I said, is that the same expression?
No, you quote this verse.
I could have taken it to chapter 18, verse thing. That expression isn't just one time in the Quran.
Okay, read the verse for me. Read the verse.
Read
the verse. Read the verse for me. This is the chapter of your choice. This is the chapter of your choice. Read it.
I'm reading your verse now.
Okay.
Say, the truth is from your Lord. Talking about Allah. Let him, Allah said, who will believe, and let him, he will reject. Your only duty throughout the Quran is to deliver. Ma Allah Rasul illa al-balagh. You have no more duty than to deliver the message. Let whoever want to believe, believe. Whoever want to disbelieve, disbelieve.
Okay.
When Allah gave to the angels Allah said, even to the angel, he gave free will to everybody. Only the trees and the mountains rejected it. Everybody else had the free will. Iblis is facing Allah. Allah said, "Wow, with Allah book lil malaikatu usjudu li Adam fasajadu." They all accept free will. When Allah said, "I am putting a representative on earth," they said, "Oh, why would you do so? Why would you?"
You are giving me now. You are giving me now a speech. You are giving me now a speech. Listen. So this is the verse. This is the verse about. This is the verse. This is the verse you gave me about the free will. This is the verse you gave me about free will. Is it true? In the same chapter, speaking about a kid, because in the future he will be a bad person, Allah commanded Al-Khadr to slaughter him?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a free will? He did not do anything yet. Where's the free will?
You don't know what free will is. Now let me explain the verse.
If a person did not commit sin.
No, you mentioned the verse. Let me tell you what the verse is talking about.
If a person never commits sin,
can I answer your objection to the
how
verse?
you punish him? You punish him based on what? You punish him based on a free will, or you punish him based on no free will? Go ahead.
Okay, in that verse that you quoted, Moses alayhi salam was put together with a man called, some people call him Huda. I don't call him Huda. I believe he was an angel.
You don't call him what?
Because for the next verse, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
No. You believe Al-Khadr is an angel? Hold on. Guys, he just said Al-Khadr is an angel. He just said Al-Khadr is an angel. Can you show me that? Can you show me that from the Quran?
Bro, that's another debate.
No. You don't go away. I grab it from your tail. You know me. You know me. You see, I get you busted in 2 seconds. You said Al-Khadr is an angel. Show me where you get this from.
I said I believe he's an angel.
Can you show me where your belief is coming from? Is your belief is coming from the Quran?
Can you let me proceed?
Is your belief coming from the Quran? Yes or no?
I'm going into anything I'm going to be saying and then
no, it has to do because you are talking about Al-Khadr and then we will decide. That will decide why he did that. You say, listen, Potato.
He's a human being.
You said he is
a human being.
No, you said you believe he is an angel. Everybody heard you. Everybody heard you. So listen, where you got your believer from that he's an angel?
He got to run from the subject.
It's you who mentioned it, not me.
I swear to God,
he's not running from anything.
So listen, where you get this from? All I'm asking you, where you get this from?
Abdul, do you want me to answer the question or do you want me to go to the
I want you to answer the question. Me. Answer me. Because you are lying to the Muslims. Where you get this information? Just to show everybody that you are a liar, you are a fraud. You claim you believe in you claim that you believe in the Quran. You claim that you believe. No, I did not. It's you who mentioned.
Where is your Holy
It's you who mentioned that. No, we have time. We have time. Don't worry. Just tell me where you get this from. It's very simple. Where you get this is from that Khadr is an angel.
Okay, let me take you there.
Alright, CP, I gotta go to sleep soon. I'm gonna try church out tomorrow at 11 and see what it's
all right,
like.
Abdi. Stay if you can, Abdi. If you can stay because this will be fun. So
it's 3 a.m. bro. To be honest,
Rahman, ultimate fort. Where you get this from?
Yes, he's ashamed, CP. He's ashamed of you.
Where you get this from? Where you get this from? Where you get this from? So look what happened, guys. This guy is a fabricator. This guy is a fabricator. What you just showed me in the Quran, Potato. What you showed me in the Quran.
He's ashamed, CP.
What you showed me in the Quran is a contradiction, you idiot.
Because Abdul is ashamed of you. You're running away
what you showed me in the Quran.
Don't you get the point?
What you showed me in the Quran is a contradiction because the Quran says, fight those who don't believe in Allah, kill them. So where is the free will? Same time, look, here we go. Let me get you busted, Potato. You refuse to answer. Let me get you busted. Here we go. This is your Quran. Allah, He created everything and gave it destiny. Chapter 25, verse number 2. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But you say it, you can believe, you cannot.
Read it again. You said chapter what? What did he say? Put
Chapter 25,
Post it.
verse number 2. Allah made a destiny for everything.
Put it on the board. Let's read it. 25 verse 2. Put it in there.
Read
Let's
it.
everybody read it.
Read it.
You read it. You post it. I read it. Post it, you liar. Post it, CPIG.
Okay, he created everything, all things, and ordained them in due proportion.
And no reading, hiding. No. Bring it here. Put it up. Let's read it together. Abdul want to read it. We all want to read it. Don't lie. Come on. Yes, you're laughing at your own stupidity. At your own lies, eh?
Okay, read it.
Yes.
You want me to read this?
Hmm.
Okay.
Two.
In the
Yeah,
name
go
of
ahead, Abdul.
Allah, most gracious, most merciful, blessed is he
Yes.
who sent down the criterion to... Which bit am I reading?
Read, go ahead.
Verse 2.
You know, he's moving it around because he don't want to read it right. Let's see.
Verse.
Just
Let's
read it
see.
there. Just
Stop
read.
doing things. Let CP do his thing, man. Just be patient, all right? Blessed is he who sent
Right.
down the criterion to his servant, that it may be an admonition to all creatures. He to whom belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, no son has he begotten, nor has he a partner in his dominion. It is he who created all things and ordered them in due proportions.
Yes. Where is he say?
What
He just lied.
what the interpretation of this?
Where does he say destiny here?
Interpret it, bro.
This is
He's
destiny.
ordered everything.
This
What's
is
that
destiny.
say?
You see, this is the translations using different word for
In due
destiny.
proportion.
But this is what the word destiny in Arabic.
In due
What the word?
do you know
What the word? What the word? What the word destiny in Arabic?
He's telling you, listen to me.
What the
does
word
it mean?
destiny?
He's telling
What
you,
the word destiny in Arabic?
let me tell you.
Tell me first what the word destiny in Arabic.
Okay,
Don't
let
tell
me
me you
first
do
tell you
not
what the
know.
verse is saying,
Don't tell
CP.
me. Don't tell
Let
me
me
you
tell
do
you.
not know. You don't tell me you do not know what the
He's
word.
telling you.
What the
He's
word
telling you.
destiny in Arabic? What the word destiny in
He's
Arabic?
telling you an
Roman.
elephant is proportionally made.
Listen. Is it true that
Your
this
feet
word?
as big,
Is it true
the
that this
taller you
word?
are, the
Is it
bigger your feet.
true? Is it true that this
He's
word?
telling you that everything is
This
proportion.
word.
The pig,
Yes, this is
the
destiny.
donkey, the monkey, the
Qadar,
horse,
qadar,
everything
qadar.
is
What the word
bird,
qadar mean?
everything is proportion.
What the word
You
qadar
don't
mean?
know what
So
proportion means.
everything have a proportion. Let us
He told you
continue. We
lying,
are not
bro.
done. We
Bring
are
the
not
next
done.
verse.
We are not done, potato. We are not done.
Bring
So
the next
if
verse,
we
potato.
go, do you accept to read the interpretation for it?
Interpretation?
Yeah.
Why would I do interpretation when he said proportions?
Hold on. So the
Oh,
interpretation
now you do the
says,
interpretation to
if I
change the
show that
meaning.
the interpretation says this is about destiny, what
I will
say
give you
you?
an interpretation.
Huh?
Bring it. I will give you an interpretation. No
What?
one will say it. I'll give it to you this time. I know you're a liar. Bring it.
Okay, guys.
Bring
He just
the
said.
interpretation that
He
says
just
everything.
said.
Bring
He
it.
just said. Bring the interpretation. Whatever the interpretation
Yeah,
saying,
because
he
I
will
know you're
accept.
a liar. I know no
All right.
interpretation
All
will say
right.
that
Okay.
it's
Here we
destiny.
go. Okay. Here we go.
Bring it.
Drummond,
Okay.
you want to convince me that free will exists in Islam, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do.
Okay. So look at
Hold on.
Hold
Hold on. Abadi. He just said.
Let me
Bring the
talk to him,
interpretation.
CP.
He just
Talk to
said.
him.
Bring the interpretation. Here we go.
Let him talk to me, CP.
This is the interpretation. Here we go.
Let Abdul talk to me, man.
You just said, give me the interpretation. It says, فَهُوَ الْخَالِقُ الْمَقْدُورُ فَإِيَّاهُ فَاعْبُدُوهُ. This is your destiny.
Oh, you're not going to translate it?
But here we go. I'm going to translate. Here we go.
No, I'm asking you to translate it.
Here
Only
we go.
then you will.
Listen, here we go. Even Google will get you busted. Here we go. This is Google translation.
Go ahead. Yes. Show it. Let me read it.
Someone says, the creature has the ability to create. The verse is a response to these people. He determined everything that he created with his wisdom according to what he wanted, not out of oversight or negligence.
For he's a creator and the
decrees apply
destined.
to what God
What
created
does it
until
say?
the day of resurrection, and after the
Everything going back to
resurrection,
him.
for he is the creator and
You will come from
destiner.
alive and you will go back to him.
So he disdained. He the create and disdainer. He is the creator and disdainer. Do you see it?
Where does it say everything has a destiny?
Guys,
Where?
does it say he is the creator and the disdainer, so worship him?
Yes.
Okay, so what
Didn't he say that we all come from Allah and we all
disdainer
come back
mean?
to
What
Allah?
disdainer mean?
Everything will come back to me.
What?
Everything will be destined back to me.
No, this is not what
You
destiny
will
is
die, you
about.
will face Allah. Everything.
It says here, he determined everything. He determined everything.
Yes, he determines everything, but
All
he doesn't
right.
mean he
Okay.
destined
Okay.
everything.
All right. All right. Let us see more. Are you ready?
There is nothing that's going to escape
Hold
his
on.
will.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And I can show you Ibn Kathir. Do you want to see Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Tabari, Al-Jalalain?
Go ahead, bring him.
Okay, no problem. Here we go. Hold on, hold
Bring
on.
everything you want.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let us continue.
Bro, he had an objection.
Let us
Let him ask me a question.
continue. Let us continue.
How about, no. Abdul want to say something. Abdul want to say something. That's the host.
I gotta ask. Can I ask him something, please?
Hold on, hold on.
Let him ask him, man.
Hold on, hold on.
No, let him ask me a question.
Did Allah, ultimate far, did Allah make a destiny for you when you are a seaman? Yes or no?
Destiny of what? Where I'm going?
When you are a seaman?
No.
No?
Destiny of what? No. Destiny of what?
Seaman. When you are a seaman.
Or Sunni?
All right.
Now, what you're gonna do with your life? Did he destin you? Did he destin you to do whatever you were gonna do in your life before you were born? When you were in your dad's bull sacks, that's what he's asking you.
Yes. He let you be free to do whatever you want to
do. Okay, chapter 18. Okay, chapter. You see now, as long you accept the interpretation, so we will show the interpretation. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, verse number 19. Can you read it for us?
You can't go backwards on this now.
By the way, what translation you like?
Oh, no, you're running again. Look at him changing translation. Look at him changing. Picking and choosing.
It's the same. It's the same. It's the same. Nothing changed. It's the same. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Abdul, here we go. Okay. I will go back to the previous. Okay. I will go back to the previous translation. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Read it. Okay, read it.
It's the same.
Okay, read it.
From a sperm.
Okay, read it.
Sperm drop.
No.
He has created and then molded you into due proportions.
Yes.
The same words.
Yeah. So what is the sperm? What is the sperm will be?
He molded any proportion.
What does that mean?
He halak and what is he halak of a sawa? He created
Abadi.
And he
did he say he accept the interpretation?
Bro, you don't know what.
Did he say?
Tell me.
Did he say he
I am
accept?
1 million
Did you say to me? Did you say to me? Did you say to me? Did you say to me, potato? Did you say to me you accept?
What is the meaning of
did
the
you say
proportions?
you accept the interpretation? Yes or no? You asked.
I said with other verse.
Okay, here we go. This is the interpretation. Here we go, guys. Let us translate. Let us translate. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. This is the interpretation. Here
what
we go.
Is it to mean?
Okay. Let us see. Let us see. This is the interpretation. This is the interpretation. Shut up.
Let Abdi answer.
Let us read together. Let us read together.
Let me answer Abdi's question.
Shut up. Let us read the interpretation.
You said you was going to go one question. After that, you let him ask your question.
You said you accept.
In Islam. Let me answer him, man.
You said you accept the interpretation.
You're running like a little
read
coward.
The interpretation for me.
Interpretation. I told you I gave you one for the other words. You know I don't do interpretation. Because
a second ago you said bring it. A second ago you said bring it on.
Okay, let me read it.
Read it.
On the authority of Ibn Abbas, that is the value of his hand, feet, eyes, and his body parts, and good or bloody, and short or tall or rich or happy. You happy?
So where is the free destiny? Where is the free destiny?
It's talking about proportions.
No, he is saying good. He is saying about he will be good or bloody, criminal or good person, short or tall, bad, happy or sad. So where is your free destiny?
Okay, so that's Ibn Abbas that said that, right?
Huh? Who cares?
The Prophet did not say that, right?
Okay, guys.
So get out of there.
Now we are talking.
Let's go back.
He said the Prophet did not say that, right? He said, he just said the Prophet did not say that. No. The Prophet says that. Here we go. Shut up. The Prophet says. The Prophet says. The Prophet says that. It's in front of you. The Prophet says that. You said the Prophet. You said the Prophet did not say that. You said the Prophet did not say that.
I will
You
say yes and I prove it.
you said
By verse of
this
Allah.
is Ibn Abbas saying that.
I will answer yes.
And the
Human beings
Prophet,
got free will.
hold on. So
Angels got free
did the
will.
Prophet
Jinns
say,
got free will. I will
that?
prove it
Did the
by
Prophet
some
say,
crystal clear
did
verses.
the
You're running
Prophet
away from the
did the
subject.
Prophet says that?
You're
Or
a
yes,
coward,
did
CP.
your Prophet say this? Read it.
1,500 people watching you on
Did
YouTube.
your Prophet say this? Read it.
100 plus people watching you on
Did
Discord.
your Prophet says
You're
this?
on two other
Read it.
platforms.
Read it.
Roman,
And the
shut up and
guy
let me
is,
speak.
Read
is,
it. Read it.
Roman,
Read
is
it.
you're not
shut up.
serious, man. Let's
Read
have
it.
a debate on
Okay.
female in Islam, man.
Ultimate Thought will not read. Abadi, can you read for us, please?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Allah the exalted, exalted and glorious, I guess, has appointed an angel as the caretaker of the womb, and he would say, "My Lord, it is now a drop of semen. My Lord, it is now a clot of blood. My Lord, it has now become a lump of flesh." And when Allah decides to give it a final shape, the angel says, my Lord, would it be male or female, or would he be an evil or a good person? What about his livelihood and his age? And is it all written as he is in the womb of his mother?"
Is
Interesting.
that you said the Prophet did not say so, but this is what Ibn Abbas saying. What the Prophet says so. Ultimate Thought. Go ahead.
Okay. Even this one. Now, can I say? Allah says he knows everything. He's God. You forgot that he's God.
Okay.
Before you was even born, just let me explain, bro. Before you was even born, he knows exactly if you're gonna be.
Okay.
He does not interfere. Listen to me. Listen to me. Let me land. He knows everything as God. It's like watching a game. It's like watching a game that was played.
All right.
You and your wife at home. You gotta go to work. You said, "Hey, baby, can you record the game for me, baby?" And your baby recorded the game for you. You come home. She already watched the game. It's over with.
All right.
So you watching the game.
Abadi?
Allah have already watched the game.
Abadi.
Allah knows everything.
Mr.
He knows that
Mr.
if
Game
he's going
Boy.
to hell or to heaven, he will
Mr. Game Boy. You said
Listen to me.
Allah
I am
he
listening
knew
to me.
everything,
You're
but in
confusing
Arabic
knowledge and
it says
you're
he write
confusing
for him
knowledge
his
and
destiny.
predestiny.
He write for him
You're
his destiny. Hold on,
confusing
hold on.
knowledge of Allah and
Abadi,
predestiny.
Abadi, can you read this part for us? This
Are
guy
you
is a
confusing
talking
knowledge
machine.
of
Abadi, can you read
your
for us
wife
this?
and the
Can you,
knowledge of the
Abadi,
game?
can you
You
read
hear
for us?
jumping, running on
Ultimate
Yes, I
Thought.
will.
Listen, let Abadi share with us. Can you read for us, please, this
Let
part?
me, bro.
By
You
the
confused
one
knowledge.
besides whom
Shut
there
up.
is no true God. Verily, one of you would perform the actions of the dwellers of Jannah until there is only 1 cubit between him and Jannah.
And then?
What is he saying?
When what is foreordained would come to pass, and he would perform the actions of the inmates of hell until he enter it.
So a person, he is doing the act of Jannah all his life, and then there is a distance of 1 meter between him and Jannah. What is foreordained, which means destiny, will come to pass, and he would perform the action of inmate of hell, and he enter it. Is that clear that your prophet is saying that you are destined to do one thing, and this is what will decide where you will go? The mic is yours, Ultimate
This
Thought.
verse, this hadith, you even can agree on hadith that is good for you. Even though you know I don't believe in hadith. This tells you, you can be so close to God. If you decide to become kafir, it's over for you.
Where it says if you decide, hold on.
Live,
where it says if you decide, potato. Listen, do you see why I kick you out
you decide
always?
in your last
You are a
day
monkey.
to deny God.
You are
Listen to
a
me.
subhuman. Listen, guys,
Listen to me.
where it says if you
Why can't I
decide,
speak?
where it says if you decide to become bad, where it says that?
You said, let's read it. It says, it says, forehand would come to pass, and he would perform the action.
What will come to pass? What will come to pass? What will come to pass?
Of a hellfire.
What will come to pass?
The action.
What will come to pass? What will come to pass?
Perform. Listen to me. It doesn't matter what you leave as a Muslim. If you do one act of kufr, you decide not to be a Muslim.
No, listen. It says what is foreordained. What foreordained mean? What foreordained mean? What foreordained mean?
I said, listen to me. Listen to me.
What foreordained? What foreordained mean? What foreordained mean? What foreordained mean?
I gotta teach you English too. Do I teach you?
Just get out of here.
Oh boy. He's gonna be
if you decide, you see, if you decide All the Quran, I mean, Muslim, they have books about this. You know, it's destiny. It's what for. He said, if you choose in the last moment to be kafir, this is what it says. No, the opposite. The guy he chose to follow Allah all his life, and then what foreordained will take action. And this hadith exists all over. You know, if we search for the same statement, here we go. He said, if you choose, what you choose, you stupid idiot. It says, what Allah destined for you will take over. All of this is authentic. All of this, look at this. So what Allah decide for you is going to overcome. It will overcome. Read carefully here. This is the same story. By him, who other whom is no one, no God, one of you will do the deeds of those who go to paradise. So there will be only a cubit between him and heaven. And then what is decreed will overcome him. It's not him overcome his own self. You see how he lie? It says foreordained. He says, no, he choose.
The decreed part especially just like pinpoints it down that it's just all Allah's decision. It doesn't.
It's a decree. And here it says overcome him. It's not a choice. It's a decree of Allah, and the decree of Allah will come. And this is what the Quran is saying. You know, if we type the word qadar, you know, in the Quran, you will find that qadar is all over the Quran. It's a destiny.
Yes.
So this guy, he came, he want to prove to you that there's free will in Islam. That's false. All of Islam is based on qadar. In fact, it's if a major belief in Islam, you have to believe in the destiny, bad and good of it.
Can I tell you something interesting? This is what my mother like tries to instill in me all the time. Whenever I'm going through something unfortunate, she says, don't worry, Allah's written it in your qadar that so and so, like, good might happen, this or that might happen. But then I look at her and I kind of reply in something like, okay, what if he's written down something shit that's going to happen? And I'd go through that shit anyways. But I'd willingly go through that shit, so I don't really have free will in that statement. Basically, she can't really explain it, but she always goes back to the whole qadar part. And it feels like a scapegoat for any Muslim, you know? They always just say, "Oh, leave it in Allah's will," because He knows what's gonna happen, and I'll just get on with life. So,
yeah, all those verses in front of us is about qadar, and nothing, you know, nothing happened to you. Getting rich, getting poor, getting divorced, getting wealthy, getting mad, getting sick. It is just a destiny by Allah. You might read different translation, but in Arabic it says it clearly. وَيُقَدِّرُ Allah, He is the one who destined for everybody, everything. And then even the rain, Allah He sent by destiny. You know, like as an example, if I type in the Quran the word لَوْ شَاء, let me show you something. لَوْ شَاء mean has He will. Chapter 6 verse 148, it says, the kuffar, they say, if Allah will, we will not become kuffar, polytheist. Allah said to them, this is their excuse. All right, how Allah He answered them? He said, okay, well, to Allah is the argument about what they claim. All right, we go to different verse in the Quran. Look what Allah He says about the same thing. Just to show you how stupid the author of the Quran. In chapter 16 verse number 35, the kuffar, they say, if Allah had so willed, neither we or our father would worship anyone beside him. Okay, so the kuffar, they are saying that they are believers, that it is the will of Allah. Did Allah say to them, you are a big fat liar? This is their excuse. And then he says to them, say, okay, we receive from our parents before us, etc., and what forbid for us, and then is nothing for the messenger is to except to clearly to deliver a message. And then Allah, he confirmed, he keeps saying, and verily we have sent among every ummah, every nation, a bad person. Who is the one who sent the bad person? Allah. Correct? Was that a free will? Verse number 37. If Muhammad covet for their guidance, verily Allah guide not who he make them go deceived. Do you see it? So Muhammad tried to convince them to convert to Islam. Allah saying to him, you try to convince them to convert. Allah guide not who he deceived. So Muhammad is trying to make them believe in Islam. Allah saying to him, no, 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 you cannot, because they have no free will. I deceive them. No one can guide the one who Allah deceived. Do you see it?
That's so self-contradictory.
But all of this saying that no freedom to believe. A different verse in the Quran. All those verses is about Allah will. Why the people after Jesus they are fighting? It was Allah will. If we read here in chapter 2 verse number 253, had Allah willed, they will not fight each other. It's the will of Allah. Let's continue. I will give you tons of reference.
I appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna look back on stream as well.
Chapter 4 verse number 90. لو شاء الله لسلطهم عليكم. Had Allah will, he will make them come after you. Chapter 5 verse 48. ولو شاء الله لجعلكم أمة واحدة. Had Allah will, he will make you one nation, which means have one belief. Had Allah will, if Allah will, it's all the will of Allah. Let's continue. And this is again chapter 5 verse number 48. And then chapter 6 verse number 35. Had Allah will make them, all believe. So why they don't believe? Because it's not the will of Allah. If it was the will of Allah, he can make them all in guidance, believe in Allah, but it's Allah will. All right. Now to confirm that, because now he might say, no, it doesn't mean that. Read carefully. Chapter 6 verse 107. Had Allah will, they would not have taken false gods. So it is the will of Allah for them to take a false god. Abdul like this, he can say no. He is saying if you want to force them, he can force them. Let us go and read this. We just showed you chapter 16 verse number 37, but I will show you something even more nicer.
I'll stay around for a couple of minutes, but I really should be heading to sleep. I've extended my
sorry
sleep by like 2 hours.
Sorry for
No.
keeping you.
No, don't worry. It's been extremely
Chapter
entertaining,
4.
and you've definitely opened my eyes as well.
Yeah. Chapter 4 verse number 88. I lost my voice too screaming. It says, would you guide those who had Allah deceived? Who is the one who deceived them? Allah. If there is a free will, Can somebody stand against the will of Allah? The Muslim, they will say no. So if Allah decide to deceive you, can you find guidance for him? No.
No.
This is the Quran. And we can change the translation. This is Yusuf Ali. We can go to other Hilali and Khan. Had Allah willed, are you going to guide those who Allah misguide? Do you want to guide him who Allah has made go astray? So if I been made to go astray, is that my free will?
No, because Allah made you do it.
Allah made me. Who is more strong, me or Allah? Supposedly Allah. So where is the free will? And not only that, Allah is upset because somebody trying to guide the one who he misguide. So even trying to guide them is against the will of Allah. It's a sin. And that is exist in many verses in the Quran, not only here. We can go and continue. Chapter 7, verse number 155. Chapter verse number 28. Chapter 28, verse number 56. And then there's actually a verse. If you want to go up it's okay. I understand, my friend. You are here. You are trying to go for long, and we are holding you.
No, don't worry about it.
Don't worry
about it.
But here you see how this guy, he said he can prove to you that there is a free will. The Quran is a book of contradiction, the book of stupidity. So Muhammad, he said in the Quran, who like the one who want to believe, the one who don't believe, he don't believe. And at the same time he says, well, Allah the one who misguide them, Allah the one who forced them, Allah he wrote for you when you are in your mother womb if you will be a believer or not. So do we have a free will or not? Obviously we don't. And we have, and when I showed him Ibn Abbas, he said, this is Ibn Abbas, did the Prophet say so? Then we go and we show him what the hadith says. And then he says, yeah, if you choose at the last of your life to be a kafir. No, you did not choose. It says he ordained. It says he decreed. So all of Islam, you can go right now and search. You will find tons of articles written by Muslims about it's a must to believe in destiny. A person who don't believe in destiny is not a Muslim. In fact, there is a video. I will give it to you before you go. Let me find it.
Of course.
From Mufti Menk. You know Mufti Menk? You heard of him?
Yes.
Mufti Menk, he speak about destiny. Let me give you the verse. All right. So he mentioned a story of a thief. He was arrested because simply he stole. So when he came to the caliphate, the Muslim thief, he said to him, are you going to punish me for something distant for me to do before I've been created? Let us see what Mufti Menk will say about that.
Their heads, and they say, well, if Allah's written all of this, then why did he bring me onto the earth? Well, hang on, you don't know your results of your examination, so you have to come onto earth. The fact that Allah knows it and the fact that Allah has written it does not make you a person who should now give up, because if that was the case, then obviously you would be the fool.
See, now he was speaking like ultimate fraud. Allah knows about it. No, this is not about Allah knows. Look what he will say a second after.
A man came at the time of Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu. According to one of the narrations, he needed to be punished because he stole. So he comes to Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu and he uses the same line. He says, oh Umar, oh Amirul Mu'mineen, how can you punish me for having stolen when it was predestined? My deeds were already written by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now that's quite a good argument if you were to look at it. Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu was one ahead of this man. He says, well, let's punish this man because it was predestined that we were going to punish him as well. Wow. So these deeds, so it goes to show that you cannot use as an excuse the fact that Allah has predestined things for you to either give up or to do as.
What do you mean give up? I mean, do you see the stupidity? The guy,
Yes.
he's just become a thief. He will lose his hands, and you are saying to him, don't give up?
Innit?
You just cut the hands of the guy. And the caliphate support is smarter. He says, okay, you are right. You have a good argument. How I'm going to punish you if it's a predestiny for you? Guess what? It's a predestiny for me to punish you for you predestined to be a thief.
Just uses that predestiny shit as an
Yeah.
as an argument.
Even
please
when a person have sex with a woman, it is not a choice of the man.
No, it's Allah who gives you the
Exactly. No, I'm serious. Muhammad, he made it clear that every human being, he have his destiny of adultery. Allah, he decide for you. Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in which which he of necessity must commit. Do you see it? He must.
Yeah.
It's a portion. Who is the one who decided? Allah. It's a fixed portion. He cannot make it lower. He cannot make it bigger. It's fixed. Fixed by who? By Allah. This is not about knowledge, no. It's Allah. He verily made a fixed portion for you to do. The adultery of the eye, the lustful of the look, the adultery of the tongue, blah, 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 blah. So everything is a must to happen. Even your fornication, you don't choose it. That's why a Muslim, he don't feel guilty when he fornicate. It's a destiny.
Yeah.
A woman, she
So
called the
someone-
sheikh. A woman, she called the sheikh. I can find you the video. She asked him about she is getting old. You know, she said, I'm afraid that nobody will marry me. I'm getting old. You know, in the Middle East, if you are 30 years old, nobody marry you. Nobody. That's it. You are 30 years old. You are too old. You know, very old. So this woman, she called the sheikh live on air. And let me show you the video too. We don't make things up. So the sheikh, he said to her, but sadly, I don't think there's a there is no CC for it. But
I'll take your translation into
Yeah.
يعني في حديث يقال أن كل فرج مكتوب عليه اسم ناكحه. طبعا.
she said, every vagina, it's written on it the name of the person who will F it. Can you believe it? This is on TV. The sheikh, he said, yes, of course, of course. Let me play the game. I challenge anyone who speak Arabic to call me right now and say I'm lying.
يعني في حديث يقال أن كل فرج مكتوب عليه اسم ناكحه. طبعا. نعم. كل شيء. حتى لو العياذ بالله في الحرام، حتى في الحرام. لا هو.
Even if it's fornication. Even if it's fornication. She said, even if it's fornication. So if a woman, she sleep around in Islam, she believe it was destiny to be effed by this guy. The sheikh, he said, absolutely. And where the name is written? Written on her vagina. So if a woman, she work as a prostitute, we will find the yellow pages there.
كل شيء مكتوب حتى لا ما هو ده يؤجر وده يؤجر. نعم. أنا اسمي مكتوب.
And this is a guy making comedy of Islam, actually, the video. This is Adil Imam. He said to the judge, my name is written there too. Yeah, this is the link. Anyone who speak Arabic, here we go. This is the link. This is an official Islamic TV. This is not a joke. This is a sheikh from the Azhar, the highest Islamic authority. Not this boy from Senegal who do not know what he's talking about. Imagine you go to a Muslim woman, she say, excuse me. Yes, how I can help you? Can you look at your vaginas, please, see if my name is there? And the funny,
or at least let me know.
And the funny, the female Muslim, she said to him, even if it is from fornication, he said yes, because the caller was asking if she is going to have a husband. So what they are saying to her, don't worry. If it's written for you to be ifed, you will be ifed. Nobody can change that. Like, don't worry, be happy. All right? All right, my friend. Thank you very much for being here. Sorry for keeping you long.
No. Don't worry about it. And thank you for having me over. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome. Take care.
If I have any more questions and I see you in the stream again, I will obviously
By
raise
the
my
way,
hand and I'll ask.
Abdi, if you leave
Yes.
Islam and your mom or your dad ask you why, say to them it's destiny.
I will do. I will do. That's an amazing thought. All right, man.
Yeah, they
Look
can't
after
blame you.
yourself.
Tell them it's Allah will. Can they stand against Allah will? Nobody can stand against Allah will.
I'll use that as well. Good
And
arguments, man.
disclaimer, don't go in the street and ask any women about vagina, your name there. Come on, don't do that. You will be arrested.
Oh yeah, of course. In this country, yeah. Who knows what it's like in Arabic
You
countries?
can do
though.
it in Islamic country, but not here, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. All right. Have a
All
good
right.
night, man. Thank you,
Take
everyone.
care, take care. You know, the funny is Ultimate Fought trying to prove me wrong. Yeah, if you decide in the last minute to become a kafir, what decide? It says forbidden, you eat it. What if you decide? This guy, he read as he wish. Yeah, let him stay like a puppy. Potato, coward, liar. You have to call the prophet by the name of his father. I can't. He'll call him brother. You can't call him Muhammad. You have to call him Muhammad, the son of etc. Even Isa, he is a son of Mary. Okay, Muhammad is son of who? He said, I don't care. Absolutely you don't. Nobody even knows who is Muhammad's father anyway. Do we have any Abdul? Imagine if we, I have a bunch of Muslim women here, and one of them, she is thinking about me getting married to her. She's wondering, can I marry this guy? And I say to her, okay, go. Turn your phone on. Turn the camera. And take a picture of your vagina. And zoom in and see if my name is there. Imagine if a woman, she be raped. The man, he denied. He said, no, I did not do it. But he did it. The woman, she have a proof written in her vagina. His name is there. He say no. She can show the judge her vagina. She can show him the name written there. Can he deny that after that? The judge will ask him, how your name, how you explain now that your name is over her vagina in the right side? Huh? The man will be like, honestly, I can't explain to you how that this happened. Read it here. This is weird. This is very weird. How my name become there? So now, if you are a person who work for police, FBI, and you do like have cases about rape, he will go bingo. So easy to solve it. Look at his name. Put her in the table. Zoom in. Take a screenshot. And give it to the judge. Now you have a clear evidence that the guy did boom boom to this woman. Take a beer. Who can deny this religion? Nobody. I don't know if there's Muslim women that are looking at the vagina now to see if my name is there. Hey, Muslims. If a woman, she is a whore, how many pages will have there? Can you please look for my name? What's your name? Ahmed. Ahmed Hassan, Ahmed Ali, Ahmed. She's reading the names written there, I mean, she's a whore. She slept maybe with 10,000 men. All their names are written there. Everybody. Not even one name will be missing. In fact, she can calculate how much money she will make by the end of her career. She just look at the names, they calculate the number, how much they will pay her. She will come with the conclusion. Even the tax, they can go after her. She denied that she have sex with the guy. They say, okay, show us your vagina. Show us your vagina. The names are written there, the receipt. There's a receipt. And look how filthy their TV stations is. Look, she's wearing hijab. Look. This girl, she is wearing hijab. She have 10 kilograms of makeup in her face. Brother, there's a hadith says that every, I don't want to use the word pee, you know, this is what it's saying. I'm using the word vagina just to be polite. Vagina is a polite word, you know. It is the word pee. So in every pee is written the name of the one who will F it. Look how she decent woman. She's happy. And she said, even if it's fornication, right? He said, absolutely. Is the name of the sheikh is written in your vagina? Do we have any Abdul? What do you think about Israel retaliation? It's a joke. Anyway, it's their fault. They will be sorry later for not doing the right thing. Anyway, not our topic. Any Muhammadan? Do we have any Muhammadan? Ultimate Fart, he raises his hand. You know, I put him on the stage just to clean my shoes with his face and then throw him like a rag. I mean, imagine the potato. It says clearly that what Allah ordained, he said no. This is your choice. Abdul, yes, it says a choice, your choice. This is your choice. It says decreed. It's your choice. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to come to us? Listen, Muhammadan. If it's your name written on my stage to be on it, you will be on it. It's destiny. It is destined to me to spank your God every day. I can't change that. Can I change that? No. Remember, everything is by the will of Allah. Even if a bad thing happens, it is the will of Allah. Look at this, all of this madness. The funny, when the kuffar, they say, had Allah willed, we will not worship other God beside him. Muhammad, he don't like that. Then Muhammad himself, he says here, he agree. If it had been Allah plan, they would not have been taking false gods. Any Muhammadan? Everything is destiny, my friend, everything. Like, why Israeli, they smash Hamas? Destiny. What you can do about it? Why the IDF they cut the finger of Hamas leader? Destiny. We cannot change that. You know what I mean? When a Jewish woman, she put poison for Muhammad, she went to Walmart, according to the story, and she bought some poison, rat poison, and she killed Muhammad. Destiny. When a Muslim shoots somebody, he did not shoot. It was destiny. It was Allah. This is why you see the Muslims, when they shout and kill somebody, they say, I slew him not, it was Allah. You see it? Chapter 8, verse number 17. You will see every video of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas. They scream, they say, they quote this verse. وَمَا رَمَيْتَ وَإِنَّمَا اللَّهُ رَمَى وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ رَمَى. It's Allah, it's destiny. Walmart was in the time of Muhammad? Absolutely. Okay, as long there is Jews, there is Walmart. Let us make it simple. Destiny. So the Jewish woman, she went to Walmart, she bought poison, rat poison, and Allah could not save Muhammad. Either you have to agree Allah could not save Muhammad, or it was destiny of Muhammad. Choose one. Based in the Quran, any bad thing happened to you is a destiny. Let me show you. Is Muhammad being poisoned a bad thing or a good thing? All of those are destiny, you know, talking about destiny. But here, it makes it so clear. No kind of calamity can occur except by the leave of Allah. So when Muhammad was poisoned, was that a calamity? Yes. Muhammad, he struggled with poison for many, many years. And then he died. Who is the one who allowed it? Allah. Even the story of Adam, it was destiny. If you remember the hadith, where trying to see if there's any news. Nothing important. So the hadith where Allah, Prophet, he mentioned a debate between Moses and Adam. Moses, he said to Adam, because of you we are out of heaven. Because of you we are out of heaven. All those saying the same story. Adam says to Moses, O Moses, Allah chose you to speak with you, and he wrote the Torah for you with his own hands. Are you blaming me for something which Allah decreed for me 40 years before he created me? Muhammad continues saying, thus Adam won the argument with Moses. And he repeated that 3 times as usual. So what was the argument of Moses? Argument of Adam? Do you blame me for a decree? What decree we are talking about? The sin. The sin he did to be kicked out of heaven. Moses says to Adam, you are our father, but have devoured us and caused us to be expelled from paradise because of your sin. And here you notice that Moses is not a Muslim, as Muhammad and they claim, Because Muslims believe in original sin. Muslims, they refuse original sin. So this is Moses. After he died, he still believe in original sin. So how he is a Muslim prophet? So if somebody want to say to you Moses was a Muslim, get him this one, get him busted. Because obviously Moses don't believe in that. Moses believe in original sin. And Adam, he made it clear that his sin was destiny. This is why you cannot blame Adam for what he did. And Muhammad says Adam, he won the argument. And then ultimate fault, he says we don't believe in destiny. There's somebody coming in the chat to free Palestine. All of you are a bunch of homo. If you are a man, go to Palestine if you dare. If Palestine exists. Be a man. You are coming to the chat to free Palestine? What about you turn your camera off and take off your pants? All of you are a bunch of potatoes. This is the land of the Jews. Even your stupid Quran confirmed that. Live with it. Even your God Allah is a Zionist. Chapter 5 verse number 21 says, O my people, enter the holy land which Allah assigned to you. To who? To the Jews. Your stupid Quran saying that. Are you from the queer for Palestine? Are you queer to Palestine? You can join in the score. I like to talk to queer from Palestine. Queer for Palestine. If you are a queer from Palestine, you want to join us, please feel free. I heard that an army of gays is going to join Hamas soon. Are Palestinian really Jordanian and Egyptian? There is nothing called, those are not Palestinian. Palestinian are exist ancient in the ancient days, and they are not even like from that area at all. This is why they're called Palestinian. Palestinian mean migrant, foreigners. They are not from the Mediterranean, from that territory. Now, some history says that they came from Cyprus or from Greece. The origin of those Palestinians. But anyway, those are the one who they are in Gaza. If you ask them, they say they are Arab, and Arab are not Palestinians. We have a guy, his name is Hussam. We are trying to invite him. Come to the stage, Hussam. In fact, the second you call yourself Palestinian, that means you are a foreigner. You are not from there. This is what Palestinian mean, migrant. If you are a migrant, then how you can claim the land? Any Abdul? Any Muslim woman, she will come to the stage, you have to be sure that my name is not written there. For your safety. All right? If you are a Muslim female, before you come to the stage, please check all the names. If my name is written there, don't come to the stage. Any Abdul? Yeah, Aisha, from now on, you are the one who check the names, please. Go ahead, Hussam, from Senegal. Hello? And?
And you're gonna run, see pig? You run from daddy,
Read it for me.
right?
Read the screen.
What is this?
Read it.
Yo, وكذلك جعلنا لكل نبي عدوا شياطين الإنس
Read it,
والجن
read it.
يوحي بعضهم
Read it.
إلى بعض
No, this is not in the screen. This is not in the screen.
زخرف القول غرورا.
This is not in the screen.
That's what you got, eh? So
Read,
you cannot touch the Quran.
read
I'm
in the
whooping the
screen.
hell out of you with the Quran.
Get out here. You stupid, you just quote for me a verse, confirm that there's no freedom. You just said that Allah, He made to every prophet an enemy. It's a destiny. I mean, even what you just quoted for me, proving that you are monkey. Is the enemies of the prophets are doing a choice to be enemy of the prophet? No. It was a destiny of Allah. Allah appointed for every messenger enemy, evil one. Who appointed them? Allah. So you stupid you try to prove me wrong, you prove me right. Did I appoint myself to be an enemy against Muhammad? No. According to the Quran. Is that correct, guys? Do you see how stupid this guy is? He don't want to read what I have him on the screen because it's embarrassing. So he decided to read this for me. But this one proves what I'm saying. Why I am fighting Muhammad? Allah appointed me to be the enemy of Muhammad. Destiny. Is the enemies of the prophet doing that of their own choice? No. The word is so clear. Appointed by Allah. Even shaitan appointed by Allah. Any Abdul? Did you see how stupid he quote for me this verse? But this verse proves that there's no free will. Why Allah is appointing the enemies of Islam? And the prophets. It's not a free will. Any Muhammadan? I hope Ultimate Fart he did paint the wall behind him. Since the last time he spoke to me, it was really bad. The wall behind him looked like Hamas wall, covered by shit. I mean, I could not believe it that even he opened the camera for me. I never saw a wall in my life, in any one house, so dirty as the wall was behind Ultimate Fart. And I challenge him to say I'm lying. Too bad that we did not have him on the screen when he opened his camera. You will not believe it, how dirty it is. But by the way, don't think he is being dirty. It's destiny. This is destiny, brother. He's a prophet. He dry his hands on the wall. So ultimate fault, he dry his hand on the wall. So behind him, there's an art of Picasso. Any Abdul? No Abdul? We look like we are out of Abdul for today. I mean, why this picture of Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris is black, by the way, but she is Hindu. It turned to be that Indian are black. I didn't know that. You know, things can happen these days. But Muhammad is so white. There's reference that says that the one who say Prophet Muhammad is a black, kill him. Any Muhammadan? All right. Well, look like we have enough time for today. Did we have, guys, good time? Which time is better, to come very early morning my time or now? Which time is better? For people in USA now? Well, we will try to come in different time, all right? Like to make it accessible to many. It's a good time. Sandy, you put your hand up. You want to come to the stage? Or that was by mistake? All right, you can come.
Hey brother, how are you?
I'm fine.
Just listen, just feel sorry how brainwashed they are. I have a story to tell you.
All right.
My family, they're all Muslim. One day I sit with my sister to drink coffee. She told me, she said, I have some problem with my husband, she said, and I called Imam to Albania from Canada. She said, he told me, oh, this is a problem, but I can fix it for you. She said, how? He said, if you come back home to Albania, if you give it to me. You see what kind of sick people there are.
You can give it. He wanna have her.
Yeah. He said, after, if you give it to me, I promise you I'm going to fix everything for you. If you come to Albania. Because in Albania, imams, they're getting everything from Arab, right?
Yeah.
They're all sick. And then I told my husband, he said, you see how stupid they are. Because whatever Quran goes,
listen, Sandy,
go.
there's a guy, his name is Sheikh Othman. You heard of him?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's sick.
Yeah, well, hold on. The same story. There's a Muslim guy from Lebanon. He called Othman. He told him, I have a problem with my wife. Do you know what Othman did? He took the wife.
I know, that's so sick. Because before we was talking about it, where we was Muslim, my husband, he said to me, you know what? Can we go to Imam and talk? We saying, oh, we are separate, what he's going to say? I said, no, because I know he's going to say something stupid. I say no, because here in Canada, if you like, if I tell the story, like my brother, he have a problem because his wife was doing black magic, right? So one, she was going because one here in Canada was doing black magic from Quran, right? So she told us, I will cure him, I will fix him if you give us $10,000, right? So me and my husband, me and my dad and my husband was helping me too. We work, like we make 10,000, we give it to her. So when we give it to her, she disappears. She go back to Toronto. She ran away from the side I live. So when we go to look for her, she disappeared. She said, before she leaves, she said, from Quran, everything is from Quran. His wife did it to him, right? But because my brother, he was so bad sick here, we didn't know what to do because that time he was Muslim. So my dad said, you know what, let's go take him to Imam in a mosque. What we take him to Imam, you know what Imam said? I can't do nothing. Just get out from here, right? I was so stupid before because if I know, like, the pastor here in church, they will take it away because, he was from Quran demon possessed. If I know that, I will bring him to church, but I didn't know because that time we was Muslim, we was not Christian, right?
So
And
now,
then
so now, Sandy, you became a Christian, you and your husband?
yes, my 3 children, me and my husband.
Wonderful, wonderful.
You know what, brother, I'm so happy. I swear to God, our life is different because in Quran where it said, right, leave your husband. I remember my mom, because we are from Albania. My mom, she was getting beaten up from my dad and from my dad's brother. They was beating her up for no reason. How we grow up. And then in my mind, I was saying, you know what? I hate to get married. I hope I never get married with Albanian because my mom was suffering. Every time my dad used to go every Friday in mosque, Imam used to tell them, if the wife doesn't listen to you, beat her up.
Yeah.
That's where they get it from. All Albanian, they beat their wives up.
Yeah.
And I feel also like, women, they're so nice. Brother, it's not a problem to women. It's a problem to men because men, they are sick in the head. If you listen, Imam is sick. In Albania, Imams, they go to Arab, they get all the information.
Satanic.
And they come back to Albania and they lie.
Satanic.
Look, I listen to videos on Albanian like Hojas where they lie. They say where God looked like Allah created Adam and he left him God knows how many years there outside like a dirt. But Shaitan was going from his mouth to back to, I don't want to say the name, back and forth. You see how sick? They're brainwashing them. But he said, if you talk about Jesus dying on the cross, that means they are lying to you. Do not accept it. Do not believe because that is lie. But Jesus was before Quran. How then Quran came after Jesus, 150 years after Jesus. How they not going to believe? Because that time was no Muslim. I don't know, brother. They're so stupid.
Well, this is a
pray for them.
satanic cult. I'm glad for you that you and your family are out of Islam and you become a Christian. And I hope soon you will invite more of your friends and your people to leave the garbage of Muhammad and accept the faith.
I do, like, only problem I have, they are so stupid. I have the Quran where I talk to them. They say, no, this Quran is not, this is all lie. If the Quran is lie, why are you selling here?
Yeah. But by the way, I have my book for free in Albanian. You know that?
Yeah, I see it too. Yeah.
Okay, don't forget to share it with your with the people of Albanian people. It's for free.
Brother, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe how stupid they are. I'm telling them, and they are just threatening me. They threaten me to kill me and to kill my children. How stupid they are.
No, don't worry.
Because,
nobody dare to do anything. We are here to defeat them.
No. I am covered by Jesus Christ. Nothing can happen to me. But they are so stupid. They're thinking only evil stop.
Yeah, they try to intimidate people. This is what they are. They try to intimidate you. If they can scare you, why not? They are evil.
Oh, brother. My soul belongs to the Lord. I don't care. Allah is the devil. Mohammed is a bewitched man. I will never believe him.
Yeah.
They're sick. That's why.
All right,
if they
sister.
don't believe the truth.
Good to have you. God bless you and say hello to your husband.
God bless you, my brother. Take care. See you again. God bless all of you.
Do we have any Abdul? Again, for those who do not know, we are going to start a new, let us say, a new move in our work. So I will open channels in different languages, and I will have the help of AI to translate what I'm saying, which it can be a little bit annoying because I have to say it, you know, like I have to say it in English, and people then have to hear it in the target language. But this is the only way to reach out for people who speak other languages. So we will open Indonesian channel, maybe a Korean channel, maybe a Chinese. We will see, you know. And you can share those channels with your friends if you know any. So we can, you know, debate people from other cultures, other languages. And, you know, then that will open a new door for us, actually. And even my chat, like even now, actually, I have a software. If I able it, is going to translate anything in any language to the language I choose. So even the chat, when people they say things, even though I do not understand what they are saying in their own language, but the software will translate immediately to me in my own understanding language. All right. So I hope soon all of you will join us. Yeah, what I know about Albania, this is the aftermath of the Ottoman Empire invasion. They planted Islam in that territory. Otherwise, this is a Christian territory. We will see what languages I can, because it's all about time. You know, it's not about we can do it with having those AI technology. Then I can speak in any language. But it's only about time, like how many days a week you can give it to those languages and how many languages. All right. You know what? Maybe I should make a channel in Turkish. Aman Rabbi Aman. And then I will call every day Erdogan. And the coward will run from me. And you know the benefit of if I have a Turkish channel, I will have admins from Turkey. They are Muslims. Mean. You know the admins of Harun Yahya? I don't want to remember it even. I don't want to think about it. I mean, this is the real religious business. Man. Not like my admins. You know? My admins, everyone have like a beard and look at what are you copying here? Hold on. This is not what we want. Hold on. So I will open a channel in Turkish, and I will have Turkish Muslim admins. Aman Rabbi Aman. Aman. Me. Finally, I will have a real decent, but very decent admins. What the heck is this, man? Those are promoting Islam, brother? Yes, brother. This is Islamic TV station. Really? I mean, this guy, his birthday, everybody is a woman? There's no men? It's not even birthday, by the way. I don't know. Look at his admins. I'm telling you, it's destiny. It is destiny that I have those admins and he have those admins. Life is not fair. But what we can say. No screen? Oh, hold on. Guys, you don't see my screen. Ah, okay. Good for you, good for you. You did not see anything yet. Okay, hold on. Now you see. This is Harun Yahya, the first one who wrote books about Quran and science. You will find his name written in my book, first book, Deception of Allah, because I was refuting him. And now he is in jail for sex trafficking with minors, like but it's destiny. It's destiny that my admin is Sheikh Omad. You know his beard, mustache, and look at his admins. Look, destiny. What we can say? Oh boy. You can't say anything. In Discord they can't see anything. Oh, okay. All right. Now you see. And what happened to their lips? And all of them, they are blonde? Okay. It's destiny, brother. I'm telling you, it's destiny. Everything is look at this. Yeah, I will have those to be in admins in my program. Actually, I will put them behind me. You know, I open the camera. I'm sure everybody will be looking at me. Nobody will be looking at them. And I will speak about Allah and Prophet Muhammad and the Quran, the miracle of the Quran. Oh boy. Yeah. This is his picture when he got arrested. Zakir Naik speak about him too. He praise him. Zakir Naik, he speak good about him. You know? Yeah. You know, the only thing I like about his program is the couches. What the heck is this? Welcome to Turkey, my friend. It's very Islamic country. This is very Islamic country. You know, you have to understand that this is very, very Islamic. Yeah. No problema, no problema. Do we have any Abdul? Last call. I put the pretty Prophet Muhammad. Guys, look, I showed those pictures in the screen, and then the number of viewers increased so massive. Unbelievable. Look. Let me show you. Look. Right away, the number of a viewer jumped 200. Unbelievable. Right away. Welcome to our channel. If you are new, we have more of those very soon, and we have more delivery. Okay, we have some made of silicone, some made of wax. All is natural, by the way. All is natural. Just register your name. All right. We make delivery. Andrew Tate, he is a partner. He's a Muslim, and this is all haram. Sorry, halal. All according to the Sharia law. All right, and all other Muslims. So don't worry. And by the way, they are circumcised. Just to let you know. All right. Somebody have a request. He is worried about their teeth. Brother, don't worry. They have no teeth, so they will not bite anything you have. Okay. So they are safe and secure. Because we remember once one of our customer, he received one of them. She did bite him somewhere, very sensitive area. In fact, she cut it off. But because of that, we command them all to take their teeth. All right? So you are safe. Hold on, Zakir, Naik, do you have anything to say? Get them breath. First of all, those are not my admin, those are my wife. What is the proof? Look at them. First of all, look at them and look at me. Zakir Naik, what do you mean? Look at me, look at you, look at them. There's nothing together to share. Get a breath. First of all, Those are the version of Allah. Those are version, you idiot. I mean, they step maybe with 10,000 men. Don't you see? Get a breath. Don't judge the book by its cover. Don't judge what? The book by its cover. What cover? There's nothing is cover in there. Do you see the cover in the covering? Oh boy. Let us change let us change the picture. Come on. This is haram. Haram. This is better. Kamala Harris. Now the number viewer will drop to 100. Look, Kamala Harris. She is a Christian now. She go to Baptist church now. But this is her. She is 30 years old, 35. She is a Hindu. Oh boy. Yeah, she go to the church and she claimed to be Christian just to win the election. True story. Teach you how to do Zakir Naik. I cannot teach you that. You know, you have to be, a real person. How many American we have here? Don't forget to go and vote. Otherwise, you will stuck with this foolish woman and her foolish party. And look what they are doing now. Everything they were making fun of a Trump about, she said more than 100 times that the wall is evil. Now she said she want to build the wall. How many years the Democrat, they stand against Trump, trying to make him not to have even fund to build the wall. Now they admit they have to build the wall. How many years they said no fracking? Now she said she want to do fracking. It turned to be true that Trump was always right. And now in order to win the election, because she noticed and they noticed that they are stupid, they are admitting that they should do what Trump was doing, which they accuse him to be a madman. So you better go and vote for Trump. Otherwise, you will be doomed. He is not perfect, but he is not stupid like them. He's a businessman. When it's come to business, he's smart. Everyone will do his mistakes. We might not agree in everything, but we cannot compare him to the stupid Kamala and her stupid party. This party is the parties of donkeys. I'm not joking. Even them, they have it in their flag. I'm serious. They have it in their flag. Don't go check it out. And I believe they choose that for a reason. Perfect reason. All right? So if you care for your country, go and vote. Me, myself, in the day of election, the first thing I will do, I will go and vote. No question about that. In fact, if I am even overseas, I will change my my flight, my day to leave, my day to travel to be sure I'm going to go and vote. All right? Okay, well, we have enough for today. I think we had a good time. Where I'm going? I'm not going anywhere. I'm saying even if I am going different country, I will be sure to finish my trip before the election day so I can vote. This is how much I take this act very serious. All right? Otherwise, those people, they will doom this country. They are dooming your children's They are corrupting their mind. They are corrupting schools. They are corrupting universities. They are destroying the economy. They are bringing inflation. They are opening the borders. I mean, everything is messed up. Well, I know you cannot have a Christian president in Indonesia. No problem. You will get there. It might take some time before we can make all the Muslims leave Islam in Indonesia. It might take 100 years. It might take 200 years. We don't know. But my friend, do you know the drop of water, how powerful it can be? If you leave a faucet, dripping water, dripping drops of water, for a year, it will make a hole in a rock underneath of it. Do you know how soft the water is? Very soft. Doesn't even hurt the skin of a human being. But if a drop of water keep coming, consistent, never give up, the drop of the water will crush the rock. So consider yourself a drop of water. This is how weak you are. As a structure, you are very weak. But your value is so powerful. Water. You can do miracles. Most of people who leave Islam, they listen to me for a long time. It takes a lot of time for them to decide to leave Islam. It doesn't happen as you think, like in a day or two. No. It's the same as a drop of water. First time he hears something, he gets upset. Second time he's upset. Third time he's upset. Third time he's cursing me. Fourth time he is dreaming about killing me. By time, slowly, he will see how stupid Islam is, and he leave Islam. Isn't it your bedtime? Well, my friend, my 4 wives, they are in vacation. My mother-in-law, they join ISIS. And I have no bedtime. I'm a single man. I sleep when I need, as I wish. Not like you. You are married. If you are married, do you dare even to have a bedtime, no bedtime? Come here, where are you going? Okay, I'm coming, honey. Okay. Did you wash dishes? Yes, I washed. I will check them out. You are married, so you have bedtime. I don't. What bedtime? That's you. I feel sorry for you. Don't forget to brush your teeth. Your wife, she will check them out when she kisses you. I mean, you will not even be kissed if your teeth is not clean. Right? You will be like a monkey. She will make you sit in the front of her, and she play with your hair, and she say if there's any lice. And then she play the song like Ice Burger, you know. Oh boy. If I keep talking like this, women, they will assassinate me. I better stop. All right. You know, I'm not speaking negative about women or anything. Don't take me wrong. I was joking. This is all is joking. I'm joking. This is not me. I have double personality. This is Joe Biden. Where I am, you know? I don't know who I am. I don't know where. Who is talking? What was the topic? I don't know. Okay, forget. Flip-flop. Any Abdul? Last call. I do not need interview about Trump. I mean, we know the guy already, right? Interview will not make a difference. We know them, all of them. And I mean, this Kamala Harris, she is a vice president. I mean, her voice is the most annoying voice for me. If heaven have a woman and this woman have her voice, I will run away right away. I mean, her voice is so ugly, man. Unbelievable. But to be honest with you, she's always wise. It's I've been burdened by what has been, you know. I get dizzy when I hear this. My brain cannot function, cannot handle this amazing burden, what has been, you know, so deep. Yeah. She speaks from her nose. And, you know, and the second you ask her a question which is sensitive, you will see how you know, she laughed just to cover that she's buying time. Anyway, by the way, she's available.
Run, see pig.
Just get out
That
of
is
here. Just get out of here, potato. Just come here. Come on. You coward potato. We laugh at you. I mean, still, even you have a. Aren't you embarrassed? You piece of garbage. How many times I have to spank you every day? I mean, we showed the 10,000 evidence that Muslims believe in destiny, and you keep coming. Abdul, it's written in your wife vagina who will F her. We just played the video for you. That's what your prophet said. It will be embarrassing if your name is not there. Isn't it, guys? If ultimate fault, he did not find his name written on his wife vagina, but the name of the neighbor. That is really embarrassing. Go check the names, go. And don't forget to take a picture and post it online to prove that your name is there. Otherwise, nobody will believe you. And remember, it have to be ultimate fault. Because the names will be written as the real name and nickname to confirm. Any Abdul? All right, I guess I'm getting sleepy. I'm yawning. And you know, when I yawn, usually I can stay longer than 10 hours after that point. Seriously, like, you know, for me, if I say I'm leaving soon, that means like 2 hours, 3 hours from now, I will be leaving, you know. And then after 3 hours, I say, I'm very soon. It's like Muhammad when he make a prophecy. He said that Jesus will come now. And now it took 2,000 years, you know. It's almost like nothing happened. All right. Sleep, stay awake, cause of your fears. Oh, okay. Sleep stays awake, cause it fears CP. That's deep. Sleep, stay awake, because it fears CP. There's no exaggeration at all. My friend, you have the qualification to be a Muslim prophet. You are ready to go. I'm telling you. You got all the qualification. You just beat the Quran. So sleep, stay awake because it fears CP? What? Guys, just get this potato out of here. Ultimate fault potato. Get out of here, potato. Go. Go play in different place. Piece of trash. There was a Christian who wanted to be governor of Jakarta. They put him in jail. I know. Yeah, I know. All right, guys. I think we have enough for today. Did we have a good time? I hope so. if you are new to our channel here, don't forget to subscribe, and you can join us in Discord. And sometime I open Skype to take calls, but you know, as long as Discord is working, doing fine, we will not use it. And remember, soon we will start new channels in different languages. So you find your viewers. If you are an Indonesian, tell your friends. And I'm sure a lot of Indonesian will join, right? And then we need Indonesian admins. Who want to be an admin? Who is Indonesian would like to be an admin in the new channel? Lisa is not Indonesian. Lisa is from Taiwan. Yeah, because I spoke to her. She said to me she liked Thai food. Thai food. Why Thai food? Because she is from Taiwan. Because Thai food can be found in Taiwan. Go check it out. You know, I'm very observing person. Like I know I can tell you where are you from by just saying to me something simple like what food you like. You know, you don't even need to know anything about you. Okay, let us do a test. Let us do a test. Who wanna be asked a question just to tell you where are you from? Who wanna be a volunteer? But disclaimer, you know, I'm not responsible for what will happen to you. Sushi? Okay, you know, if somebody likes sushi, like Sandy, she called us, she said her and her husband, she is from Albania. First of all, when she said she is from Albania, Alb, you know, this is a mountain, it's called Alb Mountain, is called in India, and she is Indian, but she thinks she is from Europe. So she is an Indian, she likes sushi, which is sushi, by the way. People, they think that the sushi is a country, it's called Japan. But sushi is not Japanese. In fact, the first sushi was Ceausescu. He's from Czechoslovakia, you know. So Ceausescu, his full name is Ceausescu Sushi BMW. So, okay, who's next? Here we go. I expose, you know, she is from Albania. She is from Ceausescu, you know. Yeah. Who's next? You don't know that Czechoslovakia is a country, and then they separated, they became Czech Republic and Slovakia. There used to be one country, Czechoslovakia. All right, all right. I know you are impressed with my knowledge about history and geography. It's okay. It's okay. You know, that's why you are here anyway. I mean, me and Joe Biden, we are the top in the world about those things. My uncle was eaten by the cannibal, you know, like, you know, he was in the jungle. And, you know, those people who eat a human being, they eat my uncle. You know? Yeah. Uh-huh. You are from Jakarta? No, the Jakarta, the original name of Jakarta is not this. This is not the real name. There is a fruit, it's called jackfruit. My friend, he went to that land. His name is Jack, you know? The second he saw this fruit, he went crazy. He said, don't eat it, this is jackfruit, you know? Like anyone he try to eat it, he fight with him. So then they call it jackfruit. Then he planted this fruit in a little town in Brazil, you know, and now it's called Jakarta in Brazil. So he brought the fruit there, the fruit to grow, and then they say Jackafrata, because their accent is very hard. So they start saying Jakarta after some time, you know, in Brazil. Yeah, I'm telling you. There's many things you do not know. I mean, but here you will learn. You will learn a lot. No, the reality is it's not even jackfruit. It was Jack Forta, you know? Okay, it's hard to explain to you. Jackfruit, it make bad smell, you know? So in his language, the word fart is forta. So people they said, okay, how come this is fruit make a smell? So Jack Forta, you know, and then by time they took the F off, you know, and they kept the Arta. So Jakarta, because it was not nice to keep the Forta, you know, just to cover up where the name is coming from, the origin of it is embarrassing. Like many names, like you know, all of them they are connected to history and music, or like Washington, wash in tone. Just think about it. All right. So when they do in that area, they used to use some like kind of containers, and they wash in it, wash in, and because it's made from steel, it make a tone when they wash. So this is where the name Washington came from. Wash in tone. Yeah. So you know, like this is very scientifically accurate. Anything else? Do you want more knowledge, or that's it? You know, like that's it for today. Fantastic. You know, don't even say that word. This is a dirty word, because simply, you know, there's an island exists in the middle of nowhere. Those people, they are fan of tastic, which means testicles. So they, like the Japanese, they have a festival for testicles and penis, you know. So fantastic, they are fan of testicles, and then by time, like the name became like it's so good, because you know what, all of us we will not be exist without testicles, you know. Fantastic. All right. So and this is registers in the books of knowledge. True story. Someone saying I'm done. You go to the restaurant, they ask you, do you want it to be well done? You know, like well done. What he's saying, I am done. So in fact, when there's a child, he was being born. Like now, his mother, she gave birth to him. All right. So like he's almost coming out. Like he's almost, like, you know, and there's a woman, she is helping the mother to give birth. So she keep pulling, almost she broke his foot. He said to her, I'm done, just leave me, you know, like I'm done. So this is why like the word I'm done coming from. Like you cooked me, you know, you killed me. What are you doing? What are you pulling me, you know? So I'm done. Even the word like, upset. This is true, by the way. Like when the cowboy, they sit in the top of the horse go up and sit, up and sit. This is where the word upset coming from. Check it out, check it out. Anything else? Titi in the Philippines. Yeah, I remember. You remember too? Yeah, I was in the Philippines. I said, where is my TT? You know, they said, sir, don't say that, sir. I said, what? Say what? I was just asking for the T. Sir, don't say that, sir. What? It turned to be, I mean, in those languages, if you say the word twice, became a penis. Whoops. I'm asking for my tea. Imagine you go to a bunch of girls and you say to them, where is my penis? Don't say that, sir. Don't say that. I said, what happened? Say what? I don't know, like what they are talking about. No, sir, you cannot say that. No, please, sir, don't say that. I'm just, where's my TT? Here we go. I mean, tell you, in every language there's a crazy stuff. All right. Do we have any Muhammadan? Any TT? Any Tutu? Yeah. Every language has some crazy stuff. All right. Look like we are out of customers for the day. I mean, from all the Muslims in the world, we got nothing except this stupid ultimate fart. And what make it more annoying, the guy don't even know one single Arabic word. And then when he come to the microphone, he tried to present himself that he knew Arabic. That make it more funny. Scientific proof? Well, yeah, I can provide scientific proof for anything. Give me an example. I will give it to you. Just try. Happy Sunday. Okay. Happy Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday in Jakarta. Right. It's a Sunday here too. Oops. The earth is flat. How come? It's Sunday here, Sunday there. Flat earth people. We got busted. Well, I can stay, but somebody have to make me tea, and I'm losing my voice. Right? Christian Prince, 0 Arabic, but 100% wiping you. I can tell. You are like Hamas. Sorry, I have to plug the microphone because I was laughing so hard I can't even breathe. Ultimate fart, he can wipe the floor with me. I mean, you name it, man. Come on. Oh boy. Any Abdul? Yeah, I'm drinking water. But we need some tea or something. You will make me Turkish tea? I don't know what Turkish tea is. Let me see. Let me search in Google. Turkish tea? How Turkish tea is made? This is not Turkish tea. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is not Turkish tea. This is just a normal tea. You see, the funny is they say Arabic coffee, Turkish coffee. Those countries never make coffee. They have nothing to do with coffee. They cannot even grow coffee. You go to the store, you say to you, 100% Arabica. What does that mean? Anyone knows what does that mean? What does it mean to say 100% Arabica? That's the most stupid phrase ever. What Arabica have to do with the coffee, and how it can be 100% Arabica? It's just the beans. Oh boy. Okay, well, look like spicy bean. No, the coffee is coffee. There's nothing other front. You know, the coffee, when they fry it, or what they call it, you know, put it in the oven, either like they make it dark, which mean very well cooked, or, you know, brown, which mean not too much. Like there is degrees, and that will affect the taste. That's all. And then you grind it. So if you make it so fine, I advise you actually, if you want to make coffee, to make it very fine, because you can save even coffee. You save money. The very fine coffee will make you use less coffee to have a very good taste. You see, the American coffee is just a waste of money. Their coffee doesn't taste good. It tastes like water, even though they are using a lot of coffee. But because it's not very well fine, then the taste of it, the real taste of the coffee, is not going to go in the water. So I advise you to buy a grinder and make it very, very fine, and then you will see how nice the taste will be. My favorite coffee, I do a Greek style coffee, you know, even though it's not, there's nothing called a Greek coffee again, but just to describe how to make it. Very fine coffee. You put it in a very low, you know, fire, stove or gas, and you give it time to start boiling slowly. And the second the foam go up, you take it a little bit, you put it back once, twice, and then it's going to be ready. And if you have time, the best way to make a Greek coffee is to have sand in a container. You put it in the top of the stove. That will make the coffee take really a lot of time to be ready, but will be done really good. Vietnamese coffee is the best. I never saw how they make it. But American coffee is the worst. It's like drinking dark water. All right. Can anyone answer the question, please? What question? Mr. Sir, what is your question? We don't see your question. All right, like we have many skills here for cooking. They sell the sand heater in Amazon. You do not need that to buy it. Just get a container. Do you have a? Do you eat tuna? Tuna? You know, any food come with the metal container. Any container made from metal, you know, you can use it. Put sand on it, and then put the coffee in the top of it. Very simple. Why you need to buy it? Buy what? You do not need to buy it. If you have an old fryer, old one, like have scratches in it, etc., you don't want to use it no more, something small, put sand on it and put the coffee container on it. Let me see if I can show you pictures. Like you can use your imagination, and you can use any tool, you know, anything. It work. There we go. Let us see here. So if you look at here, this picture, hold on. Ah, any container. You see how this container here? Look at this. Any small container, just put sand on it. But this is if you want to like make it, if you are really very picky, you know, like you want to take it at time, but it take time if you do it this way. This is usually used by, you know, people who want to compete about the best coffee they can do. However, you can do it in different way. And look how much sand they have. This is too much. So you can just put it on the top of a very low down, slow gas stove, and that will be more than enough. Otherwise, the sand will take a really long time. You know, the sand processing, like you see those here, because this is a business. This is a business. So for them, it's worth because the fire is always underneath of it, and they can provide the best taste they can offer. The purpose of the sand is to make it slowly heat, not too fast. So the fire will not touch the coffee container directly. The heat will go to the sand will heat the thing. But you can do that if you have if you have an electric stove, you can make it to the lowest, you know, and that will do the job. I can show you a video because they might, you know, copyright, etc. The most expensive coffee in the world is poop. Really? Well, nice to meet you. I will not, if I, coffee in Indonesia made from poop? Ah, now I know those Indonesian, they were saying, hey CP, come over, let's drink coffee together. Now I know what they were planning for. Oh boy. And the naive me, I believe them. It's a coffee. It turned to be poop. Oh boy. I will never go to Indonesia. I won't even agree, you know. I mean, if their coffee is poop, what the heck? So when you make cake, you know, cake made of what? Like you go to Korea, they have rice cake, rice juice, rice dolma, rice sandwich, sweet rice. I mean, everything is made of rice. I heard that even Samsung phones are made from rice. You know, like they put them in the oven and they put them like with some material together, you know. Yeah, those, you know, Korean, the rice, everything rice. Like in Korea, I heard that the first a king who been attacked, you know, the army of the enemy came to attack them. He saved the nation by throwing one rice at the enemy. They are Japanese. And then this rice go in the eye of the enemy, the Japanese guy. And this is why the Japanese, they eat rice. They eat only sushi. Sushi have no rice, by the way. It's rice free. That's why they call it sushi. Now, do you see the word rice? No. Yeah. This is a true story, by the way. Even the first king of Korea, his name is Rice Burger. This is all information. I found it in the Museum of Rice. There's a Museum of Rice. And you remember the foreign minister of George Bush? Condoleezza Rice. She is the head of the museum now. Because they could not find someone fit perfectly for the job. You know? So Condoleezza Rice, you know, she became the president of the museum, and now she is in charge. See, every country have their own favorite food. Like in the Middle East, bread is a must. In Asia, rice. Like if you go to Italy, same bread. You know, like every nation have different culture. Yeah, once I was in Korea, I saw a restaurant. It sound good, man. I mean, I saw many colors on they have a display for food. So I stood in the line, long line. I hate to stand in a line. But I said, it must be so good, man. Let's see what they have there. And then I asked the guy before me if he speak English. He said, little. So I asked him what the food is inside. He said, rice. I said, okay, what else? He said, rice. I said, okay, what? What else, you know? He said, rice, rice. I said, all the food inside is rice? He said, yeah, rice, rice. all the restaurant is nothing but rice. Okay, I said to him, well, it was rice to meet you. Oh boy. Yeah, but Korea is a very good country, actually. People are good, very friendly, very peaceful, very nice people. I'm just making fun, you know, just for, you know, to joke. Otherwise, it's a good country. Not like Indonesian, you know. Indonesia is scary, you know. You remember the guy who called me? Christian Prince. Why the rabbi say Islam worship the same God, Christian Prince? I mean, that alone is killing me. I was shot in the head. If men in Indonesia they speak this way, I will commit something, you know. Christian and the other guy, Christian Prince. I would like to ask you if you can answer the 5 questions, you can get 5 BMW. I don't know, even the voice is wrong. So I don't have a good idea until now about Indonesia, sorry. I'm not getting lucky. And the guy gave me 5 questions. I could not answer any of them. He wanted me to show him that Jesus Christ is a Christian. This is codfish. I don't know what codfish is. I heard in Portugal, the migrant, they have a lot, they are burning cars. Good for you. You should bring more. Bring more migrant to Portugal. That's more action in your country. Very smart. I am in the car right now in Vietnam going to eat rice. I told you, in Vietnam. I want to go to Vietnam maybe next year. Do you know why they call it Vietnam? Because this country is only for American veterans. You know? So when somebody like veteran, like serve in the army, he finish his service, he go to Vietnam. He's veteran. You know? The whole country there is American. I'm telling you, if you go in Vietnam, you will not find anything except American. You don't believe me, don't you, right? I can prove it for you. I have tons of proof. Okay, do they have American embassy there? Yes, see? I told you. It's the biggest embassy in the world. In fact, every American embassy is so massive, you ask yourself, is that an embassy or American army base? Look, American, they like to have a very small embassy. Just a small. Just a few kilometers wide, you know, long, wide. You can even drive your car inside. In Iraq, the American embassy have 80,000 American in it. Only. Just only. 80,000. Very small. Wish you come to Bomesurak. I don't know where is that, my friend. Where is Bo? Let me copy the name and search it. Give me a second. There's names I never heard of. This is in Malaysia, East Malaysia. But isn't it, this is majority Muslim territory? I don't like to go to any place. The majority of it is Muslims. South Africa is horrible. You see if you go in YouTube, you see how many robberies every day. I mean, the country is messed up. If I have to go to South Africa, I have to take all my guns with me. The country is messed up. And the government there is worried about Gaza. East Malaysia is 60% Christian. That's good. But still, the government is a government of Muslims, right? The one control the country. But if you go in the airport, who control the airport? Christians or Muslims? Remember, I'm a Christian prince, my friend. They love me. Thank you, guys. Thank you for those who they are coming and say hello. If we open a channel in Indonesian language, do people of in Malaysia, they understand? Is it the same language? Come to Australia? That's easy. I can come tomorrow. Nobody answer me. They do? Oh, okay. Okay, good then. So if we start an Indonesian channel, then Malaysian people, they can join us. Okay, very good. You would love the Samina? I don't know where is that too. Let me see, where is that? Tons of names. Sorry, my voice. Tassamina is an island in the state of Australia. You know, I like to go to Australia because I want to meet the Black Widow. The Black Widow, she punch you, you are dead. Me, that's fun. I will make the Black Widow and put it inside the grave, and then I made a video, fabricated video about the punishment of the grave. You remember the guy when the scorpion, you know? But this is not a scorpion. This is a spider. I hate a scorpion. Is a scorpion in Australia is dangerous? Is it dangerous? I assume it is. I mean, you people in Australia are very lucky with those insects. Very nice. You know, the more dangerous it is, the more fun. I saw a video of an Australian guy. he was sitting in his couch, and there was a very beautiful cobra, so beautiful, man, next to his feet. I was like, wow, nice. Luxury, you know? And then there is an animal called mangoes. Anyone knows what is that? I don't know if I'm saying the name correctly. This animal, he is like the sorry, my throat is not working. So this animal can kill any snake so easy, and even if the snake bite him, it doesn't affect. So mangoes, yeah. So if I am really live in Australia, I will grow those animals everywhere. I mean, this animal is so amazing. He's made to kill snakes. And the cobra she didn't know how to run away from him. Mangoes. Okay, his name is Mangoes. Yeah. They eat rare birds. That's why they are rare, because they eat them. If they are rare, while they are there, let them go fly. I am a prophet? Yeah, actually, you know, I noticed since I was a kid that I can prophesy. As an example, I am the first one who prophesied that in winter it does rain and it get cold, which nobody knows that before, you know? Me and Joe Biden, we were like, wow, you know? Like he says something, I say something, people go crazy. And now Kamala Harris is going to join us to be in the prophethood business. All right? There's many things I prophesied, nobody knows. Like I told a bunch of, I was making a speech, I told those women, many of you next month will have their period. Guess what? They did. Unbelievable. They said, you are right. How you know? I said, I know. Allah told me. He told me everything I know. Like after I finish here, I will go to the bathroom. How I know? Don't ask me. Zabril. Those things is hard to explain. It come like electricity from Zabril. Do we have anyone who follows Zabril here? How about the one who missed their period? My friend, you just said it. She missed it. So the prophecy is still true. It just missed. So the period is there, but she missed to come and pick it up. What's wrong with you? So the prophecy did not turn to be false. She just missed it. Like, you know, okay, I missed my flight. What happened? The flight is there. You missed it. See? I mean, come on. Cuckoo. You don't have a good logic. You know, your brain is not functioning correctly. This guy, he go to sleep, he come back, Palestine. With the flag will never be risen there. Palestine. Oh boy. Any Muhammadan? What do you think about the Dawn movie? I don't know what is that. I don't watch really too much movies, you know. I watch cartoon. Cartoon is the only decent movies, you know. I mean, if you look at those cartoons, are really fun. You watch any movie, it's so stupid, so silly. What do you want to watch? John Wick? I mean, the guy, his gun never get empty. How come my gun is not the same case? I mean, where he got his gun from? What do you want to watch? I don't know the name of the cartoon, but you know, they are fun. They are more decent. There's no bad language, at least. Tell us your review about what happened now with Israel war. Nothing, you know, Israel just showed Iran that they can go and they can fly and they can play in the top and the middle of their capital, and they cannot even hurt one airplane. It wasn't really to do any harm, mostly just to show. And the war in Lebanon is going to take a lot of casualty for sure. The Israeli will lose a lot of men. However, this is what war is about. Then they will take many towns, and then they will negotiate that we will not leave them unless you do this and that. And then the international community, they will gather together and they will force Hezbollah. In fact, Hezbollah already agreed to cease fire and stop attacking Israel and even withdraw based in the previous United Nations decision. However, Israel don't want that no more. They want something more. So Israeli are doing a good job, but you know, it's costly. Never think that you can approach victory without losing and shedding blood of your children. That's what war is about. You know, the Israeli, like, you know, for us, we want Israel to do more, but we do not know what the situation. Like for me, I wanted Israel, IDF, to destroy a lot of facility in Iran, to teach them how to behave, but we do not know what is behind the scene. Maybe they are even short in ammunition. Remember, Israel is going in war for a year. So their warehouses must be exhausted. It's not easy to supply yourself for the whole year with ammunition and weapon, and especially many countries are putting sanctions in Israel. And remember, Israel is a small, tiny country. Is it's just very small. Well, we hope that the Israeli will finish the job soon and they will go back to peace and they will have their life go back to normal. But this is how it is. This is why actually I encourage all of you to be armed, even if you are a normal citizen. Because having arms prevent violence, not the opposite. You see, if everybody in my neighborhood is armed, any thief, he will think for a second to enter to any house, any criminal. He have to count 1,000 times before he do such a stupid decision. Because he knew that he have a gun, yes, but everybody have a gun. But in countries where they don't allow people to have guns, then only thieves and criminals, they have guns. So always you will be a victim. But in the case like what we have now in the state, you can have your own weapon. So if a thief come to you, well, he have to deal with you. It's not going to be an easy trip. You have to pay a lot. It's going to be very costly. So if it's legally for you allowed to have a weapon, to have guns, go for it. You better have it. For me, since I was a kid, I have a gun. I was born, the gift was under the pillow is a gun. You might need it, you might never need it, and I pray I will never need it all my life. Right? And always, if you have guns, you have to be wise. Don't be stupid, like not for any argument. you grab your gun. Don't be stupid. It can destroy your future. It can change everything in your future. Don't be stupid. Those are serious weapons. You use only when you reach the point there's no other way. You have to be very smart. Don't be stupid. You fight with somebody, argue with him, you grab your gun. Just by grabbing the gun alone, you will go to jail for many years. It have to be for a very serious reason where it is either you dead or alive. Not because just you have an argument with someone. All right? And if you are not a person who can hold himself to be wise, then never buy it, because you will end in jail. There is no update about the war. The war is going, you know, every day we will hear from now on. Bombing in Lebanon, Hezbollah bombing back, blah, blah, blah. It's going to take some time. Until, let us see who have more patient. It's a patient game. If Hezbollah have more patient, Israel will try to negotiate. If Israel have more patient, the opposite will happen. It's all about patient. Same time, the coming election is going to decide a lot of things for what will happen in Lebanon next. If Trump became the president, I guess the Israeli, they will be in different position to carry on and go farther in their you know, operation against Hezbollah. If it is not, then I don't think the Israeli can continue for long. Maybe 3-4 months more maximum. So let us hope that the coming election will be good for the benefit of Israel. But hoping by itself will not work. You have to go and vote yourself, right? Well, you know, the news, there's no clear news about what it says. Like now, it's, as you see, it says, Iran says alarmed as IDF cripples its missile production, disables key air defense. We don't know if this is true or not, you know. Like they claim that there is 100 airplane attack Iran. This is a massive number. But until now, we see nothing. Even the Israelis showed us nothing of what they did. So we don't know if this is true or not. We don't know. Time will tell. We will see. However, for me, I don't like how the Israeli are operating their war. They should be, you know, they are doing things in a very slow method, which is not even right, because this can make it costly. You know, like people cannot even go to work every day, every 2 minutes. There's a rocket. You have to finish it fast. Finish it fast will cost you maybe more blood, but it's the same. What you will do in 6 months, do it in 2 weeks. So the only difference is, in 2 weeks we will hear about big casualty, but in 6 months the casualty will be the same, but it's going to be like every day 1, 2, 3, 10, 5, 2, 3. So If I am in charge, finish it in 2 weeks. Force your enemy into their knee, even if you have to go and take half of Lebanon, even to take the capital, and put your conditions. You have to finish it. The same they did in Gaza. It took them forever. 1 year. Why? Because simply they want to reduce as much casualty they can. But in Lebanon is a different story, because in Lebanon there is mountains, and Hezbollah, they have long range missiles. So even if you push them 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers away, still they can shoot. Nothing changed. All right. I could listen to you live all day long. CP, you are my virtual husband. Virtual husband. That's a good one. Thank God I'm single. Otherwise, my wife, she will shoot me. Where's my gun? You see why you should not get married? If you are speaking to public people, you will hear. If I am married now and she is sitting next to me, what she will do to me? What's wrong with you? What virtual husband? What does that mean? Oh boy. You see why I don't get married? For security reason. If you are married now and your wife, she see this, she will start asking you a question. Who is she? Do you know her? Did you talk to her? And the other day you were talking to somebody. Well, you were talking to her. I don't know her. I have no idea who is she. No, there's no way she will say what she said. Right? We will see. My friend, we do not know really what they did in Iran. We don't know if it's really serious or not. I even suspect that they did anything serious. But time will tell. There's no images, there's no pictures, there's no videos, there's nothing. Not from Iran, not from Israel. So what they did? And we don't know. I mean, even the war you see, this is the weakness of Israel. They are a small population, and casualty mean a lot for them. And the enemy understood that very well. This is what they are trying to do. Like Hezbollah hoping that, because if Israel lose 100, it's a big deal. So they are hoping that Israel will give up because of casualty before they were able to accomplish the mission. Otherwise, they knew they are no match for Israel. So again, I say it's about patient. Who have more patient to sacrifice more? And if the Israeli are willing to give what the war needed, because war have need, you know, and the first need is blood. It's not a joke. So if the Israeli they decide to finish their job, then sacrifice of 2,000 soldiers, 3,000 soldiers should not be a problem. It's a war. So if they think they are going to win a war by you know, 200 soldiers, 300 soldiers, that's impossible unless you use nukes. Then you can finish it without even one soldier, you know. Either you have to be using like a total destruction weapon, and then you can accomplish that mission. Or if you want to go traditional war with a traditional weapon, then casualty is a must. And that means they have to give and sacrifice. Otherwise, victory will never come. It's like, you want to cook a food, but you don't want to bring what the requirement for it. So there's certain kind of food need meat, need blood, need fire, and it's not going to be ready. You will not even have it unless you have the requirement. And this is what war is about. So first we need to give Trump the office so he can support Israel, and then he can give them what they need to finish this war, and even maybe excuse me, he will give them even soldiers. That would be a good move. The war against Israel should be a war against USA, and they should not be left alone. So if Trump really want to help, as soon if he become a president, as soon he is in charge, what he will lose if he send 600 Marines. The Marines are very powerful. The American Marines are not a joke. And like if you remember the war in Iraq, when the terrorists of Al-Fallujah, Al-Qaeda, they burned 4 American civilians. They burned them. They killed them, burned them alive. In a few hours, the Marines was able to conquer the town. And they killed all Al-Qaeda fighters. They are no joke. So Trump, he can help them, not only by supplying them, but by making it easier. Like remember, those people, they kidnap Americans, so it's our job to free the American too. They are American. Until now, there's American citizen kidnapped by Hamas. Hezbollah is fighting side by side with Hamas, so it's the same war. So it's the duty of America to send their troops to fight Hezbollah and Hamas. This is not only the duty of Israel, but because we have a bunch of filthy cowards, Democrat, who hate Israel, they are siding with Hamas against Israel and ignoring that those people, they kidnap their own citizen. So let us see. In a few days from now, we have election, and let us hope and let us pray that many Christians will go and vote, and we put Trump in the office, and then things will be changing. Things will be different. Anyway, guys, it's time for me to go. I'm losing my voice. I hope you have a good time, and then I will try to come back tomorrow if I could. If not, maybe the day after. Until I see you then, may the Lord bless you. God is good. So is Jesus. And don't forget to go and vote for Trump. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price for having the most dumb, stupid government in the history of America, which can end by destroying your country. Because nothing can destroy a country more than having a stupid leader. And this is what this woman is about and her party. Thank you. God bless you, and see you soon again. Bye-bye.